Yo, one sec. Let me just quit this.
You wanted to carry on the parkour mode rant.
Oh, I did. Not even, but like, yeah, the discussion. I did because I want to hear your thoughts as well. Um, because I'm curious to see because I think I have a very almost identical um thoughts as you.
So I was
Um,
actually just in the middle of writing a message when the stream died. Because I was saying that because in real life, you mentally step in and out of parkour mode and like
that's what I mean.
looking around mode. You're not spinning your head around as you're taking off. You're like eyeballing the target, and then in the in between moments, you look around. So it
That's what I
seems
mean.
weird not to have the distinction in game.
Because initially, right? Because I get people's things like, oh, you don't switch between, but you actually do. Like you don't
100% you do.
just you don't walk because I never see people walk around and just be vaulting shit. Like you're not just walking between things. Oh, capos, you know what I mean? It's like because it's impossible to get the speed height, especially for you don't just walk up to a ledge and like capos, just like, yeah, over it and do like a 20-meter drop. Like that doesn't happen, right? You you
No,
you assess what you're gonna do. Be like, I'm gonna cat this, do that, do X, Y, Z, right? And then you
yeah,
then go ahead and do that. Like it's not a case of, and then if you are like because in the game it will be a case that people just want to go around and do moves on the fly and make it up as they go, right? That's the gamified version of it. But it has to still be a case of like you are able to you have to specify that you want to be doing it in a way that is parkoury, not just like moving around. Like there has to be that distinction between general locomotion of walk around, look around, just just taking the environment, right? And then
yeah.
the way I jump, the way I move, how I climb things, it's like it's now you have access to all this stuff. Like there's
The,
that.
the
Yeah, sorry.
the thing is as well, like the real life um skill ramp you'd have for that reflects perfectly in game as well. Because when you're a beginner and you first start, you have to be looking exactly where you're going, and you can't like whilst you're doing something, you can't turn around and look away because you'll lose your balance. So it reflects to the casual player who has to stay in parkour mode the whole time. They lose control of the camera. But by the time you get to like STORROR level, i.e., you've reached the skill ceiling in game as well, you're adept enough that you can enter parkour mode, input the vault, drop out to move the camera around, enter again to do another input, drop out. So you can keep switching between them multiple times in
Hmm.
the same trick. And that's where the skill ceiling comes in.
I
The
I
easy
also
version is just to stay in it.
yeah, 100%. I also I don't physically see how control wise you could switch between vaulting and moving the camera. Like so like if I want to vault, turn the camera, vault again, turn the camera, vault again quickly, right?
Yeah.
Because I have a damper on the camera, it's not possible, right? Because say I want to turn the camera left, but I also want to speed step. How could that even like? Do you mean I want to turn the camera left and then speed step the wall on my left, right? If I say okay, like release it, turn, and then hold and then flick, like then I'm at least like I can like switch between. If I have to do some complex like, because at this point now I'm already thinking it's confusing for me thinking how we could even implement that, right? Let alone let the player know that their actions make like. Do you mean like there's a level of abstraction that the player is like, what's going on, as opposed to
Yeah.
so like I just like playing both. It still doesn't like it feels. It's almost weird on the right stick for me. I feel uncomfortable. I don't even know how it makes
The,
sense that way, but like I almost feel because and it could be because I got used to the hold, but like I feel uncomfortable doing both at the same. Like well, first of all, I can't like I vault when I don't want to, and I move the camera when I want to vault. So it doesn't work first of all, and then
yeah.
secondly, then it's like I feel like I don't have the ability to do things in sequence because I have to my right stick movement has to is completely like I have to be like I'm vaulting, like I'm stuck now, like my right stick is completely consumed by that, which 100% it is, but then I don't ever feel like I can opt out of vaulting to just be like move the camera in a way that I actually want to move. Like I feel like I have no control, full control of either. Do you know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like I'm always
yeah,
half
100%.
controlling one or the other, rather than
And
I'm fully control of whether or not I vault. I'm fully in control of whether or not I'm using the camera. I'm almost like I think I'm moving the camera. I think I'm vaulting. That kind of. Do you know what I mean?
I think part of the problem is as well is, and because I know Dado loves patterns, but it kind of breaks the established pattern of um, how you play games. Because you've got this whole history of video games that have a standard pattern for how you control the camera, and that the camera is its own thing, separate from everything else. It's its own mechanic, so it's unique. And
Very slow.
when you're playing like a fast game like this, and you like land in a little corner by accident, and it's like, oh shit, I need to do recovery. I need to turn the camera off, pick a wall, vault. You're in that recovery phase. You default to everything you've learned over the years of playing games, which is to just flick the camera quickly without like because it's just always defaulting to camera, and then you don't
Mm.
realize that you're accidentally inputting volts at the same time. It's like fuck.
Yeah, because we were talking about this as well with because then I also think as like from like a general playing perspective, right? I think it's too much to think about if two completely separate inputs are on the same stick for a
Yeah.
casual player, right? A casual player likes to think this thing does this thing does that, right? Because then we were talking, so had a couple conversations with some of Henry, then Jasmine and whatnot, and then it was like when you actually take it about from the perspective of the casual player, probably about 60 to 80% of people don't give a flying fuck about parkour. Like they when they play this game, they're not gonna care about the sandbox stuff, right? In terms of like running a wall doing 180 and stick. They don't care, right? It's because if they cared, parkour would be the biggest sport in the world right now, right? Because for what how cool it is, the community, right? If they cared about just that small like 180 sticks, those would be the videos that went viral, and not the just people jumping between roofs, right? So when people trying to introduce them to the sport, we can't introduce them to the element that we know the minority care about. We have to introduce to like, okay, like this is the general gist, and then we'll start to bring it in and teach you about the sport and all the things you want to do. Um, yeah, like as opposed to making the game hype, because I think it's so we'll talk about Henry, and then we'll talk about yes. It's like there's two different types of games, right? Or like almost two different types of modes. There's the sandbox mode where you want to play do it as like it's real parkour, right? Which really the only people that are going to do that are people that know about parkour, right? So like if you know about and like the more technical, more actual core parkour stuff, that's how you're going to play the game. Um, you're going to try and do what you do in real life on a daily basis in the game. But if you are more so just like, I want to, oh, this looks cool, interesting. I want to just, climb around, jump around, do inputs and that. It's like that stuff doesn't interest you. Like I'm like Jasmina said, like it doesn't interest her. Like that's she doesn't care about that. She needs like they need an objective, right? And so if it's objective based, it's like okay, well, we need inputs to be kind of like clear cut so that people know, okay, I'm racing this person and there's a bunch of vault stuff. So I can be in vault mode and just vault and choose different vaults, right? It's like rack up the highest score. It's like, okay, well, I'm going to run straight, be in vault mode and do different vaults. You know what I mean? As opposed to like, oh, I need
Yeah,
to do this input and then 180 and there's, you know what I mean? Like people aren't going to care. They need something. They need someone chasing them. They need to be in a race. They need to have an objective. They need an objective to care about why they're playing the game beyond, oh, the objective is to be creative in a parkour sense. To them, it's like, what is that? I don't, you know what I mean? I don't care
well, yeah,
about it.
because the problem is you can't. There's no way to objectify making like being creative, and like there's no way to make that an objective
Mm,
mission in the game. It
exactly.
just kind of it would naturally become the end game goal for anybody that gets there. Is once you've finished everything else, once you've finished the story and the collectibles and the side missions and shit, then it's like, well, I still enjoy playing the game, but I've done everything, so I'm just gonna see what I can do around the
What I
city.
can do. Yeah. That's what I'm
And
saying. By the end of the game, that's when they're going to love parkour for the intricacies of like just a tap of the wall and the stick. Once they've finished playing the game, right? They've done all the missions. They've done. By the end, we're hoping that they all love parkour as for like its truest version. At the start, what is it that they want? They're just
Yeah,
gonna be wanted to an
they
objective.
want to
It's like I want
they
to
want to be able
race,
to run around and do big jumps.
do that's if you look at all the clips, 90% of them are just roof gaps, right? Like dropping off, rolling on walls. Like it's not. Oh, look at this techie line. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Look at the clips we have of people that play.
I think
None
it's
of them are
always.
really like intricate lines of reversed this, that, that. You know what I mean? Like it's not really. Um,
I think that's why Mirror's Edge was so successful
mm,
because it took an incredibly complicated locomotion system and it made it 3 buttons where you could still do awesome shit
100%.
and you go fast.
Yeah. And then we have so then there's that element, right? And then there's the secondary element of like, let's not, because my thing is like, okay, how can we be different to all the other parkour games, right? But then also find a way to make it so that the controls aren't simplified to the point where it's like, how to put it, you're just it's just single things, right? And it's instead it still takes thought, but it's thought in like a relaxing way. Do you know what I mean? So that you're playing because it's like, oh, this is interesting. This is like, okay. This is how you. Because then that's what I always think. Then, like, because we want the end goal to be that, right? So how do we make it simplified enough where they can get into it easily, but then complex enough that they want to keep getting better? And it's like you're not already at you're not at the very best you can be at the beginning of your gameplay. There's actually like you can get better. The scheme will become more complex in a way that doesn't necessarily need you putting in more inputs. It's the same inputs in a more complex way, right? That's
Yeah.
like rather than layering inputs, we just actually make them more complex. So it's a very like complementary advancement. It's like I do the same thing just in a more complex way, and that is what progression actually is, right? It's like if you think of like your cat passes or how you do any vault, it's like I do the same vault, but I just do it more more
And
complex in a different area, environment, that kind of thing.
a perfect example of that is this week with me and Growlithan, where we've taken
Mm,
the. It's not even a button press. You just land. You just pick a spot to hit, and he rolls. And it's the complexity has just come from. Now you've got to do it with a certain amount of speed, and you've got to land in the right distance from the edge. Because if you land too close, it cancels the animation. If you land too far back, you don't fall off. But the inputs haven't changed.
100%. But then I imagine if we said, okay, to start doing that, you now have layers of inputs. So now you have to press more or input more. Then it's like, well, there's two tiers to that, because immediately the second you have to do more, so to speak, cuts off a massive chunk of people. Like they're like, I'm not in CBA. And then the second chunk is like, okay, then it cuts off another people that they can do more, but it's, you know what I mean? It's almost there's too many layers to like what it is. Like,
Yeah,
isn't it?
there's a fine line. You've got to have controls that are separated enough that the different things you can do are clear and distinct from each other. But then, like you say, you can't have so many that it's a whole new input for every single thing you want to do.
Mm. I feel,
But that's
yeah,
why I think like having parkour mode worked really well because it made such that clear cut between like I'm traversing the map to I'm doing parkour on the map.
I'm doing, yeah. Because yeah, like that's what I'm saying. And I think the reason why people struggle is again because it is like, because I feel like we were making assumptions in the absence of actual coherent gameplay for it. So like in the absence of feedback for parkour mode, it's like it doesn't work. It's like, well, it can't work, right? Because they don't know they're in it. Do you know what I mean? So, but like conceptually, it still to me makes the most sense beyond any other thing. Like I still
Yeah.
like it makes the most sense to me. Just have to do it right. Like I would rather try and do it right first as opposed to try and do it a different way. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you make it work first and make it fancy second.
That's what I mean. Like it's like rather than say, okay, let's do it a different way, let's actually do this properly and then see the benefits. Because I think no matter what we do, no matter how we do it, there will be a learning curve of it. because we're doing things differently. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah, for sure.
the first time anyone plays any game that is spinning an already existing thing, like parkour in games, or it's just a hold and a button press. We're spinning it differently. No matter what you do, people are gonna come in and be like, "I can't play it. I can't do it." I think a big issue that we have is the with the hold of the trigger. I think it should be almost like when you hold it, right? You're in that state, and then you once you start triggering a flick, right? You in theory could release the trigger, right? It's we're still gonna say hold the trigger, right? But then it's like if I hold flick and then I release my flick and the trigger at the same time, right? Which is what I think a lot of people are doing. That will still
Yeah.
register as a vote. But I think it's a case of like, yeah, release
Oh,
and
it's
flick.
because they're not letting it get back to the dead zone first.
That's what I mean. So they because again, it's like people think that it's like I input, it happens, right? That's people's perception of like I jump, I
So,
press A to jump, my character jumps instantaneous, like
so
as quickly as yeah. Sorry.
I understand that at the moment the reason we let it go back to the dead zone is so that you're confirming what the
Mm.
input was basically. If you had it, could you have it where when you release the trigger,
Mm.
it will check the pattern you've done, and it's just like if you've hit a valid input without the dead zone, it will just assume that's the one you made.
That's what I think it should be, because I think that is exactly what we're missing. I think if we add it two ways, right? So it's two pronged, right? You can either release it. So this is again giving more people the like if you play it slightly different, it will still respond the same way. So if you're the kind of person that holds and just keeps flicking, right? You need it to return. Like if you don't let go of that right trigger and you say you want to do a sequence of volts, right? You just need to return to dead zone to do a new input, which makes sense, right? You can't flick up and then be like left speed like that doesn't make any sense. It's not a car, right? So you have to like flick, release, left, release, down, release. So you can just go back to back and hold the right trigger, right? If you're like, and this is how I think most people play. If I say hold right trigger and flick up, right, you're gonna hold. I don't know. You're gonna hold the right trigger, flick up, and then let go of them at the same time, or just before it returns to dead zone, you're probably gonna let go, right? So I think then it's like you let go. That let go is actually your case of do the move, not the return to dead zone there. Do you know what I mean? So it's like
Yeah.
if I let go, take whatever is the most recent thing. So if I'm up, right, or where if I've flicked up, or whatever, let go is my signal to I've returned to dead zone, in essence, right? If I don't let go, I need to return to dead zone. If I let go, I return to dead zone. And I think with that two layer, all of a sudden, it's like it's not inputting, I'm not doing it. It will start doing it.
But yeah.
And then we have the second prong of you know that something's happening because I'm telling you that an input is being recorded. I think the way to do that is when you hold the right trigger. This is what I was thinking. Like when you hold the right trigger, something is showing you your input, like on the flick, right? So if I hold the
Yeah.
right trigger, like I see something, like we could add it, like it could be anything, right? See something to showcase the fact that I've inputted a move, and then it's telling me what I've inputted. So it could be like just like I need to just know that I'm doing something, right? Like that my moves are
Definitely.
being registered. So if I'm saying
That's
hold the
something.
right trigger and you see a little thing pop, you're like, oh, you know, and I can hold it and let go and it goes away, and then I hold it and it fades in, let go, it fades out. Instantaneously, I know that oh, to vote, I need this thing on my screen, right? Like if this thing isn't on my screen, it's not gonna be able to vote, right? And then it's like if I start flicking before even moving, I just flick in different directions. It might even be like, oh, yo, it's saying reverse fault. Oh, it's saying dash fault. Oh, it's not doing it because I'm not moving, but it's saying what it's picking up. Then you can be like, oh, I ran up to a wall, I flicked it up, it said cat pass, and then if it didn't do a cat pass, why didn't it? We have to give feedback. But if it does do a cat pass, you've had the response that even if it takes a second or so, you still see the visual response that hey, we've noticed that you inputted a cat pass. It's coming. You're like you just need to take another
Mm.
step, and then I'll do it. Right? It's just but you know that you've told your character to do it, as opposed to now like if you see my screen, it's gonna be a bit delayed. But when you see it, if I jump up this wall, like now if I kind of run up
You,
to it and I
you,
flick,
if I
I
see
don't
your screen where?
on the YouTube.
Oh, are you streaming again?
Yeah, I'm streaming again. Yeah. Um.
Oh, I didn't realize you're back on. Sorry.
No, yeah. So if I flick, so he jumps into the wall. Right? Obviously, that's also again, if you register a flick input, the running jump pitch should not be then registered. It should transition from looking as a jump input as opposed to looking as a dead zone release. So, um,
Yeah.
so if I flick here, nothing happened, right? And it's like, because so instantly, because nothing happened, my brain's saying I've done it wrong because I'm thinking from all like I'm just playing this for the first time, right? I run at a wall. They say hold right trigger and flick. I do so, nothing happens. So for me as a player that's never played this game before, I'm like, oh, I've done it wrong because you think that I've done what they said in my head and nothing's happened. So
Mm.
I'm like, okay, well, to them, no input at all has been received. Not even the right trigger press has been like registered. So they're like, did I do it? Like, did anything? Nothing happened. So it's complete confusion. Like that's to them, I can understand why people don't get it because it's like, is was I meant to do something? Did I input right? Did it receive an input? Does my controller even work? Like, you know what I mean? So if at least I hold the right trigger and something pops up just to say it and I let go and it goes away, you're like, oh, okay, what is
Do you
this
know
thing? Like,
what? I might have a look a little later on and see if I can set up a material for that we can control to give thumbstick feedback. Basically, that Niagara UI system you had way back, but one that doesn't kill that doesn't tank your PC to do it. So rather than use Niagara and sprites, I could.
mm,
It might be a little bit complicated, but I could set up a material, a dynamic material that has, even if it's just like a circle or something, and we just control the X, Y position, and it'd be completely 2D, and just we'd feed the thumbstick values directly into its position, so it would just be
mm.
reflecting it.
Yeah,
Um,
there just has to be
and then it,
some kind of way to indicate that they're inputting, and like I like the idea of that when you're holding that trigger, right? It's and I think it could be cool to have that all the time whilst you're moving the thumbstick. So even if it's you haven't fully input, even if you're just holding the right trigger and moving the thumbstick in a weird way, right? If I then let it return to center and then flick up and I see the foof, like as I move up, right? Like you said, it's responding to the thumbstick inputs. At least because the camera's not going to be moving, right? You can move the thumbstick all around. You can be spinning it around in crazy circles, right? And it's just it's going to not say anything. Like it's not going to have the text to be like you're doing this move.
I mean,
Um,
you could even have it be once you release either the trigger or you go back to the dead zone. If it wasn't a valid input, it could literally just say, "This isn't a volt," or "This isn't a valid input," or "Try again, try this time."
try doing this, try flicking up. Or, do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Or and we can even say, do what we can even then do, if it's like slightly off or whatever, right? For a reason, we can then like showcase what it should look like, and then so then okay, this is exactly what I mean in terms of um
Can we get? Can you get like uh uh fuzz? No, that's not the right word. An approximation from the input they do. Could you work out an approximation of what they were trying to do?
yeah, for sure, and that way we can allow for like error, right? So if you flick to side a little bit off, you can allow for it. But what I'm also thinking, right? Because you know how we say like we want to show them the controls, rather than tell it like say it's like flick up, right? We're saying like oh hold right trigger flick up, okay? If we now said hold right trigger flick up, and instead of showing them a controller, we showed them what their little hub thing should look like to do a cat pass the way the flick should look. Do you mean so if we had I'm going into paint, hold on.
I bet every
Let me
stream,
share my screen in Discord. So
every
you can
stream, you start talking about something, you get gradually more and more hyped until you hit the paint stage.
literally so we have our little whatever it is, right? And you see your tracker, so you can be doing this, right? If you wanted to. And it would show this, and then when you release the dead zone, it would stay there for like half a second, then go away, right? And then
Mm.
so then if we're saying tutorial like, oh, you need to hold right, like you have the HUD cue of like hold right trigger and flick up to do a cat pass, right? And then we have on the screen there, this is their what do we call it? Our flick flick show, whatever. You know what I mean? We could think of a cool name for it, right? Our like flick UI or whatever we want to show, like input tracker, flick tracker, right? This is our flick tracker, and then we show them like the cat pass input. We actually like animate it so you see it go like this, not off the thing, but like that. Oh bloody
Yeah.
hell! Like yeah, like this, and it animates, and you in the motion of a flick, like, and it animates in the motion of a flick, and then they're like, oh okay, so for me to do a cat pass, I need my thing like this to look like that, right? So the beginner player that doesn't know what they're doing, when they first get on, they're gonna be like, oh, hold right trigger, and not necessarily like try and flick it. It's just try and make your thing look like this thing, right? And then that's how you'll get the actual movement down. And so if you don't see, if you let go of the right trigger, this won't even be there. And we're like, hold right trigger to like be in that mode, and then you'll see it pop up, and then you're like, oh yeah, okay, I need to hold the right trigger for this to be visible so that I can register my flicks, right? Because then it's like if you're moving the camera, it's like, oh, I can't see my flick tracker. You hold the right trigger, it comes up. You let go, it goes away, and then your flick thing ends, right? But if you hold the right trigger, it does it. So I know now that I need to flick, see the word cat pass pop up or above or wherever or to the side of like, or be like flick and like cat pass. And then I know that that's the input. So when I'm playing for the first time in the tutorial, I'm not necessarily trying to copy the move visually. I'm actually just trying to copy the input based on this tracker thing. So once my tracker looks like the example tracker, it's going to do the move. Then we have the added layer of like, oh, like it registered the move, right? You will say like cat pass. It's like, okay, I know I did it. Then we say something on the screen like, oh, too late or too early. Try going further back or try, you know what I mean? Whatever it is, because we can tell like they're too close to a wall, like they're too far away or whatever, like too early, too late.
High enough, they're like, you need to be moving, things like that.
Yeah, or and then we can also be like flick faster, flick slower, that kind of thing to actually help them do it. But when we're saying flick faster, we can be like show them like flick faster and then show the speed at which the thing should move, so they can just stand still and practice the look of this. Like so, it just like they can be standing still and just go like that as
Yeah,
many times as they
yeah,
want to get the speed done. And then it's not some arbitrary like, do I know I'm doing it right? And then it'll reach a point where they're like, oh, so this looks exactly how this one over here looks, right? So I have this like one here that's animated that is keeps doing it, and I'm like, okay, you know what, like, I'll bust it. So yeah, I have this one over here that is animated with my flicks, and then my one's down here, and then I keep, you know what I mean, I keep on doing it until I'm seeing, oh, you know what? Yeah, that looks like that. And it keeps on saying cat pass. That's the timing. So now when I say that I'm going to take that in and look at my, okay, I'm running, hold right trigger. I'm about the same distance. Look down at the thing, flick up. It did a cat pass. That's how you do it. And then as you get better, you don't need to look at this, right? You don't need to do it because you'll get the timing down, right? And if you ever struggle, you can then look at this and be like, oh, okay, it registered. I need to go for like, and then we have like move further back or try it earlier, try on a lower wall, whatever other thing we have. But this like tracker could be the perfect way to like let people know where. And same for reversals, right? It's people say they struggle. If you have a tracker that goes like this and it shows your input looks like that, or and even if it's a bit like wonky, right? It looks a bit like I don't know, right? You can still like we can still say like, oh, reverse fault, and you're like, okay, I need to make it smoother. That's how it's, you know, to look like how this guy, this one here does it.
yeah,
You know what I
yeah.
mean?
Yeah,
I think
I
that's
think it's a good
yeah.
idea. I
I
think
think
I
that's
was
the
going to pick
perfect
up
way.
on it, but I think it's a good idea because as well, like it also addresses an issue that we've definitely been having, but we haven't really addressed properly. In that a lot of the player base, that you say, people that don't know parkour that are getting introduced to it aren't going to know what the names are, and they're not going to know what it's supposed to look
This is what I
like
mean.
vault wise.
This is
So
what I
yeah,
mean.
doing it this way, where you're showing them an input, which is just like anyone in the world is going to look at a circle with a line going up and be like, "Oh, I can make a line go up in a circle," and then as they play, they realize that that corresponds to cat pass, and eventually they just link them together in their own head.
Mm, spot on. Spot on. You can even like layer it on top, like layer our input on top of their input, on top of the tutorial, like what Sarah said. Sorry, it's like yeah, that one's like a bit more of a like has like a lower opacity, whatever, freaking
Yeah,
whatever. And then you so you can like do it on top of it, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna follow it. You know what I mean? And then it's almost like the tutorial. If I say try this line, all we can just do is just like at the right times play the animation on the flicky thing, right? And then it's like then it will just be like do it and then flick now and it's like oh it does the reverse flick now down and you show the flick and you're copying the flick just like you're just it's almost like you're just tracing, you know what I mean? And then if you trace it wrong and it doesn't happen you're like oh okay I messed up the input. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think that's just I think that could work really well actually.
yeah, I think so. I've just finished with the hand stuff. I think I've got
Yeah,
it
that sounds. I
quite
think
well
that's
tweaked.
the
So
way. You
I'm actually gonna start having a look at that, setting that material up now.
know. Yeah, that might be the most important thing. Hmm. Now I think about that. That could work really well. Oh, 2 seconds. Oh, another delivery. Okay, I'm excited now. Um, it's got me very excited. I'm gonna go eat some food. Well, I'm not. I'm gonna go put some food in the oven. And you know what? Because that's gonna take an hour to before that's done. So, do you want to just share your screen, guns, and
Yeah, sure.
I will just put that on the stream for now.
Uh, screen.
And they can hear you. I'm pretty sure. I'll put you. Oh, can they? My Streamlabs is going so weird recently. So. Uh, can anyone confirm you? Can you speak guns? And then can anyone confirm that you can hear guns? Actually, no, no need. Let me get the stream on
I was just gonna stay quiet and just
my phone.
wait.
Don't say a word.
You speak. Confirm they can hear you. Dead silence.
Dead silence. Like, can I hear him?
um,
Let's see
what do I
here.
do now? So this is the ring.
Yeah, no, they can hear. They can hear you.
This is your ring, and then this will be the
All right.
marker.
Let me. I'm not gonna mute myself. I'll be right back.
Why
Turn my
not?
camera
I'm
on.
ready.
And then yeah, put your screen.
Yeah. So there we go. Now we're cooking. This needs to be smaller. Hey, what's up, Nosferatu?
I'm leaving you people to guns for now.
Have you got like? Do you have a signal for me, Nosferatu, or something? Because I never see you in any of the streams, and then the second that I'm managing a stream, you pop up. I love it. It's like my own personal cheerleader. It's great. Um, so we right, okay, yeah. And then we learn between Oh. So if we let where this, no,
Yeah.
if we go to that one. What was that noise?
That was my
Yeah, there we go.
morning. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
On the screen. Are you making circles now?
I am.
They've
So,
been making circles, right?
me and David were just talking about
Who is
um
David?
sorry,
Who is David?
where is he?
No, who is David? Say me and David were talking about.
Yeah, David and I.
David? Who?
Slacker. Um,
That you really like thought about.
I'm so tired. Like that
Oh,
just
me too.
completely baffled me. Yeah, we were talking about having a visual thing on screen as feedback for what your thumbstick input is. So when you're trying to vault, when you're doing tutorials and stuff,
Yeah,
you can actually
I like
see.
that. Yeah.
I heard Dada's
But
voice.
the
I got
old
excited.
the old Niagara
Oh, he
system
is
was so
David.
expensive.
Do I know you?
Yeah, the old Niagara system was so expensive on the
Yeah,
computer.
no, I
that
know. It's just stupid. I know.
Yeah, who made that? Ugh.
Instead, I'm going to create a very simple material version, dynamic material, where we just feed in the thumbstick
Yeah,
values as position data for that green dot, and we just move it around, and it would just be a 2D UI element.
yeah, that's right.
Um,
Keep it clean.
which I think is going to be super simple to set up.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have a feeling.
That's sick.
What
Are
I
you
want.
using radial Gaussian blur to draw a circle? Don't tell me that.
What? No, it's a radial gradient, not a Gaussian
Okay,
blur.
radial. Oh, okay, right. Wow, it still sucks, but
Yeah, but then it's procedural. Then I don't have to make like a circle as a texture, and I can
for
control the
sure.
radius and the
For sure.
density and stuff. So.
Yeah. Have you tried a website called Shader Toy?
Shader toy, no?
Yeah, it's great. I think you should just like when you have like free time, just play with it. It's super cool. It will force you to learn like a type of math that you can translate one to one into. I mean, they're effectively shaders, right? So, but the like it's a like 2D, like they shaders on shaders on a 2D plane, right? Like they were rastered.
Yeah.
In and they are like some of them they are just bonkers. It's incredible, really. But they will force you to really learn. Like, for example, if you want to draw a circle, you just say, yeah, okay, this is how you mathematically draw, which is like very easy, right? Just got the circle equation, but. Yeah, you will see that it will help you a lot, especially if you're doing those dynamic shaders. It's
Okay.
yeah. Have a look at the most popular ones. Some of them are just bonkers. Absolute insanity.
Well, it's an old-looking website.
No, this is like not surely popular.
Yeah, sort of popular.
Well, what? One sec. That's nowhere near the.
That was wild.
Yeah, so basically, this is just one shader. This is just like
The whole
one.
image.
Yeah. The whole thing is just one shader. Then that is the code for that. On the right hand side, that is the code. Well, just to go another buffer there. Okay, but that is just click on buffer. Yeah, okay. So that is the code to generate that forest.
Okay, that makes more sense. I was looking at this and I was like,
No.
what?
That is just a split. Yeah, but yeah, it's really incredible. So basically, there you need to go pixel by pixel and say, okay, this pixel is this color, these are the pixels, these are the color, and it's all about like.
So this teaches you
Most
how
of
to
it.
code shaders.
Sorry.
This teaches you how to code shaders rather than using like material nodes.
Yeah, I mean, like those nodes here, like 0.5 gradient, blah blah. All of they are is just
Yeah,
shader instructions, right? Ultimately, right? So
because
yeah.
you can create a custom.
Yeah,
node.
exactly. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Where am I?
You
Oh,
can
here,
create
code,
that.
and you put the code in there.
Yeah, yeah. You can create that. I mean, I'm not sure about the input and output of that, but yeah, for the most part, you can do it. Yeah.
Oh, it's because you can designate. So when you do that, you can like designate inputs and outputs.
Yeah,
So if
exactly.
you wanted,
Yeah,
like, if you had certain parameters you wanted to feed into it, UV
yeah,
temperatures,
yeah,
alpha map or whatever.
yeah, yeah, exactly. No, funny, like you did the shader with those gradient thing, right? And if you look at shader toy, there are like philosophical discussion. What is the proper way to do a circle, right? Like, and some people just came out with some really crazy bonker things, like no, like the Taylor series or up to the second order of what they were made. It's like just do a freaking circle.
It's too much.
But it's great. Like if you want to learn a little bit more in depth, right? What happens under the hood is just great resource. But I like the idea of having this representation. But do we want to show it in the game?
So I'm making it as a material, so we can just apply it to like any UI element. So you could add it to the tutorial box, or you could have it pop up on the screen when you're trying to input volts. So you're getting feedback as the input you're making. It would just be you'd render it as a widget.
But it's not only for debugging purposes, right? Do we want to use it like in?
Yeah, no, it's for player feedback. Yeah, it's for player feedback. There we go. Oh.
Well, and like if you do that, right? I don't want to go back again about the infinite discussion, but then you're gonna do animated, right? I mean, we
can
animate
it,
because it's right. So when the tutorial will say flick up or flick whatever. I mean, surely you do flick, right? Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Good. Very good. Can you make it in a way that is compatible with the mouse as well, or that's a bit too much?
So all of it, like all of this, will be just left untouched. These two values, I would make their parameters. So we'd make this a dynamic material, and you'd just feed in the x value and the y value between 0 and 1.
Yeah, no, but I mean, like the output is a circle, is clearly a thumbstick, right?
Yeah. Well, I guess so, but the mouse operates within the same bounds anyway. So, like, if you had the feedback there, when you move the mouse up, the marker would move up. So you'd still
right. So it's only a feedback, like it's not a representation of the actual. Right. Okay.
We can use it as a presentation. Like you could feed it a pre-designated curve and just have it animate and show someone how to do something. And you can also use it as feedback for what they are doing. You just switch between giving it and giving it like a pre-registered one.
No, because I saw the circle, so I thought that was like the shape of the thumbstick, right? And then the green bit is the
technically, yeah, I guess it is the shape of the thumbstick, but it's more just you're always tracking the movement within a circle. This is down to the volt input, whether it's mouse or keyboard, it doesn't matter. Mouse or controller, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yeah, you mean the green bit, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Mm. Yeah. But if you think about the circle as the bounds of the area that you're likely like moving around, yeah. But yeah, I mean, oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, the mouse could be.
I
Yeah,
think the
actually,
mouse is
that's
the square because then, and you can even
yeah,
make it because you think of it like most people are gonna have a mouse on a mouse pad, right? Which is the square like thing
yeah.
like that, and you can
Or a
make it represent.
rectangle, maybe. Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, like so that kind of thing. So it's gonna be on a mouse pad. So then, if you're on a mouse, it's gonna be square on a mouse pad, and then
Yeah.
you see the movement on the mouse pad. And then when we replicate the moves, we can be a bit more like mousy, if that makes any sense with it. But like, it doesn't
I
have to
think
be
so.
so
Yeah.
curved. It's more of like
Mm.
a slide to the left, slide up, slide around, and bring back down. But then if it's on a square,
Yeah.
they're like, oh, mouse. If it's on a circle, you know.
But and now that you say that, you know what I just realized? That like any mouse pad, they are a rectangle, right? And they are longer than taller, right?
Hmm.
Like pretty much all of them, unless some really funky one. But doesn't mean that the mouse input is intrinsically skewed over the x-axis because you tend to go left or right a lot more than
Or
up
then
and
you go
down.
forward and backwards. Yeah.
Yeah, because also the shape of the monitor is mostly a very, uh, very
Yeah.
like, um,
Rectangular. Yeah, like yeah, it is. Like
yeah.
you
But
don't
like
really
also the
move.
aspect ratio is very high. It's not just a small rectangle; it's just this freaking long rectangle. Especially the 69 screens. It's like it's almost 2 to 1, right? In a
Hmm.
way. So I wonder if that is a factor when you like when you
Massive.
when you do the thing left and right, they're gonna be a lot easier to do than up and down. Or like if you need to scale it up and down to normalize it in a square or in a circle, even though yeah, your input is gonna go faster that way. But yeah, I really like the idea about having the square for the mouse. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I think this just general feedback input will make a massive difference.
Yes,
Just
it does.
generally.
It definitely does.
Nosferatu is so weird seeing you guys awake.
Weird being awake.
Oh, I see. Oh, I broke that. Sorry. Especially in very good condition. I'm gonna take the screen off. Are you there, Guns? Or did my stream die?
No,
Oh,
sorry.
yeah. Sorry, no. I should know. I didn't know if you were there. I just thought my stream died for a second. I was like,
No, completely just zoned
everything
out for a second.
stopped.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to remember how you clamp X and Y to a circle because it's been so long since I've done it. And I'm tired, so I just I started thinking and then stared off into space. Oh, thanks, Dedsec. Much appreciated. Yeah, that was right. So, uh, Are we going to add a leveling system? Actually, no. So conversation has come up a lot of times in a lot of different ways, and we've kind of not settled on a specific answer. There's got to be some sort of growth and progression. But we also don't really like skill points. I think we'd want it to be some sort of more hidden progression, where like your character gets better the more it does stuff. So literally practicing makes your character get better, makes it more precise, makes it more confident, makes it stronger, things like that, rather than like assigning skill points. But we've not actually settled on an answer. So this is right. But then again, I didn't have the absolute last time, so that was maybe where I went wrong. No.
Hey, awesome. What is the? Man, I don't know how I did it. I somehow managed to get like a pair of like basically brand new Beat Studio 3s for like 50 quid.
What? How did you manage that?
I'm looking at them, they're like literally brand new. Like it's got like every looks absolutely. I got on eBay, but I mean, I was bidding and just no one else bidded. I was like, okay, and then and no one's bidding, and then I was like, would you just if I just would you take an offer? She's like, yeah, I'll do it. It was like 50. I was like, she's like, oh yeah, screw it. I've been trying to sell this for ages. I was like, okay, got it, and it came today, and I was like, I'm a bit like, I'm honestly in awe as to how it just looks brand new.
Sounds sus.
That's
Wait,
what I
that's
was like.
great.
But I've owned a pair of Beats. They got stolen. My whole bag got stolen, including my MacBook and everything. Sad days. So I've owned a pair. So I know, okay, is it a sus pair? But like the sad thing is, it's in better condition than the pair I had. Like, what did she do to keep it so good? I'm a bit like, it even sounds better, which is weird. Like, I'm like, why does it sound better? Maybe I was, I mean, to be fair, I was sweating into mine after like a week, so maybe that just messed it up. Yeah, that's a bargain. That's a big win today. I'm in a great mood today now. That is top tier. Device, Bluetooth. Hmm, there we go. Yeah, done.
I don't understand this thing. I'm speaking, they suddenly forwarded me but it's some like UK grant video game sector thing, right? And it's all like, oh look, it's amazing, blah blah. And then like you look at the requirements, right? And it's just stupid. Like, like they give you up to 25k, which is, you know, like pretty much nothing in the game industry. I can get more money at Tesco, but so like for 25k, you need to go through like exactly 50-50 gender balance, which is already like stupid, but you know, 20% belonging to an underrepresented ethnic group, 10% LGBTQ+, 7% deaf and disabled, significant amount of characters featuring regional diversity, significant amount of characters that are from lower socioeconomic background. I mean, like, what is this game? It's just like,
See you later, Miss Rosie.
how can you make it such a perfect split? And then, like, the most great things of like, for games that feature backgrounds, NPCs, or crowds, the game needs to ensure that underrepresented groups are featured in significant amounts. So, they, but if they are underrepresented groups, how can be represented in significant amounts? Because the nature of underrepresented group is there are fewer people, right? What, like, like, how does it make any sense? Like, and also like location. The setting is wholly or partially in an underrepresented region or community. Why? Okay. All the storylines. There are other elements of the video that are about. They must be about underrepresented groups. Main storyline. The main storyline or narrative of the whole video game is about underrepresented groups. The game should demonstrate diversity across the majority of the playtime, not in a single section of element. So basically, I don't know, it's just a walk simulator. What the hell is this game? Like, so basically you need to do, you need to have all the other things in place and get every single of these criterion to get to a grant up to 25k. I think it's
Yeah,
bonkers.
because quotas make everything fair.
Yeah, so. I don't know. I'm always like shocked when I with just the fact that we are making the game with the story on all 7 boys, we can't even pass the first hurdle. Exactly 50% gender balance. Why? I don't know, ridiculous.
No sense. That bloody thing when it steps off the So annoying. It's because none of the velocity is weighted, so it doesn't. That one's a bit sus as well. Pretty nice though.
Oh, what am I doing? Just doesn't even matter. Oh no, yeah, it does.
Guns, how did you do it so that you were playing Spotify in your headphones as well as, but then the stream wasn't hearing what's in your headphones?
My headset has its own is its own audio device. So I would have um Discord would like hear everything through RTX voice, for example, and then I'd send Spotify directly to my headset.
So yeah, so that's what I mean. So how do I just send Spotify directly to my headset?
So if you go to sound settings,
See, where's that? Where is settings in Spotify?
no, not in
Desktop.
Spotify, for your PC. Yeah, desktop sound settings.
Okay, hold on. Oh,
And then
desktop system sound. Yeah.
you come down to advanced sound options, and it says like app volume and device preferences.
Advanced. Oh my goodness, that is so
And then
good.
you can pick per program
Yeah,
where
what
it
a.
goes. And then just
Not
based on
awful.
whatever your devices are, you just route it however works.
Yeah. Oh, I can hear it. That's so good, man. What the hell? Didn't even know it was a thing. That's so much better. So much better. Wow. That's so annoying. I didn't realize that. So this whole time I could be listening to. I was having to play it through a speaker.
Months and months of silence.
Just in my thoughts. So if I so it's playing.
Don't you have a degree in computer science?
Ooh.
Oh, guys, yeah, step off.
You didn't have to get to your sound preferences.
And then I could just play the lo-fi in the background as well, nice and light, and
Yeah.
that can
Like-
go through normally.
Yeah, so that's what I do. I have YouTube go to one and Spotify go to the other, and then I make sure that not Discord, sorry, my OBS can hear YouTube, but it can't hear Spotify. So then I play lo-fi with the stream and I listen to whatever I want.
Mother. I need to prop set it up because I'm like trying to do it all live now. I bet it's all just gonna start mangling it. Well, actually, no, screw it. May as well. We've got to do animations anyways. I'm bored of that. Hey guys, welcome to a streamer setup. Let's do some animations. Actually, I'm just gonna share your screen. Pop out. Take it. Here you go, guys. Enjoy guns. You're gonna still be seeing me, aren't you? Yeah, you can still see me, so it pretends like I'm doing it. Everyone think, oh, he's so talented. Thanks, guys.
It's nice to think what I'm doing in talent. Just stumbling my way forwards.
A bit of a stretch, David.
Oh, he's so average.
Oh, actually, we were talking earlier, Dado. Neither of us like the lack of parkour mode. We officially want parkour mode back.
No, hear me out, Dado. Hear us out. Because I think once we add this little tracker thing, and it only comes
Sorry,
on and off your
I
screen.
really need to go now. Bye.
No, I think once we add this tracker, right, and we make it come in and out when you're in parkour mode, I think that's will help people so much, and it solves your issue of you wanting to show what the move is on the controller, but you don't have to have the controller.
Yeah, you almost convinced me.
We will convince you. You have no choice. We'll destroy all the dev builds until.
Just check
Start
in and go home.
sabotaging builds.
Check in and release. But are you using the? Yeah, I think parkour mode needs to be back. Some other forms, but yeah, I think we need to have it. Guys, don't use the render to target though.
No, I'm not using a render target.
Okay.
Just using a normal material.
Oh, okay.
I'm just not sure why this artifacts on the side is happening. That wasn't happening before I set it to user interface domain. So I'll have to investigate that.
So yeah, I was thinking about the parkour mode, and I think I think we need it because I really want to have the option to do the vaults or any other thing like slower, because I think it's too limiting if you need to do the flick always like at top speed. So we definitely need to have some sort of parkour mode for sure.
This has been a great day for me, I won't lie.
Wins across the board.
Wins across the board.
but
no, gotta go.
I still think that I also want the option to move the camera while you are in parkour mode. It's sort of like the reverse of what we were of the new approach. Like you can, like you are in parkour mode, right? And you can only do vault in parkour mode. But I think, right, I want to have an option to also control the camera.
No.
No, I think
but defeats the point of having them separate.
Well, because when we were talking with Harry a couple of nights ago, I think he said something very true. He said, you wanna, like, things happen so fast, right? That especially when you do something that is not just a simple vote, like you do a 180, you do I don't know,
that doesn't happen. Things don't happen that quick. That's the thing. Like,
yeah,
that
like,
is.
I think you want to have the ability to look around.
But I think you will. But I still think the issue is in that it's the thinking that players are going to be like, jump to a flick 180 turn. No one's going to play like 99% of players won't play the game like that. They're going to be like, jump to the wall, 180 turn, release, let go, turn around.
And for anybody that does play them, they already have the option to control the camera. They just let go of the trigger.
That's what I mean.
If they're good enough to play like that, they're good enough to toggle on.
No, but there is a big difference. You let go to the trigger, yes, but you cannot do the vaults.
Yeah, but you're not gonna vote. But like the thing is with that, right? So first of all, that scenario works in a hyper complex and advanced case that 90% of players are not gonna do until they've played the game for at least, or like limited to only the very few people that love parkour for what it is, which is, we already know, the minority of the game. So like already, so that's that case. But then in that case, right, if you are trying to have a hyper realistic parkour experience, it needs to be more complex anyway. So in the case of like, I want to do a 180, then turn the camera around, right, and then do something else, you can do that. You input a jump, flick left, right, then let go of the right stick and turn the camera. Like you can, like anything that you want to do, you actually can do. It just means you need to be more careful with when you're when you're like triggering inputs. But then for the people that don't want to be doing parkour of this, like jump 180, stick, turn 360, like that, which is like, you're not gonna really play that way. Like they don't need to worry about that, right?
No, yes, but like moving the camera on the flick, you can you can dampen that with a low pass filter. That is very different from now, because now you cannot damper with a lot pass filter defaults, right? So it's really the opposite case. It's like if you want, you can do it, but
I think
if you don't want,
conceptually,
it's gonna play exactly the same as before.
right?
Before the,
I just don't see how it will ever be less confusing to have two completely contextually. The inputs are so they have nothing to do with each other at all. Like the control of the camera has completely nothing to do with the input of moves. The
but
two
they
are.
are bound to the same
But that's
same
what I'm saying.
stick
Like
anyway.
if you have a way to separate them, right? You need a way to separate them so that you can be like, I'm controlling my moves, I'm controlling my camera. If you just say that at the same time in a given way of controlling it, you can do either or. That no matter what, no matter how we do it, will always be confusing because it's confusing for me, and I'm like, I know exactly what you're trying to do. I'm still like, that's confusing. As like from like a player base, I'm like, that sound because that sounds so complex as like from like a player that I don't even see the top 10-20% of players even considering doing that. I think it even still like the best players wouldn't even do that. They would still just let go of the stick and turn. Because
Yeah,
I'm like,
but
what do
but
you
that's
gain
fine
from
because,
that?
well, you gain from the fact that I think there is a conceptual misalignment from the fact that parkour mode effectively it uh, um, freeze the camera, right? Which is not really parkour mode. It effectively freezing the camera and be able to do the vaults because the camera is frozen. It doesn't move, so that input is going to be registered, right, as a as a vault. But I think parkour mode must mean now you're doing parkour, not necessarily now your camera is frozen.
No, but the issue, I
Yeah, but
think
they
that
are distinct from each other, though.
that's what I mean. Like, you do not like this. I think the actual misconception is that you can look around whilst doing a move, which is wrong. You like when you're doing a parkour move, right? You are never looking. I don't look behind me while I'm vaulting forward. That doesn't happen. Like, if we take into because again, I think you're thinking like you're then having the player to play five steps ahead instead of being present in the moment, and that's actually what makes each move less impactful. Is that if they're not taking everything one step at a time, right? They're thinking about in 10 moves time, I want to be over there, rather than being present and like, I want to do this now, one by one. I want to do this input, then that input, then this input, then look this way, then do that
They
input.
don't
That
necessarily have to do anything. They can just play exactly the same way. But I think it's more confusing for for a for a casual player. It's more confusing that the camera is locked than the camera is not locked.
no, no
Because
way,
they,
no way, no.
why is
Because
my
they
camera
don't.
frozen now?
But the thing is, for the casual player, no casual player is trying to move the camera at the same time of doing an input in front of them. The casual
Yes,
player
but that's
isn't.
fine, right? Yeah,
But
It's
like,
also not locked by
yeah,
mistake.
but they
There's an
won't, right?
intentional key press that's locking it.
that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like you're telling them like, I want to now do something in front of me, right? Because our inputs, you don't input one thing that can do 4 different things, right? It's all one at a time, right? And that's what has weight to it. We're not just like spamming a thing and it does like 10 different things and you just see it unfold, right? It's like you take everything one move at a time, right? If you want to climb onto it and then jump off, you climb, then you jump. It's all one at a time, right? The act of doing it one at a time means that when I hold that trigger, I'm now in the point to do the move in front of me, like where my character's facing. If I'm turning around, I input a move and I want to turn around, I let go. Like after I've inputted my move. That's that doesn't how that is that makes
Yeah,
conceptually more sense to me than I'm like still holding my parkour mode and I want to look the same way because what
no,
if then is like I want to register another move? There's a
no, because
misalignment there.
no, because if you wanna do a very long line, you want to be in parkour mode for those 10 seconds, and at some point in those 10 seconds, you you want to look around and see where is my next vault is gonna be. So there is no reason why parkour mode means locking the camera. It's
No,
only
but
a convenience now, right?
no, but
But
it should be, because it's not, because this again, it's like that 10, those 10 modes, it's because this is the thing, it's not parkour mode. Like, I think the caught up with mode is wrong. It's just an opt-in to do parkour in that moment, right? It's to be like, I want to now the move, because when you actually break it down, like, you're thinking, oh, parkour mode, I'm now doing a line, but it's not. It's like each instance I'm telling them that I don't just want to be running, I want to be doing a parkour move, right? So it separates like that isolated instance, as opposed to thinking 10 because if you're trying to say I want to do 10 moves of a line, right, that's fine, but each move is one at a time. So if I'm thinking I want to
yeah,
hold this
but,
thing and do 10
but
moves,
there is
right?
but there is no reason why you need to go in and out of that if you're still doing uh parkour line. It's a lot more annoying to do. Press every time you want to look around. It doesn't make any sense.
But the issue is
Because
the idea of
unless
looking
you're doing
around.
one thing at a time, yeah, fine. But when you want to start to look up the thing, you want to have the ability to say, right, give me parkour mode, and I do it, and then like, okay, just out of parkour mode. I don't, I finished, right?
But the issue
Think
with like,
it
but it's
needs to be
how is it?
only get the
Because
goals when you are.
I can't see how having both controlling the camera as what at the same time as saying like I want to do this instance right now, because the movement of the camera indicates that you are looking ahead of the current move, right? That's the you only move the camera when you if I can move the camera whilst I'm inputting something, right? Or like whilst I'm doing the singular thing, that is me telling that I'm already forgotten about what I'm doing now. That's which is the biggest problem. Like, you forget about what you're doing now and you're so focused in what's next that you lose any of the like impact of what I'm doing now. Like, moving for me, it's way more confusing, right? The idea I have to like, oh, you have to like hold and then be like, do now and input and move, as opposed to, because again, like jumps and stuff, you don't need to hold. They're taps, right? So half your line is not even going to be with stick. It's just jumping, whatever it is, right? For me, what's confusing is saying that now I'm in parkour mode, I also access the same camera when I was out of parkour mode, or like the camera is always active, but then I control it still with my thumbstick, and like how like I don't see like from a like logical breakdown how the connection of the two makes it like more like, because that's just confusing to me. I'm like, at least if I say, oh, when I'm in parkour mode, the camera is focused on where I've set it, right? So I can be like, if I want to just do a line straight over and over and over, I just set the camera there, I can hold it, right? If I want to get more techie and adjust my camera, right, I need to come in and out of parkour mode, because when I need to like, oh, do it in and out, in and out, in and out, which is just a more technical way of being, because that's how it should be. I need to come in and out of the individual moves I'm doing to adjust myself between each one, as opposed to I'm in there, I'm like adjust myself during a move. But what if I want to turn the camera around, but also then do a like speed step in the same direction in which I want to turn the camera? How can I differentiate the two when they do the exact same thing? Like, having them on the same input at the same time, no matter what, I don't see how we can make that not confusing. Do you know what I mean?
Because I think you're too used to this method, and like if we don't tell any like anyone that never played the game, right? Like, if we tell, oh, the parkour mode locks the camera, it's I
But
think
we
that is
don't.
more
No, but you don't even
entertaining.
tell them that, because the general thing is this: people will not even realize that it locks the camera. That is what I'm saying. People don't realize that it locks the camera, because like I could make it so that on climbs it locks the camera and people wouldn't even notice. I've actually done that now, and I guarantee you people wouldn't notice, because they don't actually. Most people when they, because again the camera is the
But
right
the
stick.
opposite is true. I can unlock the camera and you will notice.
No, but you can't unlock the camera because the camera won't move, right? Because because if the camera moves, that's where the disconnect comes. So it's either that I keep the camera unlocked And I think it fundamentally comes down to the problem is like my camera inputs are the exact same as what my volt input should be. So how do you possibly differentiate the two? Like it's a like, how can we differentiate when what I would want to do to move the camera is the exact same thing as I was want to do to input a move? So if I'm saying like, I'm not even gonna tell you the camera locks when you do it, right? So you're just gonna release the stick because like, yeah, I've done the move I want to do. I want to turn. You'll just let go because you said now most of the players that play they press it and release, right? We were talking about like we need the dead zone return to actually also be on the release of the right trigger, so that picks up the input too, right? So that will help them if they release it every time after they input a mood, right? But like if we say, oh, the camera, we don't tell them that the camera's locked, which we also haven't told them now. Like no one that play the game knows that the camera is been locked. Like we've never had anyone say right now to this day. I've yet to see a single comment ever that someone has said, why can't I move my camera in parkour mode? And if anyone here has seen that comment, please tell me. But I'm yet to see it. So it's like a problem that we've yet to encounter once is what we are claiming is a problem. Like how can that? The 3,000 people that play, not one person has ever said, why can't I move my camera whilst I'm doing a vault? I've never seen a comment about that.
We never had anyone not playing with that mode, so we don't know if the other mode is better.
No, but if that is not a situation that has happened once, where someone is doing an input and also at the exact same time as doing an input wants to move the camera, right? How can we say that's not happened once? No, and the people have played it for how long now? Over like and it's only backers really that, and yet no, on all the game feedback, we had paragraphs and paragraphs of feedback, and not once has anyone been like, why can't I move my camera when I do a vault? Because they're not thinking of moving the camera, because they're thinking of, let me do this move in front of me, right? And then once I've done the move, let me adjust myself to prepare for the next move. And so if we then take a look at the hyper complex, like very specific, very, very like parkour specific, which is for the 10% of people that are like, I want to do a 180 and a flick and turn back, right? The input from the 180 will be like a flick, like a jump and like a flick forward and back, whatever it is, right? Against the wall or whatever it is, right? Doing the press, flick forward and back, letting go and turning, right? Is so like, it's not even a difficult enough input at all for anyone to do. Like, but all it does is that it's like, rather than being like hold, flick 1, 2, and then turn the camera left, but then it's like, what if I want to do a speed step? Like, what if I want to do a flick 180 into a speed step, but I go flick 180, turn, and then flick left? Like, that's how I can then, like, I think it'd actually be more difficult to make complex chaining of moves when you like, because this thing, like, the inputs for the vaults and any move you want to do are the same as how anyone would move the camera. So how can you differentiate the two?
But because they're not mutually exclusive. Like, you can do the vaults and you can also move the camera.
But that's a problem, right? Like, how do I don't want to move the camera though. Why do I want to move the camera?
Well, because there is no reason why the camera should be locked. Like, but like the question is, why do I not want to move the camera?
Because we need to register volts. So like, if my stick is you
can register volts and anyway.
But I can't, because how I move the camera is how I register volt. This is what I'm saying. How I want the camera to move, responsive wise, yeah, is the exact same way in which I want it to register a volt. So I don't see how it's physically possible to separate the two. Like, how can I move the camera one way and the volt?
That is the thing. You do not separate the thing. Like, if you're doing a very fast speed step, okay, like, okay, if you're doing a very fast speed step, right, okay, the low pass filter will kill that camera like spike, okay, so it will register the volt exactly as before, and the camera won't even move because there is a low pass filter, okay. If you're doing a very slow like speed step, like you're moving slowly on the right and then back, the camera will just slowly move right. But
what if I don't want the camera to move? and I want to do a slow speed step. That's the immediate problem.
Yeah,
I don't
but
want the camera to
yes,
move, but I want to do a slow input. How does that work?
well, but that is like there are a lot more cases in which you want to move the camera rather
That's the
than
exact
I'm
opposite.
doing a very very slow speed step and I
Exact
just want to
opposite.
get exactly centered.
I think it's the exact opposite. The camera moving when I don't want it to is worse than me not like me having to do another thing to get greater control, because you lose control. That's the problem. Like the second the
Yeah,
camera
but
moves without me telling it to, right? Because if I want to do a slow speed step, the camera shouldn't move if I don't want it to move, right? Like if I don't have control over whether or not the camera moves at that point in time, I lose control. That for me is worse than me having to release a button in order to move the camera, because it's doing something I'm not telling it to. Like if and so the immediate, because it's also presuming that people are going to be like doing it as a specific speed, right? So the balancing of that is first of all going to be super difficult to achieve. And then we also get the point of like, again, like the speed at which I want to do the speed step is the speed at which the camera should move. If we slow it down massively, right, and I want to do a slowed speed step, right, then the camera is going to be like, as I do the slow speed step and the camera moves as well as me doing a speed step, that's annoying, because it's like, well, I didn't tell the camera to move. I spent all this time doing my line to position the camera perfectly, and then it moved. It's like, what the hell?
yeah,
That's to
that is a
99% of
very
players.
case. That
That's
is
no, but
like
the opposite is the case. This is what I'm saying. Like the most players position a camera in a certain way because it's about the visual, right? How does it look, right? So most players are going to be like, oh, I put the camera here because I want it from this viewpoint, right? And then I want to do a speed step, right? I want the speed step to
but
move.
yeah, but you can just flick the camera back. It's like
But
I need
that's
to.
another input. Do you know what I mean? Like I have to
This is
then
the
adjust
school
myself.
run. I'll be
Yeah.
back in like 40 minutes.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go grab some food and then yeah, we'll go again.
Okay, so
Okay, since that.
Quick break, and then we fight again.
No, because I can see the two, but I can't, like, because it's either the camera moves when I don't want it to, or I'm not able to do a move. Like I just can't see, because I'm even like, because the issue now is that exact problem happens and it's annoying as fuck. Like we have the problem of like when you flick the camera moves and I'm like, this is so fucking annoying. Like it's like I flick up and the camera goes whoop, and you're like, oh, like for God's sake. You know what I mean? Like I feel like it's so hard to actually get a win there. Like I don't know how you could win that, so to speak. Yeah,
Hey,
it's a tricky one.
Brandon here.
Hey,
Yeah, I
what's
haven't
up,
played on the
Leo?
controller much. I haven't played on a controller at all yet. I've only been playing on the PC, and I do agree that it's pretty like jarring to uh when I'm looking at something I'm trying to like cat pass or whatever. I move and I look very far up. Um, and I also understand Dotto's point of view where it's like if I'm doing something semi-complex, I might want to prep myself for the next thing by being able to move the camera. But with what you're saying, David, then it's just after I see the animation playing for, let's say, a cat pass, I let go of the button and move my camera to where I want it.
Because
Which to
I
me isn't
think
very difficult. There's plenty of games that I have to click a button to hit my move list or whatever, and you're
yeah,
constantly,
like toggling between the
moving it
two, right?
around.
So like
Yeah, like
because I
constantly
think
moving it
that
around.
we're trying to make a simplified format for the most complex players. So like the top players are the ones that are going to be like 180, flick the camera, spin, jump. Do you mean like that's the top 5% of players, right? So shouldn't it actually be harder? Like the fact it's harder to do makes more sense than trying to simplify it for them in turn making the experience for the rest of the players more difficult. Like if it is more difficult to do, it's correct, because the fact of you doing a 180 and spinning the camera around to then also go into the straight thing is like that's tricky. Like that is in general like a difficult thing to do. We could even say on 180s, right? You turn the camera after you've like, if you really wanted to be like there, you can have a setting be like always prioritize the forward facing of the character. So when you do a 180, it spins around, right? So as opposed, like it just from a difficulty perspective, like I feel like one is more difficult to do, the having to go in and out, as opposed to one is just like creates a really annoying way of playing. Like it's like one is like and the difference between both is that one, either way, if you have to in and out, you still are in full control. That's the thing I'm always thinking, because it's like, as annoying as it may be, you still have full control over what's happening, against stuff was happening and you're not even, it may not be what you want to happen. Like if I release and the camera turns, at least I know that I'm in control, as opposed to like it's turning and I didn't want it to turn, or it's doing this and I didn't want it to do this. Like if I want more control, which a more complex player may want to, like you said, the top 10%, 5% may want ultimate control over how everything looks, but that means you just have to be a better player. Like I guarantee Kratz
could
now.
that be a setting as well? Like, could that be something?
Yeah, for
like
sure. You
choose
could
to
have a
turn
setting,
on and
yeah.
off yourself, like, and maybe that's the way to do it. I mean, yeah, I see like definitely both sides, and that like I wouldn't consider myself like a expert video game player by any means. I'm fairly good at games, but I'm not like great. And for anyone that's like beneath my level, I would consider very casual, like very casual player.
Mm,
And most casual players are gonna want the easiest kind of playing, and that's gonna be a majority of people. Like even people in the parkour community that want this game are gonna pick it up, or like how many of them are like amazing video game players?
yeah.
You know,
I mean,
probably not a ton. Like they probably
like
focus on the sport that they do.
I see what it means. I see, no, because I definitely see what Dad is saying from like, why do we lose control of the camera? But like, it is again, like it's that it, it's more like conceptual, like confusing. It sounds less confusing because like, oh, camera's always moving, but it's actually more confusing because then stuff is layered on top. So you have layers rather than like just sections. So it's like camera move now, body move now, and like you said, like you can definitely add options, like you can change between. But I always wonder, like as we're creating the game, is it always the smartest approach to just let the player always choose what they want to do? Because then we never actually truly like build upon systems. Like it's always like, oh, it could be like 4 different things, and we just kind of go always, and then at the end of the game we have like an gigantic list of like changing around, and you never actually get players to play in the way that you hope they would. It would just, every experience is completely different, and you never actually like end up with this like, we want players to play this way because it's going to be the best and fluid way, but chances are they're going to just customize it and it's going to end up playing like the other game they like, in that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah, it does. And then there's also the side of it that's like, shouldn't players have the experience they want, especially with something
Yeah.
like parkour that is an expression of self? I don't know, like that, and these are obviously all that's like philosophical, right? Like we're we're getting a little
What
deep with
is
it.
parkour?
Yeah, but like, yeah, I completely agree. Like, and it being like the, you know, flagship of hopefully a series of games. Um, I think getting people into it is the most important thing, and having
Yeah.
people that like enjoy it, and you know, it's not too overly mechanical. Because there's definitely niche games like that, like cycling games or whatever, that are like
Mm.
that, you know, like mountain biking games that are like down, and it's like so difficult that I just put it down. Like I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't want to take 3 months learning how to just play. I want to
Yeah.
play. And so yeah, there's that balance for sure.
Okay,
Yeah, for
I have
sure.
an idea. I just got to jump in here for a sec. I was listening to the YouTube stream.
Do you do you mind, you guys continue as well? I'll leave the stream on so you guys continue. So I'm just gonna grab my food because it's burning. But yeah, you guys keep going.
Well, I
No,
won't
you're
want to tell you
always
this,
trying
David.
Oh yeah, I'll literally be like, I don't know if you want to reconvene
I
again
just,
and like.
I gotta go. I just wanted to say something. I'm
Go
just
go for it.
listening
Go
on,
for it.
you know. I just think that like maybe there are multiple control schemes at this stage where people can test multiple things, like as a player, instead of having them remap the things right now because that's complicated. What if we just have different ways of playing to kind of test out all of these ideas instead of just knowing what the idea is at this stage.
Do you not think with that though you leave yourself, because then the issue with that is you'll always have bias, so people will intrinsically want to either go towards the way which they know best, the player thinks they know best, so because it's like if I gave people two options, right, and one was like they've not done this way before, it's a bit different. Do you know what I mean? Or I gave them the option.
We incentivize, like we tell them they should try both and see what they like and let us know. I think it's
that's the issue though, that they intrinsically will always prefer the way they know better, because it's like, oh, I picked this up quicker, it was easy, it wasn't as hard.
It's a test. We're not even shipping a game. I think it's worth testing with the audience that we have multiple ways of doing things instead of determining the best way for them before.
No, 100%. But like, you literally open up to like, it's like similar to acquiescence bias, where like if they know what we're trying to get out of the result, right? You'll skew massively towards that. So if I want you to prefer, if I'm giving you an option B because we think option B is better, you're more likely to get responses that favor option B. Do you see what I mean?
But like, even when we test it, we need to know the best option. So like, I think overall it opens the door for more bias, but we need more ideas coming into this and not the same idea that's not working every single way that we want it to. That's what I'm saying. I think like there could be multiple control schemes made and then let the testers or let the backers play it and test it and give us that feedback. And at the end of the day, they'll get to decide what the control scheme is. But you just said that you might make it so you can map everything. So why not test some other ideas at this phase instead of locking down one idea the whole time?
No, definitely. Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, the slight issue is that like a lot of, like we said, the gameplay is dictated a lot by controls. So like having two different.
It is and it isn't. At the end of the day, you still need your vaults. You still need your climbs. You still
no, but like how you do vaults will be dictated by your input
I think
is.
There's multiple ways that we have thought about how to do this that we can incorporate that will still allow gameplay to flow the same way. And at this stage, there isn't enough gameplay that's going to be restricted by a different control scheme. So I think it's worth testing at this phase before we move on and we have too much to remap.
No, yeah, no, I see what you're saying, 100%. Yeah,
I think it's valuable at this phase. But I actually
I do.
I just wanted to pop.
Oh, okay, nice.
I agree with that for sure. Like, it's something that we should all look, because obviously you have your point of view, David, and Dotto has his point of view,
for sure.
And you guys are gonna die on those hills no matter what, because you guys believe those to be right.
Not necessarily. I'm happy to be like, if my biggest issue is like there's a fundamental thing, like if that someone could explain to me like how I can want to control two things in the exact same way and they both happen when I want to. That's the fundamental issue of like between me and Dada there, that it's like I can't see how that works, right? The other way in terms of the other inputs, like I'm more than happy to create a couple of different control schemes. Like we said, like more button-based input, yada yada. But then I'm also highly aware of reasons why we avoided that in the first place. That it's like, are we just ignoring those reasons to then be like, yeah, let's try it anyway? And it's like, well,
I think like,
even if
let's try it anyway. Like, let's just see what happens, and play it, and then return on that idea after we have experience on all sides of the control side.
Yeah.
All right,
but then is that oh no, yeah, because I guess then it's like, is that a because like let's say we do it and then everyone likes button presses more, and then we're like, so all the problems that we avoided with button presses we now reintroduce, and it's like
But the buttons aren't the problem.
Oh no, but I'm talking in general, like
we're talking
like so. Okay, so I thought you meant like complete different. Okay. Oh, so with the camera. Oh, yeah, this thing. Yeah, I think we will do anyway. Like we were saying with Dado, we'll have both and let players pick. To an extent, again, like because I always wonder, is it like, can you gauge experience, like actually direct experience? I guess is what you said as well, Brandon. Like, should players be able to fully customize how they play?
Yes and no, obviously to some extent.
Yes and no,
right?
innit? Yeah.
But for something as simple as
See you,
I
Henry.
like a lock off camera, you don't,
Yeah,
or vice
you
versa.
don't.
I
Yeah.
don't like a locked off. Like, why not just have a simple
Why not
button
have
that
it
they
too? Yeah,
click
true.
and
True.
boom? Like, just kind of like what I said on the Discord channel, like with how we were talking about a creative way to have the radio. Uh, like how headphones nowadays allow for you can go full noise canceling to transparency where I can hear stuff. Why not
Mm.
let people only listen to the music? They don't need to listen to the environment if they don't want. Like,
Yeah.
even though obviously I would like them to, that's my job. But if they don't want to listen to it, I don't
Mm.
like. At the end of the
For
day, I don't give
sure.
a shit. Like, you know what I mean? I just hope that they enjoy this product.
No,
And
for sure.
at
Yeah.
the end of yeah, it's for them
Because
at the
then
end of the day.
I always wonder is like, where do you? No, because I agree with you 100%. I guess devil's advocate here is that with fully customizable stuff, it's almost like, okay, you think of when you go out to eat, right? And I can give you a menu of however much you want, and you can change it however what you want. Everyone's experience eating in that restaurant is going to be different, right? And they like it because it's like, oh, it's a complete uniqueness, right? But is that what you're actually trying to? Is that what you want to be selling? Whereas you go to other restaurants where they don't even get to choose what they taste, and you can curate the experience for everyone. How is it you play? How is it that you taste the food? What is the experience you get from eating this thing this way, right? We want that to give to people, and then when they come out, they're like, you can share that with everyone, right? It's a shared thing. Like, you look to the person, it's like, oh, did you taste when it hit? I was like, yeah, I tasted that bit and it was so good, right? That shared experience is actually what makes a coherent gaming system, right? And you can then also adjust it, right? So if I say I want a certain group of people to play this way, and I want people to be better than these other people because they have it this way, right? The second it's like it's completely customizable. It's like any combination of settings makes it so that you play better than someone else. Like, and it's completely random. And then you look at stuff like meta, and like which is like the thing with MMOs, and it's like this combination of gear sets is now best in slot, and then it's like everyone now just plays this one way, which could be a way that just purely maximizes gameplay, but then the visuals and how it looks and the immersiveness is completely dead. And then you have like like a lot of MMOs, they struggle with like balancing. So like one set or one skill class will completely dominate, and then they have to release an update to make it so that you actually play the other. Like, people will only ever do cat passes, and no one ever does a reverse fault because, like, why would I? It's like, oh well, now you have to introduce. And the only reason someone would do the other thing is for the pure aspect of that it's more creative, but that is such a niche thing that people aren't going to be playing for. So I wonder, again, from like a
Maybe.
devil's advocate perspective,
Maybe.
you can't
I
really
agree
direct.
with what you're saying,
Yeah,
but I also think that we have to have faith in players, and not everyone's going to try to hack the system and just get high scores and
I
do
almost
the easy thing.
disagree.
And
I almost disagree because
I just
what I've
know, I've
realized
seen
is
people.
players play in the worst way.
I've seen how I play. You know what I
But
mean?
like, you're the minority. Like, this thing, like, majority of players will play, like, if it's competitive, they'll play just to win. Like, you look at Call of
For
Duty,
sure. I
they
agree
all
there.
end up
I
using
agree
the
there.
exact same
Yeah.
gun. So if we look at races, right, they're all gonna do the exact same thing. That's what's gonna happen. And so all of a sudden, you take what could
But
have been
that's
this
going to
most
happen no
beautiful.
matter what.
No, this is
Even
it.
if you have a set system, there's going to be things that players learn to kind of cheat the system to do as best as
Oh,
possible.
100%.
And then we'll have to release stuff as stuff comes out.
No,
But I
100%.
don't think that necessarily giving players the option to pick between a couple of things is going to be so detrimental to that like people are just going to quit the game because they're like, every time I run a race, I'm losing because I don't like to have a fixed camera.
Yeah. No, I
They
see what
might
you
turn
mean.
on fixed camera for racing. And maybe we have a little thing that says we recommend using fixed camera during races because it allows you to go faster. But for
Yeah.
freestyle running, it's better to have a loose camera or whatever it is.
No, for sure. Yeah.
And people will
I can
learn
see
that.
that.
You know,
Maybe
it's
might
almost
be
like
that's right. Yeah.
it's almost like inverted, right? Like, that's something that like I don't ever touch in games. I can't stand it. But should that not exist for players that do
Exists for
like it?
players, accessibility options.
You
No,
know,
yeah, I know what you
and
mean.
for some people it makes them way better at gaming, but if they don't use it, then they're way worse. Should they have to
Yeah.
suffer just because their
No,
fingers
true.
understand things different? Like,
True, actually.
I
Yeah.
don't necessarily agree with that. Like, I think
Yeah.
people should have an option, and I agree with not having. This isn't like, if we're going on the food analogy, this isn't like Burger King. You shouldn't necessarily get to pick everything you want. There's definitely some curated things about coming and playing this game. This isn't. We don't want this to become Assassin's Creed or Dying Light, right? Which
Because
maybe
that's the
having
issue
unlimited things.
when you the just is like, where is that? Because it's like, when does it become Burger King, the way you can customize everything inside the bun, as opposed to when is it like, because this is the thing, is like, is it just going to end up people play like Assassin's Creed, which is everything we didn't want to happen, right? Like, because people are going to be like, what if I want to play like Assassin's Creed? Well, because are we a case of like play like Assassin's Creed, or is it like, or and in that point then, is it like, are you reforming the space? Because I question is like, if you can make it like so that you can play it like another game, are you really, really, really like forcing a new age, right? Like, if you say no, this is how you have to do it, that is one way of being like, we're breaking away. This is a complete different space. The people, the culture, how you play games will change, right? It's, if you can still play this game the same way as every other thing, it's like, what is the, why, like, are you changing it? Are you like, you're offering an option to like, oh, you can play differently, but are you forcing that transition? Like, because I actually agree with your point of like accessibility is like, with all the accessibility options, 100%. But then I was just wondering, like, we talk about like redefining the space, changing what it is in parkour, yada yada yada, whilst also trying to, it's a very tough task. And to be fair, I probably was for a very long time, probably quite too set in a way on a specific thing, for sure. I always just wonder that balance between, you can customize your experience, but this for the reasons of immersion, realism, all these different reasons, we want your experience to still be this. And with too much customization, are we just gonna relegate the experience back to Assassin's Creed? And then it's like, well, half of the people just play Assassin's Creed, and half the people play this other old game. And then, then you look at like, it's like, well, what is, as the game as a whole, did it redefine the space? And it's like, sort of, you know what I mean? I guess for like half the players it did. For the other half, it's just a more fancy Assassin's Creed. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like, where does
Yeah,
that line?
but I don't think that we're actually that. And I don't think this will ever become actually that at risk of just becoming Assassin's Creed. You know what I mean?
No, for
Because it's
sure,
not
yeah.
going to be. I think that just inherently, no one wants that here. Like, I think that through the conversations I've had, we bring that up as a. Uh, we say it often. We're like Assassin's Creed or Dying Light, the other two quote unquote parkour games. Every time I've been on a video call, we've brought those up to be like, that's not what we want. So
No.
I don't think we're ever really at risk of crossing that line
Brandon, can you
because
give me
we
2 seconds?
all are
Sorry,
so
I'm just
aware.
gonna
Yeah,
I'm just gonna
go
grab
ahead,
my
go get
food out
your
the
food,
oven.
man.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Literally 2 seconds.
Yeah. Also,
Also,
nice
hi, by
to
the way.
meet you, Gun to the
Oh,
Future.
yeah, I was gonna say, nice to meet you too. So I had a phone call, so I muted, and then I just kind of, when I came back, I just let you two keep cracking on.
Yeah, yeah, of course. Yeah, it's that's I guess that's what's cool. It's like a big discussion of where this thing is going as a whole. It's cool to be, part of it.
No, it's nice to see, and like, as frustrating as it is in the moment, it's nice that like everyone cares enough to fight about it.
Yeah. Yeah, and like I said too, I definitely see all sides of it because everyone has points and it's just that's what they see. And luckily I'm a pretty like
Mhm.
out of uh I don't really care in general, to be quite honest. Like, whatever it is what it is. But I want the best experience for the viewer. So it's nice to just be able to listen and talk and help form, I guess, be diplomatic in a way.
Yeah, it's fair.
Yeah.
I don't know what we'll end up doing though for it. It'd be interesting to see where it lands.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, what we have so far is pretty great. Like, I always forget, and then like on Instagram or something, I'll see like, a post and I'm just like, damn, that is like already so good. It's so
Oh, dude,
beautiful. Like
I play this
it's
all the time. I play it as much as I work on it.
I
It's ridiculous.
I need to grab a controller and bring it in here and actually play the game.
Yeah, because mouse and keyboard's not the same. especially if you're on latest at the moment because the vaults are broken for the mouse.
Yeah, it's really hard. Like I jumped on there today to just mess with some audio stuff, and I was just running around the map, and it was just like cat passing and like thief for me. I was like, I'm not even clicking anything. it's
Yeah.
just going.
That's what
Uh,
sparked this whole debate that we're having right now. It's because me and David aren't fans of that style.
yeah, I definitely want to have control over what I do. Um, because I don't always necessarily want to climb over
Hmm.
something or, and I think about it like if I'm running up the flights of stairs and then it just cat passes or something for me and now I'm like falling to my doom. It's like, well, that sucks. I didn't want to do that. I just wanted to run up
Yeah.
these stairs, you know.
See, like every time, like, because we've had so many of this type of debate over the last year for different things and that. Every time it comes back to it, my answer every time is that parkour is such an intentional, it's such an intent-driven sport. Like every move you do is on purpose. Everything is intentional. That if you start removing that agency in any way, it will only become frustrating. You have to be able to maintain like your intent behind every move. And you can try and make it simpler and simplify it for casual players and then leave it complicated for the more advanced players, but it's still everything has to be you're deciding to make it happen. You're deciding to move the camera, you're deciding to vote.
Hello.
Yo.
Yo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry,
I
Brandon. Yeah.
agree. Like, oh no, you're good. It definitely does need to be intentional. Like it is, it's a very intentional and very personal activity. Like
Yeah.
if we just look at like, and I think that will come through like in players. Like if we look at just simply like the store guys, all of them have their own style. Like it's
Yes.
very personal and they view parkour their own ways. And sure, there's definitely like overlap because they've been training together for over a decade, but you can tell like who kind of fits where and like Callum is a power guy. Like he
Mm-hmm.
can jump far as shit. Like that's what he's good at. You know what I mean? But like Binge is always gonna have trouble doing that because he's a skinny dude. Like that's just they're not gonna have that same skill because we're all different. And I think that will translate through. And like you're saying, agency is the most important thing so that people can create their kind of own parkour journey through this because they might not be able to do it out on the streets, you know?
Yeah. 100%.
I don't remember exactly where we were at, David.
Yeah, I was dying. Oh Lord. I was generally agreeing with you actually. I'm pretty sure last
Oh yeah,
I remember, but I was
I do
being devil's
remember. It
advocate.
was just I don't think inherently or I think inherently we are never going to become an Assassin's Creed just simply because the team developing this game are highly aware that that is not the direction we want to go.
Because so then I also look so
100%.
from a development side, right? Making it right. So I don't mind coding up whatever, right? As long as it's justified. Why, right? Like wasted time is we have such a small team and so, for so long, right? We've been back and forth on a lot of things. Like we tried things this way, we changed it. We're one team that's never afraid of change, right? But like, it's almost like there was something about reasons why we took decisions, right? That you then see the benefits of that you're like over time that these opinions were formed, right? That I'm wondering like before we like are we closer to actually creating a refined product with one thing that we can actually assess opposed to half doing another that will then in another 2 months present the exact same problems we then face now and we will then be in the exact same case that we need to then assess it as well. Like it's the kind of thing that could take like so to put it, so it's like spending 2 weeks refining this, right? To then because of justifications led to it, like it's like designed with like purpose, sort of, right? And then it's I don't mind developing the other one as long as it's fully justified as to why we're gonna commit 2-3 weeks to do so, right? But then it's like, if there's so many questions that are just unanswered, then it's like, is it like, why then? Like, if we say do it this way, and then there's like 10 different questions I can ask you, that it's like, I'm like, there's no current solution for it. It's like, these questions won't go away. Do you see what I mean? They'll just be there even after we make it. So then I'm happy to do it as long as if the questions can just at least be addressed, or that we'll figure out the answer when we get there. But like, I don't see how for certain systems the answer just won't, like, I don't see how possibly the answer could come a year later, 2 years later. Like, if it's, some things are just like, if you can't, like, it's like starting a project with like a dying problem of like this physics, like the fundamental principle of it doesn't work, and in a year time the fundamental principle of it isn't going to change, right? So then it's like, are you going to waste a year and then arrive at the point where you still don't have a fucking clue, and because nothing's changed between now and then, as opposed to something that we have a clue about, let's try and refine this thing because this doesn't have the fundamental problems that we avoided in the first place. So it's like, I always think to the like the binary inputs, right? And we always think of like, they had a fundamental problem of that you cannot, like, they are binary, right? That no matter what combination you do, and I don't see in a year time how we can avoid the fundamental problem that binary inputs are binary. Like, so then it's like, do you go down a road of experimenting binary problems to then reach a point where you're like, the fundamental problem that we wanted to avoid is still present? If there's a convincing of like, this fundamental problem is not a pillar of the game, right? Then it's like, maybe, okay, maybe we can live with it, right? Fine. But then if the fundamental problem is, all can agree is a pillar of what makes the game, is it something you can just dismiss and keep going without? Because then it's like, isn't the probability that you're just going to be like, fuck, this was a complete waste of time, super high?
Yeah, I mean, it is, but sometimes, like, you think something is, like, let me, I guess, think of how to say this. Something is like a fundamental, I don't want to say problem, but it's like a foundation behind something, and it's always been that way. And then you become the person to innovate it, and it changes. And that's no longer viewed like, I'm going to use a really weird example here, but at some point in human history, when people saw sticks, they didn't think that if I rub these two things together, they're going to start fire. Like, fundamentally, that doesn't make sense to people until they learned that that creates friction, that does da-da-da, and you can start fire that way. Like, we've done that throughout all, and I know this is like a huge,
No, I know,
ridiculous thing.
I know what you
We
mean.
live within the constraints of the programs we're in and all
Yeah,
that.
100%.
But
No,
like, sometimes like we have to take the route that even if we know there's a 90% chance we're gonna like have to, and it's easy for me to say this, I'm not the one making all this shit, I just fuck with audio,
no,
but
I
like,
know what you mean.
uh sometimes we have to take the 3 weeks because what if it turns out right and we're like, whoa, this is actually way better, this is da da da. And I think something like player like usability or like accessibility is never really gonna be, I think there's a limit, but I think the more accessibility the better, right? Like, if you have modes for people that are colorblind so they can see shit, like, someone might be like, that's stupid because like it takes time, da 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 da.
Oh no,
But
yeah,
I think the more accessibility you get, more players along, and I
yeah.
think there is a point where you're, yeah, like, ultimate accessibility is you're not even touching the thumbstick, the game's just playing for you, and you get a perfect score every round.
So
But we're obviously going to stay as far away from holding people's hands, but allowing people to still have a good time. Like, I want my wife to pick this up and enjoy it. You know what I mean?
yeah,
She doesn't really play games.
so
But
question for you here. So with let's look Skater XL session, for example, right? I'm not sure which one has it, but one of them has like a legacy input mode which allows you to play the game the same way as Skate. I would always look at all those games and say none of them even though the controls in Session and Skater XL are more complicated, none of them reinvented the wheel like the way Skate did. because in the end of the day, they all just still went and put things back to the way skate were. Like, you still had the option to just play skate, right? So skate, however, completely went away. There was no option in skate to ollie or kickflip in the way in which people had done in Tony Hawk, right? It physically wasn't a thing, right? It didn't exist. And to this day now, we still talk about that system as like, wow, right? But in none of the skate games did they ever let you possibly go back to the way it was. And at the time, I it was very much like, this is hard, this doesn't make, like, do you mean? Obviously there's fundamental principles that behind the work, so, the flicking of the board, yada yada. But then at the time, it was like, this changed everything, and it was its own way. And you never had the option to do squares, to jump, to ollie. You never had the option to play it in a way other than the flick way, right? And the lack of option forced you to play the game a certain way. Then by being forced to play that game that certain way, like, people then got it, right? So like your wife, for example, or my girlfriend, God's girlfriend, whoever, when they play the game, right, and they play, it's like, I can't do this, I want to play the other way. And they play the other game, it's like, okay, that's cool. And then another game comes out and it's the same way, it's like, okay, that's cool. Your wife's never going to think, oh, that game, man, that one game that I played, that I couldn't get the first, but damn, it was completely different. Because to incentivize people to want to reinvent the wheel themselves, I think is super difficult, because that's still the reason why people play Skater XL with skate controls. Do you know what I mean? Because it's easier, right? And I think I have quite a cynical, like, perspective of humans in general, but we don't have that drive to want to innovate us for ourselves, right? People are going to play, 90% of people are going to play this game and just want to play what's easiest for them and what they know, right? And so my fear is that 90% of people will pick up this game, be like, this is hard, I want to play the other way, right? Go to the other way and never look back again. And then you look 5 years later and most of your player base didn't even adopt this new style of play. And you're like, shit. And you're like, 10% did, it's like, that's cool. But then when people talk about it 20 years from now, that game won't be the one that, they changed. Yeah, no. Oh, they didn't. It'll be talked as if like, Skater had this cool way of controlling. It's like, cool. But then when we talk about reinventing skateboarding controls, the first thing people don't talk about session. They don't talk about skating XL. They don't talk about the fact you can control your left board, right board. They talk about skate and the flick system. That's what, when you think of how the skating is done, why is it that one is actually significantly more complex and the other one is actually far more simple for input wise, but we say one reinvented the wheel and the other one just made it more like a sim? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you mean, and it's.
But one gave us
I
no
think it
option.
goes back, it kind of goes to what Guns and I were talking about when you were grabbing your food. Is there needs to be intention still. Players need to have the intentionality of what this is. And granted, if we're being realistic, this isn't really going to be a game that probably isn't going to be competing with Call of Duty for players. Like, this is going to be a pretty niche game coming off the shelves. You know what I mean?
But that's I think that's the thing, we want it to.
And that's what's good about it. Yeah, that's what's good is people are going to be coming in knowing this is a parkour game, and especially because obviously the store guys are going to be able to come out and kind of lay which they already have, the intention, which is we want something that's like real. It's almost a parkour simulator, right? And with that being said, yeah, I agree. Like, I think that we don't want it to be. It shouldn't be playable by like my niece who's like 8 necessarily. Like, you know what I mean? Like, she could do, obviously, like, some of the stuff is very basic and easy. Like, it's easy to go run and do a cat pass if you just have to flick your stick up. There's going to be things that are easy to do. But as it gets more difficult, yeah, you have to be a better player. You have to understand. You have to work at this thing. It's like actual parkour. You got to get your timing down. You have to get your whatever. I agree. I think that is how you do make it something that's different.
Because then I also think that the players that are playing now, right, are probably going to become the top 5% of the players that play the game later on, right? Because you're buying it now because you love parkour, not necessarily because you love gaming, right? So they're the ones that are going to care most about like being able to do the one chilling in a spot and just rolling and doing the individual stuff. And so like there's a pattern that I'm not seeing in that we're trying to cater to them that hasn't appeared once. That's why I'm like, it's like there's like, so it's almost like, what can you learn from what we've done so far, right? Because we're like, we want to learn from the backers. It's like 100%, but it's like we're almost ignoring, because it's the absence of information, of data, is actually still data. Like the fact that this isn't something that the people that care about parkour are facing, doesn't that tell us something? That this thing that we're trying to make for them isn't necessarily something that they actually want or need. Now it could be, like, don't get me wrong, but then I'm wondering, it's like, if I'm yet to, because if someone said like, I wish I could control the camera while I input a volt, then I'm like, yeah, I 100%, let's do it, let's have a way. But like, one thing that I'm seeing that people is actually like, they feel like they lack control. That's actually the behavior that I've noticed, at least. I don't know, Guns, if you feel different, but it's because people feel like,
have we like put a survey out or anything like that?
Well, we're going to do a questionnaire,
and then maybe
Morning.
morning, and then maybe like Guns was saying, giving people or that wasn't Guns, sorry, that was the other person that jumped on
Henry.
earlier. If we give people the option and then ask them to play both and see what they like, will inherently also, people might not know what they don't know, even though they're avid fans and they're the backers now. They might go, yeah, this is cool, but they're saying, oh, I'm lacking control, but maybe they don't understand actually what that means. They're just saying it's not working how I like because X. Like, I don't know why.
But so with that as well, it's like, so with the absence of control, I actually see their point and agree. So the data we got so far from back is like, a lot of feedback is responsiveness, lack of control, like the falling, the landing, that kind of thing. So we're like, okay, if players want to feel like they're more in control of what the character's doing and what's happening, right? So that is a problem that we've noticed, right? So I'm wondering if a solution to a problem we haven't is that, because my fear is that a solution to a problem we haven't noticed, it was actually going to be a negative for a problem we have. And it's doing the inverse of what we're actually, like the point of the data. It's like, instead of saying like, this is something we're noticing you guys are saying to us, we're going to do the opposite in essence, right? It's like, in hopes of something else, but they're telling us something else, right? So like, and again, very much, I'm very devil's advocacy in this whole, discussion, because again, I think I have a very cynical view of players, because I think they've scarred me.
Fair.
Like they just, you mean like, you think they're gonna do something, they're not. Like they're gonna do the exact opposite of what you're hoping for. So if you're hoping that they'll like be like, oh, you know what, yeah, this is good, I can play it, and then when I learn, I'm going to transition. It's like, they're not going to do that. They're going to learn and then just do that. Humans are lazy, right? Fundamentally, we'll do whatever's easiest. That's my biggest fear, is that least resistance. So like, my biggest fear is making it easy, and then that's what we make it. Because like, if there's an easy route, it's like, if you look at most players that play Elden Ring, right? Like, Elden Ring is naturally hard, right? It just is hard. If you gave it an easy mode and the rewards were the same as the hard mode, I would do it on easy mode. Do you know what I mean? So I always wonder, because it's like with the amount of people that play, I'm curious to see the data on this, I'm curious, but like people that play a single player game on hard as opposed to people that would play a single player game on the maximum difficulty, right? And after they play it on easy, do they go back and play it on difficult? Probably not, unless the game was like, had so much about it that was like, oh my god, the difficult.
Yeah, like a Skyrim or something.
Do you mean that was like endless and humongous, right? But like, once you completed, you spend 20 hours completing something on easy. 90% of players aren't going back and playing, oh, now I want to do it on ultra hard. It's like, no one gives a fuck about it. It's like, oh, I've done it. Next game. Jim is like, oh, next.
That also within itself is kind of I don't think that that's a clear comparison to what this project is, because
Mm.
this isn't just a single player kind of story driven game that
No,
like
100%.
once you get like I just played the new uh Harry Potter game, whatever the
Mm.
Hogwarts. I beat
Hogwarts
it. It was
Legacy. Yeah.
amazing. I'm not even a Harry Potter fan. I thought the game was great, but now I know all the information. I don't need to go play it again. I beat it all. Like I like did 100% of the game. Like I don't
Mm.
need to touch anything else because I did it all. But this game is like, I mean, I'm still picking up whenever I go visit my brother because he owns it. Freaking Tony Hawk 2
Yeah.
on like PS2, and we're still playing and having a good time.
So.
So like, I think that the difference is this game has replayability inherently built in because
Mhm.
it's not like you're necessarily trying to you're just trying to do routes for fun and have a good session and see what you can do. That I think that probably a lot of players that play for longer than 6 months are inherently going to try to be doing bigger and bigger stuff,
So
and that's just going to
my
be the way it is.
so I 100% agree. Like the games are fundamentally different, and I think that's actually a
Yeah.
key element of it. Is that because they're fundamentally different, is it a case that like difficulty scales with you as you play? So like I always think of like if the whole game fundamentally has infinite replayability, right? And it's never this whole thing of like you start and then you finish and you've done it all and it's the end, right? And that's the whole game. It's this thing that it's continual. You keep playing. You don't restart and up the difficulty, go back to the beginning, right? I worry that if difficulty isn't this thing that is gained over time, that it's almost like riding a bike, right? You get better and better and better, and then you never lose it, right? So if difficulty is this binary thing that you can make it easier or harder quite easily, right? Doesn't that kill the whole aspect of like I could keep playing this game, get better and better and better and better over time, rather than just being like menu make it easier, play. Do you see? Because then it's like the player, because the act of changing the difficulty and stepping it up is you're thinking the player will be like, okay, now I know how to do it like this, step it up. But they're exactly how you said. I've played Harry Potter now, put it away, right? It's like if the difficulty doesn't scale with me as I keep playing the game, and it's like 1 week I'm crap, next week I'm better, then in a month I'm sick, right? I'm so good at this game now. I've got everything dialed down to a T. Like my friends just started and was like, "Oh mate, you're not gonna get it right now, but in like a week, you'll start to pick it up." Like, but always like, "Oh yeah, you mean if you change this around, you can play just like me," and it's like, oh, that is completely gone. It's like there's no ramp in difficulty if how my game plays and looks is the same way as someone who's played it for a year compared to someone who's played it for a day. And you want them to pick up the game in a day and be like, this is sick, this is so cool, but then also be like, in a year's time the game looks fundamentally different because you've played it for a year, and will help keep players coming back to it, like keep coming back and playing, keep coming back and playing, because a year from now it's in essence a different game. But then like you said, like we were talking about like accessibility and being able to customize your experience. I see the benefits of that 100%.
Yeah, definitely to an extent, for sure. Like, and I think I am really dialing in what you're saying. Like, you essentially don't want me to just be able to hop on the game. I put in settings and I just click A, and I did like something crazy that took you 6 months to learn how to do the proper uh controls. That might be a 5 or 6 type of button control combo or something, and I can just click A, and now I do the same thing, which I agree with. I do think that there's like I think that the starting place for this game is very accessible already. The fact that we can be doing cat passes, thieves, things like that with just a little flick of a one
This is
button
what I
and a
mean,
little
right?
flick, it's already accessible. People are already coming in going like, "Whoa, that's cool. That's that." But I think I agree with you there. I think really the biggest accessibility thing that I've been talking about, or maybe, and I wasn't here for the beginning of the conversation, so I don't know, and I haven't been here for the last year, so I don't know what you guys have been talking about for the whole
No.
time. But it's more like what I'm talking about is if I want my camera to move, if I want to be inverted, if I want to click a button where I enter parkour mode and it stays there, or I want to click a button and release it. I mean, you can do that in Call of Duty, right? For your sights, you can have it be where you click it, or you have to hold it for your sights to come up.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, that's a thing that just is different. Like personally, me, because of maybe my out of like my actual military experience, I prefer to have it to be where when I let go, that shit drops. I don't want to click it and hold it up and have my sights up all the whole time. Like, I don't know if that is because of that or just that's who I am as a player. But I think I should have the right to not have to stick to those types of things. I think the actual like gameplay and the actual parkouring should be how we set it. If that
This
makes
see
sense.
that's what I'm, because the one thing is like I don't ever want to put difficulty on as an option, right? Like what Kratofa said, like it's how you play, like how you play and your ability is the difficulty scale, right? As opposed to what settings you choose is yeah, like there is never a difficulty is ramped because I chose this, vice versa thing. It's like there is no intrinsic difficulty, right? Because we're not going to have like hard mode, easy mode. Do you mean it's a case of difficulties gained over time, right? And accessibility doesn't impact the difficulty, right? It impacts your personal preference in terms of how this is going to ramp, right? But it still needs to ramp. Do you see what I mean? So like in the if something happens where, because my thing, I'm all for accessibility as long as it is accessibility in a way that doesn't impact gameplay, where it's actually going to change the experience in general of like, or like the like playing experience for people and could impact difficulty, right? Like, because then it's like the second two people play difficulty, you have to find a way to mitigate that also, right? It's like if you play differently, one person might play better than the other just because of settings, right? How do we mitigate that? Then it's a whole other level of. It's like I always think like if something can be changed, it can be changed and not impact how easy or how hard the game is to a level beyond just like for me, I get it more, or me, I can do this thing now. But like fundamentally, the game isn't just easier now. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and it might be easier for you as a person, which is
Mm.
okay. Uh, like skating, right? Like you might like your trucks looser than I do. That might
Mm.
make it a little easier for you to do a kick. I don't really skate, so I don't know.
Yeah,
But
true.
let's say
Actually, yeah.
for you, that makes it easier for you to do a kickflip. But you still had to learn how to do the kickflip, and maybe it's easier for you to do a kickflip. But with my tighter trucks, it's easier for me to do something else. And
Mm.
that's just our personal preference, but we're still both learning how to skate, and that takes natural inherent skill and time
Mm.
to develop. And this game is going to take time and skill to develop, even with whatever type of setting. Like, just to bring it back to what we were talking about at the start of this, a camera being stuck when I decide to versus I have movement. Some people are probably going to like the movement, some people won't, and being able to pick between those two things, yeah, I might be able to do a line easier now that my camera's stuck. Um, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to be like really good at the game all of a sudden. Like
So,
I'm just going to know what's going on. I still have to learn it,
mm.
and
Yeah.
you know, and so I think like some things like that, I agree. We shouldn't have a necessarily like you're in easy mode, you click one button, you're doing all the tricks, and those things are now amplified, like your points are worth more or whatever,
Mm.
um, because you're in an easier mode. I think the game is set up in a way that it, like I said before, we're trying to develop essentially a parkour simulator, which means it's difficult. Like Flight Simulator is hard. I think that there's things that you have with that accessibility where maybe I don't have to worry about uh I don't know, freaking headwinds that go above this miles per hour or something so it doesn't do crazy stuff, or birds in the air, and maybe at the most advanced setting you have those little extra stipulations, but the flying of the plane is still the same level of difficulty across the board.
Mm.
like it's hard no matter what. Like it's a simulator,
Yeah.
and I
So
think
for
that
this,
yeah.
sorry. So sorry.
No,
bro.
no, no, that was it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I was gonna ask you. So for this scenario specifically, right? Because obviously we're talking, we generalized it massively to like the entire thing, right? So for this, and I think but it's important to have this because again, I'm also aware that perhaps maybe I see the benefits of something so much so that I could be blinded to the benefits of something else, like 100%. So my question is, so with this camera change, right? With like so the problem of like having the what we wanted to do is keep the camera free or like in motion at all times. Never allow it to come away from being like stuck. Like never stick the camera, so to speak, right? So if I hold the right trigger, I put a massive damper on the camera, right? So the like principle of how Dado, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is for you as well. So so the camera like being free, right? So when
Oh, by the
if I
way,
say
we have the multipliers. Yay!
yeah, woo,
What was that?
awesome.
Oh, we got the mockup license back.
We record animation.
Not quite. We sent. They sent us the invoice to pay, but yeah, basically, yeah, we're gonna
Nice.
activate it.
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
I was saying.
No, I was saying. So in this scenario, like, we're in parkour mode. So you choose the option of lock camera in parkour mode or keep camera free in parkour mode. Yeah, you choose to keep it free, right? And camera is free. Now, say I want to vault, right? And I do it slowly. I want to scale and vary how my vault moves, right? If I do a slow vault, does that mean now the camera will move?
Yeah, it will slowly move. Yeah.
So that problem, right? Like, so I think we're minimizing as much of a problem that is, because I see that being a massive problem. Like, because I can see players being like, because us three now, just me, you, Guns, can all say that's annoying as hell, right? Now, I just as much because so now it solves a problem of like if that we're not even achieving yet, right? So like of like players wanting to be able to do like whatever they want to do with whatever thing, right? So that problem, because if we can say how we can solve that issue, I'm all for adding it as an option, right? But like I wonder if that will then impact the visual and gameplay experience for anyone that chooses that option. And it's like it's almost like you're choosing that option and then gaining a negative with it. And it's like you have to compromise with like, do I really need to?
If you don't like it, you don't choose it.
I was gonna say it might be a negative for. Yeah, it might be a negative for you, David, but it might be a positive for other people. That's all I've been saying this whole time.
No, for sure.
Maybe
so the camera's shifting, right? Every time you do an input, we think that people would actually like that.
Potentially. I mean, it just depends on your play style.
But then I can see people liking the fact they can control the camera.
Because it gives me a very nice feedback. Like when you do like a vote that is you are like you're doing a side step, a speed step on the left hand side. Like your body will not still will not stay completely straight, because actually we see that from the mockup, right? The mockup data when the guys do a speed step and they are like freaking the best in the world. So like even then they are like they rotate the body a little bit. They're not like there is that like that organicity about that movement that is not on a complete rail that makes it a lot real. So I really actually like the fact that that your camera is shifting, not massively of course, but enough to give you a precise feedback, and a nice feedback of your movement. Oh yeah, look, I turn on the left, or I turn right.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I personally like it, but I'm pretty sure other people, they're gonna hate it for sure. But I
So, but then
think
with those people,
it's
right?
not gonna be an overall negative.
But so my fear then is that okay, people the majority of people that say I want to control my camera with, I want in parkour. So these are people that I want to do some complex stuff, right? So we're now looking at techie players, right? So I want, or just players in general, whoever. I want to control my camera whilst I'm in parkour mode, right? We say you have that option to do so. Bear in mind the camera is going to shift now. The camera is going to move on any input now. The percentage of people that will then hate that, right? Like that would then be like, I feel we'll get the exact, we'll give it to them, and then all the people that don't like it, right? And in this case, obviously, again, we're talking subsets, right? This is a tiny representation, but 3 out of 4 of us are like, just in general, that act of it is annoying, right? So then we give it to them.
Who is the fourth one?
Brandon.
Oh, you didn't
Yeah,
like it?
I will say I haven't played it with a controller, so I don't know. I've only played it on the PC, and it is kind of weird on the
Okay.
PC.
Mouse and keyboard are
but-
instantaneously disqualified from the conversation.
No, but
Yeah,
it's still valid,
will
though.
say-
You mean?
But I'll say personally, I tend to not like. I don't mind clicking between and having it locked because it almost like. The way I think of it is when it locks in, is I'm locked into about to do this move. I'm locked into my edge. I'm focusing on that edge. Like it's almost like I'm personally like I'm really the person doing it. You know what I mean? Like if I was about to do a cat pass, I'm looking at that edge. I'm not paying attention to what I'm planning to do after. I'm looking at where I'm going to have my hands and yeah. So for me, it kind of triggers that instinct, but I also don't think that just because maybe 3 out of the 4 people on the development team believe that all the players are going to believe that.
No, for sure. That's what I'm not saying that. Yeah. What I'm saying is that is still telling us something, though. Like, do you mean so something? So if we've queried 4 people, because I asked my girlfriend this too, and she said the same thing. She's like, "Why does it move?" Like because she struggled to actually position the camera in the first place, and then when the camera moved, she got annoyed because she had to reposition and struggled to do that. So it was almost like she kept saying, "She's like, fuck's sake, like I want a side on view." And then when she did a move, it moved from being side on, and she was like, "Why is it not like?" And then she spent time moving it back, and she was like, "I can't do all of them. I can't speed step, move the camera back, do another thing, move the camera back. It doesn't work." So she just left. She's like, "I'm not playing anymore." I was like, "Fairs." So my issue is that okay, we then give the people that want more fluidity that issue, and then bring about a problem that I think a lot of people will also like. Even if it's 50% of people, right, will think this is really annoying. Like this moving of the camera thing actually makes it more difficult for me to play. Then that option now, then for them, they don't gain anything. They gain, I can move the camera now, but it's just as bad because I can't move the camera now. So I go back to being unhappy because the camera. Do you see what I mean? Like, no, like, and I know it's the case that we won't please everyone, but like, it's just like there. I'm like. If half the people want to play and then like they're like, no, this is annoying as hell, and then we move the camera and it's like, this is annoying as hell still. It's like, then they're like, I'm not happy at all. And it's one way we're like, oh, like if we're saying, I'll learn to love it, right? Or like there's a reason why we do it, right? There's a reason why it's done this way, as opposed to like, if I move the camera, it's annoying, and then I flick up and it keeps moving. Is there a way we can solve that problem? Because this is what is more so a question: is there a way of solving that issue of the camera will move?
I think we can solve the problem, but with some smart filtering. But like, even if 100% of people absolutely hate it, minus me, it's there is nothing wrong with that. It's like people simply won't use it, right? But it's not like that we're gonna affect their game experience forever. Like they tried, like I tried, like I went to Wagamama and I ordered something new last week. I didn't like it, but yeah, I just go back to eating my chicken katsu. So I think like given an option of especially at this stage. I think it's different. Actually, that is a very important thing, right? At this stage, we need to do a lot of A/B testing, even though like you may think it's totally pointless. Like people are not gonna like it because from my experience, right, guessing what people would like is extremely complex. Like it's nearly impossible. So we got these 3,000 people. Just let's like we and you know what? They're gonna love it. They're gonna like, oh look, guys, we got this version just for you. Just it's this A/B, like
Yeah.
option one, option like we do a questionnaire. What do you want? And then we got all the feedbacks in the world, and yeah, I mean it's.
No, yeah, I know. I agree. Actually, to be fair, thinking it
And
right
off
now, I
of
probably
kind of what
yeah.
you were saying, David, like how your girlfriend positioned the camera and then tried to do it, but then it moved. How many people have you seen that are trying to position the camera and then do a run? Because in a lot of the clips that I've seen, it's the person doing a run and that camera's following behind them. And like Dotto said before, we're planning on and eventually gonna have like a replay mode where you can make your tape where you can get all the angles you want. So like during gameplay, I don't know how important it is for I don't care about seeing the profile of me doing tat pat. I want to see it from behind because I'm running a line.
Yeah, true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that with that in mind, having the like I don't know how many people during gameplay are going to try to be making their quote unquote mixtape. I think that if you have a replay option that you can just real quick move the camera where you want and you can look at this line, it will also make it feel a bit more because sometimes you're going to want the camera to be like way over there so that you can see the whole line, like, and that's something you can't do right now. So I think that
I might
maybe
also.
that particular thing is maybe a bit niche of a problem.
I think I agree with you guys. To be fair, actually, I agree with what Henry said as well. We got to test more and use the backers.
Yeah.
I actually do agree with that.
It's science.
I do
really.
think
That's what
no,
this
yeah.
is. It's a big science
I do
project.
think maybe we were a bit like I was a bit like that. My I think partially as well is cause, so having done the social stuff, which I think has actually impacted how I view the stuff in terms of like people don't get it, like that people they'll comment and whatever like that. So like one thing I'm also aware is that like how does the game visually look, and there's a cleanliness with a more static camera too, like for a visual, right? Like if you watch like the way the camera moves, right? It's like if I know how it's like so like you said, Dado, it's like for you playing, it's like it's nice when that thing jerks to the left, right? But watching it on a screen, the jerk to the left of the camera disrupts the visual flow of everything. Like because again, it's like because you don't get that same feeling of like, oh, like how do I put it? It's like when you like land and it like pulls in a bit, right? The way that looks on from like looking on a screen as opposed to a slight shift right when I'm going straight and it shifts right. People watching don't get that same feeling of like the momentum and shift in motion of the body, right? So like a cat pass, for example, when you watch it, you don't feel the upward tilt of motion. Like when you're doing it, because you're flicking up, right? You feel that upward flick. So you're like, oh, that makes sense, right? I'm responding, I'm going up. Watching it, it just looks like you guys going forward and over something. So that upward flick doesn't register in the same way. So like I'm looking at it from perspective, like if I watch people playing this game, my first question is like, why does that camera keep moving up? And how does that correspond to, because if you're playing it, I get how some people might like it, just how you like it. But if you're watching it, that looks weird. Like it looks more staggered. Because then I look at how other gameplay looks, and I'm like, one looks really like tight and clean, and the other one looks like janky, and like the camera is constantly shifting slightly throughout, and that those random little nudges left and right impact the visuals quite significantly to the point where it's like, why is it moving? Why, like watching the gameplay and like selling the game, why is it moving? Do you know what I mean? So I guess my fear is coming from like people playing and showing the game. They don't understand the feel of the game. How does the game look to them? And to them, why is the camera, every time he vaults, why does my camera adjust? I don't get the momentum of it. I don't know what the input is. I don't know why in real life that you actually are launching upwards or you're launching to the side. Like, I just look at the move and look at what's happening visually, and I see slight jerky movements left and right, or like slides left and right. Then I'm like, visually, this doesn't look appealing to me, as opposed to someone that plays and it's like super smooth and like, oh, sculpted. But then I know now that people with the jerky movement, like you said, they're more likely going to be the higher end players. Therefore, the higher end players are those more likely for people to watch. Then in turn, people will watch and be like, what the fuck? Yada yada. Do you mean? So my worry is also from a visual, like, and I think we have to do it. Like, we actually will do it the way you're saying. I agree 100%. I worry, is there a way we can solve that problem of not making it look so sharp, harsh, whilst not destroying the control? It's more so a question like actually like to do it, as opposed to like, should we do it?
I think with some good filtering, for example, when I play and when I do the cut passes or any other vault, I don't see the camera moving, because it's still, because they are fast and they're still in the range of the like low pass filter, so I don't even see it. So I don't think we will have any glitchiness or junkiness, because if you're too slow, then yeah, you're gonna it means that you want to go slow anyway. If you're going fast, the low pass filtering will kill it. So yeah, I can imagine like any occasion.
See there now. I don't know what guns. Is it you're playing, aren't you?
Yeah, because we were talking about. I was seeing if I could see the camera move, and I can personally.
Because my issue is the movement of the camera takes away from the movement of what you're like. I look at the world, so as the camera turns, things in the world turn, and that immediately draws my attention away from the character. So I'm looking at Josh now. It turns, my eyes dart straight to the wall, like instantaneously. I look at the wall around because I'm like, the fucking wall is moving. Do you mean like the shift in the environment is because everything around you moves? And including Josh, like everything turns. My eyes go away from Josh, and my eyes almost follow the camera and look up. So if it moves to the left, my eyes look left to something else in the environment. So like as I watch you play now,
fuck's sake, I was trying to turn around then.
Yeah. So as I watch you play
don't
now,
see any camera movement there. Who is playing there?
I am.
Okay.
That speed step over the wall. That was me trying to turn the camera around.
Yeah, but there, I didn't see any movement.
as well, I saw two. I saw one to flick down, and then you just intrinsically adjusted your camera guns because it was lower, right?
Yeah, I correct it straight away. But
That's what I'm saying.
I am seeing it. Fuck.
So like, I can see you flick in a direction, and I can see you immediately autocorrect. So I see like two movements, bang bang. Like when I'm hoping to just see like a.
Those autocorrects are making me do a vault afterwards as well.
So that's my worry about control, right? So this is again, it comes into like in tight spaces, those autocorrects of the camera, which you will make, because again, you're trying to curate where you're looking at, what I'm focusing on, yada yada. Those autocorrects you're making result in inputs. This is what I'm saying.
No, because the okay, yeah, if you're using that mode, yeah, those yeah, but like if you are autocorrecting like that, you don't use this mode. Like for example, I played differently, and I don't have that. But if you play this way, yeah, it's clear that you don't want to use this mode.
Or even potentially having an adjustment of the sensitivity, how much it moves when because you might like the feedback, right? Like that's what you're talking about, Dada, right? Like you like the visual feedback saying that you're about to do a move or this move's happening. You might be able to adjust it so it's just the slightest little movement, so it's not really messing up your line. Because yeah, for me watching this, it's like oh my gosh, I couldn't imagine doing a line because the camera's moving back and forth. Like it's a little bit much for my eyes. But if you're someone that likes that, you could have it toned down to where it's not ruining your straight line run. You know.
So here Guns as well. So the first thing I noticed when Guns playing is his climbing looks infinitely smoother than his vaulting. Just straight off the bat. I mean, obviously the just because of like concept of it, but whatever. But like when he climbs in sequence, it looks clean. When he vaults in sequence, I'm seeing a lot of like, there's something about it that looks dirty. Like the actual like there seems to be a lot of noise, from both a camera perspective and like you said, then also playing. So like a lot of the times it's not what you want. So in a bid to give more control, you lose control because sometimes you might vault when you don't want to. Do you like so here? Then it's like then don't use that mode. It's like yeah, but like the whole reason I wanted to use the mode was was for that reason, and then it's like now okay. By the way, all people using this mode, you get less control over what you do. But then like the people that use the mode aren't they're the people that wanted more control. No, like I want more control of my camera, but now I lose control of. I might sometimes vault when I don't want to. Like that sacrifice seems quite a harsh sacrifice, no?
No, but I think like for example, again, I never vault when I don't want to because I don't adjust the camera by flicking it. I adjust the camera by just rotating it. So again, like if you fall into that category, don't use it for sure.
But don't you think
But
the people that
I'm not the only one.
so you know the case that we're talking about is like if you need to turn the camera while you're doing like a 180 thing, you're not gonna rotate the camera slowly. You're gonna make quick adjustments because the move is quick.
But I'm not gonna back to the dead zone. I'm just gonna go 180. I'm just gonna quickly turn it on the right or on the left, but I'm not gonna do a flick. I never do a flick. Like I've been playing video games for 50 years. I never did a flick to turn my camera around. I don't know why you guys doing it, but I don't know. To me, like I never ever did it.
How can you play without? So your thumb is always moving the stick.
Yeah, always. Because I like to adjust it like carefully. I like to have like movement. I just like my
So
thumb to just
when does your thumb return to the dead zone though?
Sorry?
When does your thumb return to the dead zone?
Almost never, but like it returns the dead zone not immediately after it's been on the edge, for sure.
See, looking at the ergonomics of that, I actually think that is extremely difficult to do. Like I'm thinking of constantly having to beat my hand on a stick. That is actually quite an intense way of playing.
But your finger is always on the stick.
No, but like I'm not like I rest on it. Like I'm resting on the stick, not give.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is when I say return to dead zone, it means I'm not providing an input in any direction. My finger isn't pushing it.
Sure. Yeah.
So
I'm like that most of the times, but I never return to dead zone via flick. I always return to dead zone by gently anyway. I never do flick to move my camera. It doesn't feel very natural to me.
So when you're playing, you pull and then slowly bring it back.
Well, yeah, you have a lot of I bring it back quite fast because like there is a 0.15 millisecond that you need to do it. I mean, you need to flick it really fast for that to activate the vault. And I understand that you do it, but I just do a normal speed and a normal speed, it's okay.
I wonder
Because
if it's a generational thing. Because I don't know.
That's what I
anybody
think.
plays
I don't know a single human that plays like that. That's because that sounds so weird to me. Like even when I watch, like you know when you watch, like because I couldn't even conceptualize playing like that. Like that sounds so foreign. Like it's actually crazy. Because I'm trying to think how. I need to watch you play.
Fake player, and I always I always move the mouse that way because there is a certain rhythm that you use when you play one of those first person. That is very. It's like it's almost like a dance. It's never like flick, 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 flick. It's like, yeah, it's just basically almost like playing a music game. So
All
Yeah.
right, I went and grabbed my controller because I gotta do.
I
gotta
can't.
do this
I'm
now.
trying to think because I'm trying to visualize how you play, and it just seems so wrong. I'm trying to think a bit like because I'm like if you're telling me that your camera movements don't feel like how you do the vaults because I'm curious as to how you haven't accidentally vaulted yet. That's the thing that confuses because even like just when I'm turning the camera. I just vote like, and I can't avoid it. Like it's happened so many times. So I'm wondering how
how
Is that-
how do you turn the camera that fast? No, but that is what I was saying. Like that is surely a bug, because I cannot see how you turn the camera in 15 milliseconds like that accurately. There must be a bug in there.
Yeah, but I flick the camera the same way I'd flick a Volt. I don't, unless I'm doing a really big motion, like I'm doing a 180, then I'll
Yeah.
hold it. But when I'm
Okay,
moving around,
okay,
I
like,
do micro
okay, stay there. Okay, just
hang on.
flick the camera there. Yeah, I mean, like, you know that movement, right, is way slower than 0.15 seconds. There's no way that you need to do that by just flicking. You can do that easily by just moving the camera.
Right, hang on.
What?
Let me just. That wasn't even a cat pass input, but okay. I don't think that 15 milliseconds is as small as you think it is.
I don't think it is. Yeah,
There's
there's something going on.
I think there is a bug because I cannot see. Like you turn the camera super slow. There's no way that like I understand, like if you flick the camera, right, we need to work out on the sensitivity of the of the camera, right? How your rate of rotation for sure. But sorry, can you do that? Can you do that again?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Trying to make it onto the rail.
Okay, just flick the camera. It's really like no way that is like 0.3 seconds minimum. There is no way that it needs to be a fast movement for sure. And I think that is exactly the issue, right? You are like, because our camera system is not calibrated correctly, like in order to do a very slow movement, you need to do a fast flick. But the fix for that is we need to fix the camera. Because that is way too slow. Like that is the slowest camera movement that I've ever seen in my life, right?
But the thing is, regardless of that, like immediately in the first few minutes of picking up this control scheme, I immediately had problems with it, and I've consistently had problems with it since.
Yeah, because it's broken. Yeah, for sure. But if it wasn't broken,
but it also intuitively, I don't think it works, because like when I get if I land a little short on the wall and I get stuck
that's
in the
fine. But we said if it doesn't work for you, you don't use it. But there is a difference between like a system being broken for everyone and you don't like it, so you don't use it.
Can I ask you a question? Though? If I wanted to do a 180, for example, into a cat pass whilst also turning the camera, how could I possibly input that all at the same time? How is that? How could I possibly separate those inputs? Like I want to input a 180. So if I play the way you play, right, and I'm always on the stick, and I want to do the 180. So say the 180s, we jump, you jump to a wall and then pull back and jump again. and then I want to turn the camera, right, and then I want to do a cat pass, all while holding the right trigger. So how does that, like, how does that work for me? Because in terms of like how do I?
Yeah.
So if we because I'm saying here, like, as I'm turning the camera, and then because if I'm turning the camera to then be like then register input, it'd be like turn, flick down, but then and then flick up. So say it's like if I'm playing now and I do jump to the wall, jump back, and then I want to do a cat pass. So it's jump, flick up, right? For example, to turn the camera there, right? But you're saying I want to stay in parkour mode, right? Like, I want to like stay in parkour mode the whole time. So jump, and then I'm holding the right trigger, and I push left. What's it stopping it not picking up a speed step? Because I have to return to dead zone before I go back to do the cat pass, right? So why at one point, like, no matter what the filter is, what's it stopping me not doing a speed step and instead doing a cat pass?
You like if you do that movement, you will always do the speed step, right?
So I can't turn. So I can't do a 180, turn the camera, and then do a cat pass then.
Okay, what is the input there? Like,
so what I'm saying is, so if we say 180s, all right, you jump to a wall and then you pull back on left stick and jump back, right? And then so that's to trigger the one. So jump with forward and then pull back and jump. So then before you reach the wall, that will trigger the 180. This is just as a hypothetical, right? And then for the 180 at least. Then I'm saying, okay, let's say that my right trigger is held at this point, right? I want to turn the camera around and then input a cat pass, right? So my input would be hold left on the stick, right? Release, flick up, right?
or the left.
Yeah, hold like so. If I want to turn the camera around, or left or right, like if I want to turn the camera around, basically when I want to turn the camera around while in parkour mode, what's stopping me from doing a speed step at the wrong time?
Well, nothing. But the speed step comes with the camera turning, right? Slightly.
Whoa.
But what if I want to turn it what if I want to turn it more? I then have to release.
Then you're not in parkour mode. Right? It's the same way that you are in and out parkour mode in your preferred way. You just flick in and out parkour mode.
So to do the complex move, I need to go in and out anyway, right?
Well, depends. Like if you wanna turn and not make the move, yes.
So if I want to turn and not do the move that the base,
you need to go out, right? Yeah.
So do you see how this sounds infinitely more complex than just being like you're either doing the camera or you're not? This is because like
you're doing it all the time in the other mode, and it's not complex. It's like you think that it comes natural. So why on the other mode is natural and on this is not natural?
Because at least I know I'm controlling the camera or I'm not controlling the camera. There's no between the two. I'm either vaulting or I'm controlling the camera. I can't be doing both at the same time. That's just naturally less confusing because there's no way to frame it beyond that. One way is like you're either controlling the camera or you're not. There's no like you are, but it's on a damper and it's sort of slower. But I'm saying let's say we'll try, but like let's say we implement it so that you can always control the camera. Like it's an option you selected. You're always controlling the camera, right? But now I want to do this complex move, right? Of I want to jump or do something, and then I want to turn the camera, but then input a different input. But the act of me turning the camera will always input the wrong thing. So I want to turn the camera right and then cat pass, right? But in turning the camera right, I speed step.
Yeah.
That's not even like a preference thing. That's just
your input is exactly the same as in the other mode.
but my issue is that, so if to then do that
Because I
move,
don't
right?
think that the like anyone that plays in this mode, I don't think they are gonna reason it like, oh yeah, I'm locking the camera, I'm not looking at it. Like it needs to feel natural the way they play. If it feels more natural for you to lock and unlock the camera, it may be that it feels natural for you to go in and out parkour mode because the sequence is exactly the same.
But I'm thinking like fundamentally, like they're now unable to do something. This is what I'm saying. It's like,
No,
so
no,
then
no,
if we
yeah, but that is the big difference. No, they are able to do everything
by
in both
playing in
modes.
the exact so
Yeah,
by playing in the exact same way as the previous mode, right? But isn't the whole point that I chose not to play in that way? It's like we're saying don't play the same way as before, but now you have to play the same way as before. But then like so when do I actually care about?
the complexity of the play is the same. The way you play is different, but the number of key press is exactly the same. It's just that you change the logic of those key presses.
So okay, so because I'm trying to actually see why if that's the case, why a player would ever choose option B, right? Like I'm wondering. So so option B is a case of the camera is always moving, right? Like
Yeah.
so when, well, what's the so the issue is when would they ever want to move the camera while in parkour mode, but not do it, but then do a different, like I can't like what's the like what is the use case? So what is it that we're trying to solve? The actual use case for it. It's when you want to.
The one of the key difficulties that I see now when I see my friends playing is that as we have it now, parkour mode is seen more like the shift key on the keyboard, in which like you press it exactly when you are making the moves, right? And only when you're making the move. So I always see people that like they are trying to press the right trigger and to flick it exactly at the same time, which like very rarely is successful for those
But
unskilled.
so isn't the
unskilled
solution
players.
making that? So because we were talking about it earlier, it's like we actually agree. Like if you press and flick at the same time, it should register an input. That should be a roll. Like if you press release, like if you hold and flick and then release them at the same time, right? That should register a volt. That's a correct, because I think right now that's what's bro. Is that's actually a wrong. The fact that it doesn't pick up a volt there is wrong. Like it should register a volt. If you like, because that release should also count as your dead zone.
Yeah,
Like
no,
if
but that works, right?
but that's the problem you're saying they're having. They're pressing, flicking up and releasing it and releasing it.
Yeah, but
But
like
it's
but they do it all wrong because release like they release it way early than they finish. So you're out of parkour mode, so your input is not registered.
But what I'm saying, like, so this is what we were saying earlier. It's like it's not necessarily you're out of parkour mode. It's just that the residual thing needs to allow for time to them to register the input. So triggering that parkour mode needs to allow for them to register an input, post it. So if you hold it, flick up, it will register and return to dead zone. It will register your input. If I hold, flick, and release at the same time, it will register my input. If I try and do it at the exact same time, like I press and flick, it will register my input. Because I think now it's like while I hold it, I have to flick and bring back to Z zone while it's being held in order for it to register, which is wrong. It needs to be like I can hold it to signal it, begin my flick, and then if I begin in a flick whilst it's signaling, I can release at any time to then actually like be like I can release at any time to say do the vote. Like you've signaled that you want to opt in, you've begun a flick, for example, and then you can still do a vote.
Yeah. that is a very good fix indeed. Yes,
Yeah,
but
that's
so,
I
but
think the key thing. I'm talking about camera now, right? So
yeah,
what's the use
but
case for this camera mode?
no, yeah. One sec. But I think that is quite dangerous because I think that will confuse the player, thinking that the only way to, because they 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 will they will just tap like most of the time, and because we fixed it will always work. Oh, tap 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 tap. That is not the way we want them to play, because I think that tap and flick is I mean, then why do you tap? Like,
No, it's not tap and flick.
for
It's
that,
it's a,
like
it's a hold
half
and
a
flick.
millisecond
What
that you can
what we're
move the
saying
camera.
is what we're saying is that the release is your trigger dead zone. So we assess, right, once you've, because this is where the feedback of showing that you're in parkour mode, showing that little flick tracker, right? The release,
Yeah, yeah,
if I'm at
but
the top of the
yeah,
thing and I release, that is
but
because if your friends are tapping and then flicking, they're not reading
yeah,
the input.
no,
They're
no,
not
no,
reading
no.
things.
But then you will have exactly the same problem that you mentioned. The camera will move because they will release. The 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 camera will start moving. So you have all of that horrible effect of the camera moving while you're doing a vault. So you are not. I mean, yeah, you are fixing one thing, but you're making it basically the same as the other camera, because
So
that, yeah,
so I
the
hold and
camera will be fixed for a very very short amount of time, the time that they tap.
so what I'm saying
Will,
is, so,
will,
so if I flick, if I hold the camera, right, because I'm wondering
mm,
if we even need the second mode, right? So this is what I'm saying, like with the trigger press gives you so much control that everything you're trying to solve with this problem you can achieve with just by playing right. So because this is what I'm saying, it's like I don't see how, like, where how you play it differently that would actually achieve what you're doing when you could just do the same thing the other way. So my thing is like is you hold
exactly,
you
yeah,
hold
yeah,
it
but that,
and
yeah,
flick and flick, right? So you hold and flick,
yeah,
right? If I release the right trigger, and so if I hold
yeah,
flick and bring it back and then release the right trigger, it says do a vault, right? If I hold and flick up,
yeah,
right, and that's the one I do, and then I when it's up, I release the right stick. If I'm keeping holding up, right, because this is that the exact damper that we have now. If I keep holding up, the camera is going to start to look up, which is correct, right? So if
mhm,
I flick, if I hold right trigger, hold on, let me get the gamepad view up. This
yeah. I
is
mean, you can do it right now, right? Yeah, because
yeah.
the
Let me get
the,
gamepad view.
the right the right trigger is still blocking the camera if you press it, right?
2 seconds. I'm gonna get gamepad. Let me just pop to it real quick. One sec. Because I think we might not even need two modes. One sec.
Oh, that's not how it feels. Mm. Bridge is actually quite hard to hit from here. This is an awkward angle to hit the bridge.
Rolling up the stairs is very dangerous, guys. You should read the TikTok comments.
Oh yeah, but what I'm doing right now isn't. This isn't
No, it's
dangerous
quite
at
funny
all.
that, like, you jump over a 20-story building and then it's okay. And then, oh, you're rolling down the stairs. It's dangerous. You can bang your head.
Ah, Strad. You could bang your head.
All right. Mine, it just something just changed and it's like bugging out whenever I hold down right trigger, just start jumping.
Yeah, so if you're on latest, right trigger, you don't need it for vaults anymore. That's just the jump button.
Okay. All right.
That's what
Because
we're talking about.
it was working when I first went in. Like it was working fine. Like it was fixing camera and I was faulting just fine. And then now whenever I hold it, he just starts jumping like repeatedly, like over and over.
Oh. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
weird. I blame Dado for that. Jumped in
Makes
his
sense.
apartment. Still hasn't fixed
Right.
the player state thing that keeps crashing fucking engine.
So Dado, can you see my screen?
Yeah.
So, so if I hold this trigger and I flick up, let me use a different.
Wait a sec. Are you exactly in the same space as Gans? Okay, yeah.
No,
Right,
no.
okay, yeah.
So if I hold the
Yeah,
right trigger
no, it's like-
and I'll
Yeah.
keep it clicked, so you see, and I flick up, right?
I've-
If
I've
I
lost it all now.
release this trigger, the camera will start moving up, right?
Lost my
Yeah.
room.
Which is correct, right? That's as in how I want it to behave. If I hold the right trigger and do this, right? The like and hold it right, yeah. And I want to move the camera. Why am I moving the camera? I'm doing an additional input. I wouldn't do that. I would just push right? So then now I say, okay, I want to flick up, and so responding to inputs, right? I want to be able to flick. So the issue that I'm guessing, are your friends going like this?
Yeah.
They're going like
Yeah.
this, right? But
Yeah.
that's
pretty much.
completely.
Or whether out of sync. Yeah.
So doing this, right, of that that's in what world is this hold? Like, how I'm a bit confused as to how people that work with video games can be like tap, like how? Like if I say hold, right, that instigates a this, right? I can imagine if they do this, like, and when it's up there, they release and do that.
I think it's because, right? Well, you need to do a vault because a normal jump is going slightly different, like slightly different behavior. Because a jump, you just jump anyway, right?
Yeah,
Like,
there's no
the vault-
movement of the stick, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. But so for the vault, right? I think parkour mode was a lot more effective. Is because you think that, okay, I'm entering this mode, I'm holding to enter this mode, and so I need to hold, otherwise I cannot vault. Like that,
Mhm.
like, okay, yeah, you just need to tap it slightly. I think that is 2 moves instead of 1, because
No,
once
I agree.
once,
Yeah.
once you hold it, you're not moving the thumb anymore, the index finger anymore, right? You hold it and you can hold it for how long, and it's all fine. But if you constantly have to do 2 inputs, it's very it's twice as difficult, right?
So no, so I agree because that has always been my thing with parkour mode. It makes sense of like now I want to do it, I can hold it and then do
You just
whatever I
hold
want
it,
to
right?
do.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is a lot of players, reason why they probably don't know is they don't have an idea that they're in parkour mode, right? So and then there's nothing telling them they're in it. So which is I think probably what your friends struggle most with. Now the second thing is if I do this, right? If I release ever so slight, like if I like that, right? This action here, like that of an input is too slow.
Yeah,
I'll do that,
is
right?
a completely valid fix. I think we should do it anyway. We should fix that for sure.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that flick up and then release, right? That I think will fix
Yeah.
a ton of
Yeah.
problems, right?
Yeah.
That's a
Yeah.
major fix. So that's a positive
Yeah.
one there. Now, so that I'm saying, so moving the camera while in this mode, right? You're saying that while I'm in this mode, if I do this, right, the camera should move. Why would I, if I want the camera to move, go through the trouble of holding this right trigger? Why would I not just, if I flick and do this input, then just do that? Why would I actually be doing a more difficult input than to move the camera? So like hidden, like there's less complexity because I know I'm just controlling the camera now, and I'm actually doing less. Like I don't need to do this to turn around, and I never lose have the problem of I'm gonna do an input when I don't want to, because I'm the advanced player is gonna not be able to play with this mode of moving the camera whilst holding parkour mode. They wouldn't be able to do it. But then for the casual player, I'm like, they're gonna do this, right? They're gonna play and let go. And if they're saying I'm in parkour mode, flick.
try to do a vault, because if you don't do a vault, then I think this doesn't apply to simple jumps, because the simple jump you always do it anyway, right?
So is it that your use case is that when I'm running, for example, forward, and say there's 10 walls in front of me, right, and I'm holding the right trigger, I want to be able to flick, turn the camera to the right, flick, turn the camera to the left, flick, and never have to let go of this?
No, I mean, that is your mode, right?
No, my mode. This is what I'm saying. My mode requires a separation, because your mode is saying that when I'm in parkour mode, I can move the camera, which means that so I'm moving, I hold this button, and I never have to let go of this button.
No, sorry, yeah, I got confused, yeah, for a second. Yeah, so what is my new mode? Now I'm confused. Yeah, my new mode is parkour. Okay, parkour mode, you just get. Oh yeah, for a second I thought it was the current way. Yeah, so okay, yeah, so you are right there, and and that in fact begs the question of why do you even have to press R2 for that millisecond? You just don't do it.
So
Wait,
for me right now, I'm playing without right where I don't have to press anything, and I'm a player that constantly likes to have my camera behind my character, so I like run by just pressing forward and looking right, and I've been doing a bunch of vaults that I do not want to do because I'm using the
this is what I'm saying. Yeah, that's why you.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. It's near and
Brandon,
so.
you were the chosen one.
This is what I'm like. I don't think.
I finally grabbed my controller, so I finally started playing it, and I'm doing like I tried to run up the stairs to get up the building,
And
and
you're
I just
just
kept
climbing.
like speed stepping off the building, and I had no idea what
Yeah.
I was like, what? And so I think that
It's impossible,
I
right? You
think
can't like.
I either have to stop running, adjust my camera where I want, and then it's like a stationary camera that I run through the little set, almost like Resident Evil, like the old ones, or I risk vaulting when I don't want to. So I think it is necessary to you have to use the button to trigger vaults at least.
Yeah. So that with my new and improved idea, that won't happen again, because you press R the red trigger, and yeah, you only default if you press the R trigger. I think the only difference in but I think there must be, like, you must convey the message that you need to, like, when you want to do a vault, well, when you want to do parkour, you just need to, like, press the parkour button. I think that is important to avoid the double tap madness.
No, yeah, that is. That's what we've been saying the whole time. Like, that was my point. Is that like, if to do parkour, you need to hold the button, right? Or like, because and then we'll have the thing pop up, and you'll see the thing to register your flicks. So then when you have that hold and you see your flick being registered and it says, I predict a cut pass, right? Then you'll know that it's been registered, right? And then you can release the stick, right? And then the thumbstick will go back to camera, and you'll control the camera how you want. Like, and then you're not doing the parkour mode, you're not doing vaults, whatever. What I'm saying, what is confusing, is if whilst I'm saying I want to do parkour, I'm also moving the camera. That's what's confusing, because the way you explained it right now, which is what we're saying, makes complete perfect sense. The second we introduce, whilst I'm holding the stick and the thing is tracking my inputs, I'm also inputting to turn the camera. That's what is confusing to me.
I think that will that will help down the line on more complex
The exact
scenarios
opposite, though.
that we cannot see now.
But I think it's the complex. So this is what I'm saying. The issue is because this is what I was so confused about. Is that we were trying to solve a problem for more complex scenarios, but then we just realized that the problem, that the solution makes it impossible to do more complex scenarios. Because then I was like saying, like, how? What if I want to turn around? So this is what I'm saying. Like, if a more complex scenario, for example, is if I want to turn the camera and then like I want to do a 180, so I input 180, right, and then I want to turn the camera and then do a cat pass, but because the input of turning the camera can represent another volt, right? The problem is then it's like I'm not able to do those more complex scenarios, which the whole reason why we had the mode was to try and meant you could do, like, it does the exact opposite of what we're trying to do with it. That's why I'm confused. That's why this whole time I was just being confused about it, because I don't see where it's used, and then in being used, how does it make it? Because then it's like we said that, oh, if you want to do that, you need to use it the other way. So I'm like, well, but the only reason we're doing it this way was for that scenario, but it doesn't work there. That's what I just can't. I'm not wrapping my head around it.
Why both you and Gansa keep jumping like crazy?
I'm not jumping. This is just guns.
This is what I understand then. I thought, why every jumping like guns? I thought, okay.
Every time you said that, like, do a vault instead of a jump, I'm like, is he talking to me? I'm not demoing anything.
Okay. So
I'm wasting
what
time
is your
having
screen,
people.
David? Then
My screen is this is my screen. I'm sharing Guns' screen. I'm using the gamepad viewer.
Right. Okay.
Okay, let me do this. Let me do this.
I was trying to connect your gamepad with Guns input. I was so confused about what about, like, doesn't even match the input.
What is he on about?
Okay, yeah, can you do?
Okay, so if I come in here,
okay,
let me do.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I think like, yeah, I think we have. I think we minimized the discussion into this like single key point, right? Which is you think that the ability to turn the camera while in parkour mode, it won't give you anything, because to do complex stuff, you need to go in and out parkour mode.
So my thing is the ability to move the camera while in parkour mode. What does it give you? Like, what is the benefit? I can see a bunch of negatives, but I can't see one be like, yeah, someone will pick this. Like if someone could actually tell me a benefit where I was like, yeah, I get that, I'm like, fair enough. But like a benefit that is just a benefit to it, like someone that wants exactly this isn't going to get this without a ton of side effects, right? They're just going to get this benefit and this benefit alone from doing so, right? It's like if I want to press the buttons. So say, like, so even if it said it's button vaults, right? At least I could be like, the benefit is that it's easier to do, all right? There's a bunch of negatives from my perspective in a conceptual way, but from a gameplay way, there's no negatives whatsoever, right? Realistically, right? So that one is a bit more like, as an accepts the option, I'm like, fair enough. This one, it's like I can see a bunch of negatives surrounding gameplay-wise, the ability to do so, and what exactly is the benefit?
Yeah, so that is a valid point. I don't know yet. Well, both the negative and the positive, because I haven't tried yet. Like, one of the positive that I had is camera mode, in which you don't have to press anything. For me, the benefits of that, it was like the total ergonomicity of the inputs. They were a lot simpler to input, because you need to press one less button, and it's intrinsically simpler. Now I can see that you guys are flicking the camera like crazy, so you're both young, and I forgive you about that. But yeah, I mean,
what? We haven't done anything
I
wrong.
can see that. Now, for the new proposal, right? I'm not sure. I need to see because I never tried. So it may be that is a completely stupid idea. So I really don't know. One thing that I could think of, right, without trying it, is that the way I play, I will still feel comfortable in turning around while in parkour mode because I don't do
But
the crazy
I
tricks.
think you're actually not even the way you play. You're not gonna because this is the issue. Is like we're trying to get them to turn in parkour mode, but you don't. The way you play, you don't want to be in
I
parkour
don't
mode.
turn.
You don't turn. So I'm so confused. It's like the actual scenario is like
Okay.
the player
let me
that, yeah.
okay. Let me share my screen and let's see
Okay.
how I play because
Yeah,
maybe
I want to
I'm
see how you
confused.
play. Yeah, I'm so confused. I think to be fair, it opened up a actually like I think Henry was actually right. It opened up the better discussion of accessibility and how we like you said A/B testing, right, in general, and how we
Mm.
test different things. I think it for me because I was probably too stubborn on the fact it's like nah, we can't, we have a reason why, because it's this thing that we're looking from a very conceptual perspective, right? And sometimes maybe we just need to present different conceptual options. And just I think Jasmina said it too, so we need to actually test what we have, is to test our possibilities, right? So I think conceptually it was very worth it. I'm now just curious about this specific, like, I think we've gained that and everyone agrees there. So I'm curious now about this actual case now, the camera.
Yeah, so I spent the last, I don't know how long I've not been talking, but that amount of time playing, and yeah, it's pretty jarring to have that camera moving around. I'll tell you, like,
That's what I'm saying.
like,
It's
like
so
if
annoying. It's
especially because like I don't know the perfect time to hit stuff yet, right? So I might be doing like 3 flicks real quick to try to make sure I'm hitting this cat pass. Like I'm going like 1, 2, 3, just to make sure I'm hitting it because I might miss the time a little bit. And now my camera's like down, like I'm like looking down, and now I have to try to correct it. Or if I'm hitting speed step, I'm turning that camera 90 degrees when I don't want to. Yeah, it's definitely rough and jarring to have it. I could understand maybe if it was a lot slower, like a lot subtler of a movement, but even still, I don't necessarily want that.
so first thing here, Dada, you're playing now, right?
I think so.
First...
You cannot jump in on this sport 20 times as me.
So
Yeah, so like look, I do the cat pass. You can't even see the camera move, right?
How you're a wizard? How do you do it?
how quickly are you flicking that?
Just do a flick, right?
Can you share your
No,
controller
we've got to stop using the word flick because we have different definitions of the word.
of what a flick is?
Yeah, but no, but
You gotta watch
actually,
me play.
actually, that is a very
Hello?
very important point. That is the crucial point that like different people have got different notion of flicks,
Hello?
and this is why some people cannot do the vaults because they freaking cannot flick. Right? Anyway, let me. What is the website thing?
You're not still holding the right trigger, are you? And locking the camera. Just out of muscle.
No, that is cheating. Yeah, I would never do that.
No, I don't know. It's
Never.
cut off. You right?
No. I wasn't like accusing you of it. I just meant
No.
out pure muscle memory because you've done it for so long.
Yeah, no. Okay, what is the gamepad website?
Joypad tester, I think.
Eh?
Joystick tester or gamepad tester, something like that.
Gamepad viewer. Gamepad viewer.
Gamepad viewer. Oh. There is one with tester in the name. Pad test. Fucking knew it. See, I'm not crazy. Even though I've just been jumping into Ragdoll for the last maybe an hour, because whilst you guys were talking ages ago, I got stuck on a math thing. Cartesian to polar wasn't working. Sent Dad a message and he was like, "Oh yeah, I'll help you in 10 minutes." That was like 2 hours ago.
Well, yeah, but then I will say try.
Yeah.
It's David's fault.
My
So now I procrastinate.
Okay, right. What? How do I put it on? Okay, I'm just gonna. Okay, one second. Okay. Alright. Can you see this?
This is impossible. Yeah, we can see it.
Well, that won't work because. Okay.
I'm gonna hit this lamppost for some reason.
Alright. Ready?
No.
Yo.
If I see
Already
that
your
gold,
your
I'm gonna
your
load back.
camera is already annoying me. Like
You play so low. This didn't even move.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
no, you don't play like a normal player. That flick is like
No.
that's the world's
Hey,
fastest flick.
When you flick, it doesn't go all the way to the top. You drop it like halfway.
No. I do the like.
What
I
controller are
just
you
do it.
using?
I simply flick it. You know, like when you flick a marble or something like that.
No, the speed of your
No,
flick
wait,
is
I didn't play
no
with
one.
I do like. Show me your flick because it's possible that you do like. Boom. Like,
I can see why why you have this perspective now because
so,
you play like you're like a serial killer.
like, okay, but look how I move the camera when I know what. Like I don't do like.
No,
flip,
you're
flip,
you.
flip. Why would I do this?
I've never seen anyone play like you. I've never seen.
You should
Look,
probably
it-
You
watch
know
my
what?
screen.
Change
'Cause
this.
Yeah. Yeah, Brandon, do you want to share your screen? Because Dado
Yeah,
moves the camera as if he's in a movie. Like it's always like
Very
rotating
different.
slowly. Like I love how we're all just straight.
All right, can you see it?
Yeah.
1 second.
Yeah, you play you just from that 3 seconds. You play like me. Yeah, like that. That's what I mean already.
Yeah, like a normal human being.
Like a normal human being.
This little
Okay.
pass here, and I'll show you because I don't know
Yeah,
the
yeah,
timing
yeah.
right. So I'm going like trying to make sure I'm hitting all these right.
Your
Yeah.
your camera's a mess.
Finish
I bet it's not. You're
I'm
not even
like-
wanting to do half this stuff, are you?
No, it's yeah. I mean, it's like kind of confusing for my body, and I'm like, why is this camera going all crazy on me?
Hang on,
Like-
put it down.
So like, see, like I don't know the timing right. So did you see how I actually hit it like a couple times to make sure I got it? Like,
Oh, we
Yeah,
can't
you're-
see
you're
my
s-
screen first.
oh,
But
I'm
I
like,
can see the camera go do.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
like-
we're seeing it in the game, but not
yeah,
like,
yeah, but that's what I mean. Like in the game, like it's like to do anything that I want. And then when I was running up the stairs, especially for no button mode, I was doing all these freaking speed passes up the stairs, throwing myself down, and it drove me nuts. But yeah, it's so hard because I want to run around like this. I don't want to go dupe like that.
Yeah.
I didn't want to do that. You know what I mean? I want to follow my character. I don't want to leave it and run this upstairs. I want to actually follow my character around.
I
Yeah,
think
it's-
Dado as well. Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
bro. As I say, I think Dado, the speed at which you flick, that is not a normal flick. Like to me, I like, I've never played a game where you flick something that quickly. Like if you're flicking that fast, right? I mean, you have a serious thumb.
I mean, this is the speed I flick at.
Let me see.
1 second. Who are you?
You're
Where
good.
are you?
Another feature.
Are you still jumping in the
No,
roofs?
no, I'm actually like doing vaults.
Okay.
And yours is pretty smooth, to be honest, compared to mine. Mine was like, I was going straight down every time
Yeah,
I
but
flicked.
to be fair, I'm used to the timing, so I only do it once.
Yeah.
Because if I was to do it 3 times, it moves a lot more.
Well, let's say your general camera movement now.
Your
You-
flick are so slow, guys. I mean, the new generation is slow.
We didn't have
But-
marbles to train with.
This is what I mean. Dado's just in his room, like flicking the stick, like 10 sets of 20 flicks.
Can you wait, Dado? Okay, question. Can you reverse vault with the current system? Because I can't.
Yeah, me
I
neither.
can't do it fast
Well,
enough.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah.
How? How? I physically
But you
cannot do
need
the reverse
uh,
vault. I tried to do a speed step and it does a reverse vault. That's the I get a
No,
reverse
but-
vault randomly. When I'm just turning the camera, it
Yeah.
does a reverse vault.
I mean, you did it. You did it. Yes.
That's the first reverse fault I've heard since you changed the system.
No. Reverse vote, they have problems.
Right.
You need to be quick.
Okay,
No, I
Twice
mean
in a row now.
the speed at which
No.
you're doing it though, Guns, is ridiculous. Like that's
oh,
not.
I'm having to like. I'm like.
I can see you're like. Phoom, phoom.
What's weird as well is
Yeah.
with the old system, I could overshoot it and let go, and it was fine. With this one, I have to get it dead on horizontally.
Yeah.
And let go.
No, exactly. That is the single reason why I think we need parkour mode. Is because we need to get the moves slowly, for sure. So I think like that is the single reason why this will not work.
It's not
Yeah.
a single reason.
There's
more
many,
things.
but a core fundamental reason, right? Like this is my thing, right? Like so we've established that Dado flicks like a serial killer, okay? And
Yeah.
me, Guns, and Brandon are normal human beings, and we flick like normal people.
Wow.
So like if you flick another thing with this camera mode, I feel like we lose like that one of the cool things of flick speed. So if like you flick like Dado does and you're a serial killer, you should be able to do a quick like bang, right? And if you flick it slowly, you should be able to be like bang. You know what I mean? So we lose that in general, right? So
Yeah.
so we need parkour mode. Can we like can we put a nail in the
we
coffin?
need parkour mode for sure.
Okay, cool. Next order of business, I guess, is the camera, right, moving when you're in parkour mode. So if the camera, if we know already that we need to move the stick at different speeds and stuff, so we're saying now we need to be able to flick the stick at different speeds, move it however we want when we're in parkour mode. How can we possibly also move the camera at the same time? Is the option question like so this question? What if someone gave you an option to have the camera respond to flicks as opposed to the camera like it's not necessarily the camera is active, the camera is still locked, it's just on volts you get more visual feedback of like slides but then maybe it like flicks to the left and pulls you back to center or something like that. Is that what you're trying to, is that the high you're chasing, or is it you need to be able to keep holding? No. You know what I meant.
I missed. What was that?
Because we were talking about ayahuasca yesterday, and we're like, when we get the Sony deal, we're gonna do a group trip to ayahuasca, to Amazon. It sounds like a place, doesn't it? Let's go to ayahuasca, to the Amazon to try ayahuasca all together, and we'll bring a bunch of like all our PCs and see.
Oh, you're
would
not gonna
like-
want to be around a PC, dude. I don't know if you've ever done any psychedelics, but you definitely, or at least myself, I don't like technology at all. I'm like, get the fuck away from me.
The screen starts like the blue lights, RGB.
Yeah, it's weird. I just want to be around nature.
Yeah, that
We just
is
see
the whole
Brandon
point.
like in the park rolling around.
Dude.
These trees are so nice.
Yeah, no, okay, so what is the yeah? So what is
Back on track.
the final question?
The final question is this. Okay, back around to the final question that I have is this. So, moving the camera whilst in parkour mode, right?
Yeah.
If we want to still be able to do all the things with the vaults, right? How possibly, like, can we do that? Like, because if I want to still be able to flick the vaults at different speed, register my different inputs, do more complex stuff whilst I'm in parkour mode, but then I also want the camera to move.
Mhm.
But then, because then I'm like, because then it seems like all we're doing is the camera now. The actual change is just that when I'm in parkour mode, the camera moves as well. in response to my vaults, not when I'm in parkour mode. I want to move the camera because when you're in parkour mode, no one's gonna try to move the camera because of the fact that it's it will trigger other inputs, right? So it's in the case that you want the camera to move whilst I'm doing vaults.
Okay, yeah. So I know why that could be a good thing. It's because the way I see the parkour mode is a long-term relationship with parkour mode. Like, I don't want to use parkour mode as a shift key on the keyboard just to have a quick on and off. I mean, unless I'm doing a single vault, sure. Like, the
But it's
parkour
not
mode is
shift key though.
effectively
This is the thing. Like, I think you're equating it to a key that it just isn't, because it's like what's it called? I see parkour mode as the same as if I'm okay. Think of it like Call of Duty, right? It's like when you aim while you're shooting, right? So I'm shooting, and parkour mode is my shooting, right? I'm shooting the gun, right? And I can aim. I can change my aim. I can put aim down sights. I can come out of aim. I can free spray and then aim in. Same with a click, right?
Sure.
I want to hold and flick and do whatever.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, yeah. So, like, is the aim, aid into Call of Duty, right? So I see that, like, I see parkour mode as something that you want to use. Let's say for the next 10 seconds, I want to do a very sick line. Okay. Now, I cannot do a very sick line in parkour mode just by going straight.
Then don't hold it in for 10 seconds.
So I see what you mean. I know. I see what you mean. I see what you're saying, Dado.
But that is very important, because then
Yeah.
parkour mode is not a mode, is the aiming.
So
but,
I see what you mean. You're because it's a modifier, not a mode, right? Because I think you're taking the conceptual idea of a mode, and so I think with parkour mode, the reason we called it that is because we didn't have another name. So you're seeing it as like a state in which it enters, and now I'm in the thing, right? Which, like, logically is what it is, right? Conceptually, if you think of it that way, as a conceptual thing, as opposed to a logical thing in terms of like, oh, we switch your character from that. If you think of it as conceptually, like, I'm in parkour mode, it doesn't make any fucking sense because you're always in parkour mode conceptually, right? Like, I can see the lack of logic there. I think instead of like, it's hard to create that they understand that, like, I guess it's the conceptual and logical, like, separation, discontinuity there, right? People think it conceptually, because then they might almost want to be like, if it's like the sprint, right? You click or you tap, and then you're now in that mode, and then you do all the stuff in that mode, and you just have access to these extra stuff. Conceptually, though, parkour mode in this case is simply just a modifier to allow you to opt into and access the parkour moves, not necessarily put yourself in that mode. I think we need to get away from parkour mode and almost parkour modifier to like let you know that it's the starting. It's how to put it? It's in skating, right? The flick down is your skate mode, right? When you pull down, to access all the flip tricks, you can't just flip diagonally. It doesn't work. You have to flick down and then up, right? So pulling down on your board, you can in essence pull down and just stay crouched for 20 seconds if you really want to, right? You could do that for as long as you want. It doesn't really matter, right? Same as here, we can just hold right trigger and do whatever. But it's then the release up, right, that the pull down put you into that logical state of, I have access to all these other stuff. I think with the press, the hold, if we don't see it as your character's in that mode, but instead it's like it's modified your input to now register parkour moves, that makes more sense conceptually, right?
Yes. I like, that is something that I agree with. My point is that I see is about the frequency of that modifiers. I think if we present it as a modifier, like, I wanna have a very, very, like, strong what is the word? Mandate in a way that like when you enter parkour mode, you are really like it's a very important state because what I want to avoid is the tapping in and unless you're a very advanced player, fine, you can tap in and out at 20 million miles an hour, sure, because you're very advanced, right? But for the casual player, I want to okay, just press parkour mode and don't worry about anything. You just do your stuff and is always gonna work. You do the work because I want to avoid the thing that oh yeah, I'm flicking the thing and it doesn't work. It's because guy, you probably released the trigger way before you did the flick and all sort of random stuff, right? So my focus is like once you are in parkour mode, you are in parkour mode for the long run. Of course, like relatively to the game timing, but at least like for quite some time, so I want to have okay, just parkour now. You do the move, okay, just okay, go exit parkour. And I think, if you want to do it for like because conceptually, like even if it's not a mod, even if it's a modifier, but if I want to do any long parkour lines or even two moves, like chaining two moves, I don't want to go in and out just to move the camera. I just want to okay, parkour mode, I'm gonna do a cat pass and a dash hold.
See, I fundamentally disagree with how the concept of how you're saying the vault's done, because I think parkour is exact opposite. Because I think you're then prioritizing the sequence of moves over the individual move, which I actually think parkour is the exact opposite. Is that things are done one at a time, as opposed to trying to do things 10 times in a go. Because I think you're saying I want to opt in for these next 10 moves. You're almost saying I'm thinking about 10 moves, right? That opt-in for the next 10 moves immediately prioritizes the line over the move. And the problem with that is that's what those like the other games, that's why the other games don't have the same weight that this has right now. It's like with all this shitness and the bugs, right? There's something about it like you could just do a running jump and that feels it. Because when you feel like, this is what Brandon was saying, it's like when you're doing one jump, that jump itself is what you're focusing on. Like that's what you're prioritizing, right? So it's a conceptual thing to get away from, like figure out the line on what you want to do, but in the act of doing it, take it one at a time, right? As opposed to being like, I want to be doing parkour move for the next 10 moves. It's like, yeah, I'm going to do 10 moves. What is each move going to entail? Each move, I need to do a cat pass. Okay, what's that? I need to do a speed step. Okay, what's that? And then one by one, you link them together, as opposed to thinking the next 20 moves, I'm going to be in parkour mode, so I can just keep flicking. Because that's when the game becomes spammy, right? Like you're just holding and you're just bouncing around this thing, going like that.
Yeah. You just hold it once, right? Yeah. So it's the way that I say it, right? In order for the game not to be spammy, it's just do it once and then you do the parkour stuff, right? But I think like even if I disagree with that, right? So there is an important point that I just realized now, right? Parkour mode or parkour modifier or parkour overlord is the same button as a jump. So that is confusing to me.
So this is why I think it needs to be. This is where I'm like, we need to create that relationship between the jumping and this is why like it makes the most sense for me having the two triggers on a jump and a climb, right? Because conceptually vaults all stem from a jump. You know, if we look at any vault, the first thing he does there is jump, right? Or like a climb, whatever it does, it's a jump, right? So they all stem from the jump. So we have our jump on this input, right? And then we want to then do some kind of extension of it, right? Because like vaults, like we said, like 90% of game like is jumping, right? Parkour is just jumping, sticking, jumping, landing. So the vaults really, we're thinking them like this. I mean, we're thinking of them as this like super simple, straightforward thing, when in actually they are not the most basic form of input. They are an extension of the jump, right? The jump is the most basic thing. So the vaults can, oh my god, the vaults can extend from the jump. So if we don't say, let's not say it's, because you could do parkour by just jumping, right? So I do agree in the parkour modifier being wrong. I think it's like, how do we put it? The right trigger is
Yeah, but
your
you can
your
have a
jump
in mode,
in what?
which sounds weird.
Yeah, that's what this is what I'm saying. That I think that's the issue with it being as a mode, right? Because then it's like jumping is parkour, climbing is parkour, and these aren't all accessible from the parkour mode. But if you think
That's
of
the
it,
one thing I was gonna bring up is that like
Yeah.
even just like climbing up something's parkour. Why is that not
Yeah.
in parkour mode? You know,
So-
like why isn't that
Exactly,
included? Like,
yeah.
yeah. So it's more like vault mode.
or even like it's more like a jump modifier, right? So it's like I want to jump and I want to make my jump more advanced, right? Like it's so vaults are extensions of jumps as opposed to their own singular entity of like a cat pass is a jump that you then place your hands on the wall. Like and I think also like understanding the move you're doing. Like people don't know what cat pass is, right? But if I tell you jump and then put your hands on the wall and then bring your legs through, you'll be like, okay. And they're like, that's what a cat pass is. So it's like, oh, so I jump first, then I do something with my hands, then I do something else, right? That makes more sense. So it's parkour. It's not actually a parkour mode thing. It has nothing to do with parkour, is it? It's solely the jump modifier, right? So we have jump on the right trigger, which is our shoot, right? It's our main thing. Now, if you want to take the jump and do something with it, right? You now hold the jump to say, I want to jump, do some kind of jump, right? And then your flicks determine the more advanced, the next level of jumps, right? In terms of jump with my hands forward, jump with sides to the side, to left, speed step either direction, like flick down to do a dash vault. These are now extensions of the jump, right? And then if you then want to take it further, like, and then left trigger, it's like I have my most basic move, which is just a climb, like step up, climb up, run up, whatever it is. Then it's like if I want to take it further, I can use left trigger and down to climb down, left trigger and left to swing round a pole. You know what I mean? Like you take your base move that is parkour, which is jumping and climbing. Those are the two pillars of parkour.
Yeah.
And then you use these triggers along with the right thumbstick to then extend beyond. And then you can then look at how like, okay, I want to go into a cat pass, into a climb, or I want to climb and then cat pass. Left trigger, right trigger with then the flick. And if we see the triggers, this is what I was saying the other day, is like, if we see the triggers as our pillars of parkour, the jump and the climb, right? And then the flick as our, like, advanced, like, it's advanced, but it's the most simple form, as our, like, take it further, right? Beyond the jump and the climb, modify them. I think conceptually then it makes a lot of sense. And when you then explain to the people, like, what is parkour doing? We're like, oh, right trigger is the jump. If you then want to get like creative and do different types of jumps, hold the right trigger, which is the jump button, and then flick up. So it's like, oh, this is a jump with forward momentum. That's what a cat pass is. This is a jump with sideways momentum. That's what a speed step is. Or this is a jump where I swing my legs round and you swing the control. That's what a lazy vault is. And it just like, conceptually, if you don't even tell them what the moves are, but just show them what's happening and say like, oh, you jump and then swing your leg round. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you ask someone now that's never played parkour, what's the guy doing when he does a lazy vault? He'll say, oh, he jumps and swings his leg round. So it's like, okay, well, that's what the input is. Think of it jump. So, but instead of you don't release the input there. You hold the jump button and then you swing your leg round with that, and that was what is going to give you a lazy vault. It's like, oh, okay, I see how the two connect.
Yeah, but that is exactly as we have it now, and that is why that high frequency tapping, because we don't sell it as a mode anymore, but just like as a modifier. That is what is creating confusion in the thing, because like people are not very good at doing the tap and the flick at the same time. They will do it like asynchronously, and they would just, it would just not work. So I think that is why the parkour mode, or whatever new name that we want, is needed, and it really comes down to the frequency of it. But then at the same time, right, all we are doing here effectively is to lock the camera. So like parkour doesn't even make sense in this thing. All we're doing is you're doing some advanced move, just lock the camera. So why we don't just have camera lock button? Wouldn't that solve everything for?
But
Yeah,
so. Oh, so, but the thing is, right? That's what it is, right? So the right trigger, like you said, is a camera lock button. But if you present it as a camera lock button, so it's I think realistically we all agree at the fact of what it needs to be, right? We need to hold the right trigger. The input itself, that's not, it's how do we present it to the player, right? And what is the most intuitive way to present to the player to not only get them to understand the move, but also to then understand why they need to do things before they do it, right? I feel like presenting it as a camera lock, it's like, oh, what if I don't want to lock my camera, flick, right? So then, but if you present it as this is a jump modifier, right? So you hold this to be able to access more advanced jumps, right? Rather than saying, hold this so your camera doesn't move. It's like, oh.
Yeah, but we already do that and it's not working.
No, because they don't. Because that's what I'm saying. We don't do that. That we first of all, they don't like, we don't say parkour mode. So anyone that's played, they don't know that we're thinking of this, because all we say to them is hold right trigger and flick. So they think that the jump and the input of the vault is completely different. That's why we're saying let's introduce this jump modifier, right? And explain to them that basically everything we talked about, summarize it and explain to them that, you know, everything stems from the jump. So your jump is your basic, use your right trigger to jump, and you can hold it, release it at different things to power it, whatever. And then you can say, okay, if you want to get more complicated and do stuff like vaults and stuff, you hold your right trigger, and then you're to basically specify you want to do a type of jump, and then flick to select which type of jump. Like, if you present it that way and just name it appropriately, then that is the way to get around. And then the main thing that people struggle with now isn't that I'm inputting wrong. It's just like, I don't know that I'm inputting anything. That's the problem. Like, you're telling me to flick something, and I don't know at all if what I'm doing is right. It's different with a button.
Yeah. But that is the problem that we're gonna fix regardless of any, you know, input system that we're gonna use, right?
Yeah.
That is the problem we need to fix. I like, my worry, right, is that you can explain in how well you want, but it must be a hold. Like, we must explain that is like pretty much everyone, like, when I was teaching my kids to type on the keyboard, like the shift button always, like, and pretty much everyone, I always see this button. It's say hold the shift button and press A to do capital A, right? Everyone will just try to press A at the same time of pressing shift, and they will always miss it. And then you will always have to say 2-3 times. No, like, keep holding shift. Okay, you hold it, like, press A, release shift after 5 seconds, so you make sure that went through. But like, that sequence there, well, for us, it's completely natural. For new player, they will always stop. For like 1,000,000%. I'm like,
I'm not.
1,000,000% sure.
I disagree. I don't think they'll always tap. Actually, I disagree, because if I tell someone now, like, hold this button and then press something, because with my guy, we're playing It Takes Two, and it's like, hold this thing and do it. She'll just won't let go of the button. She'll hold it and then press it, and she'll keep. I'm like, you can let go now, and she'll be like, oh, okay. Like, the hold makes her think that she needs to hold it and press it, and she'll hold both. She'll press both. And then she'll let go of one, and she'll keep holding it because she's waiting for some kind of feedback to let her know she can stop. That is actually one of the most common.
Yeah.
So,
but you are very highly intelligent couple. But
well, I don't know about her. No, joking.
But I think that is because it is explained very well that, like, I need to, you know, like, in in a way they explain hold the eyes, keep it, like keep it, right? So, okay, yeah, I won't let go, otherwise it's gonna be dropped, right? Like we don't have that thing because our input, it doesn't feel like a holding, it just feel like a jump. If it's like, yeah, tap it's gonna jump. So how do we convey the fact that you're gonna keep it until it's finished, otherwise you're gonna drop it and it's gonna break, right?
Exactly how we said, right?
You,
Like
you explained perfectly there, yeah.
I think I almost feel like we're disagreeing to agree. Like it sounds like we're disagreeing, but I think we're actually both like agreeing. Like in the sense of like exactly what you said is exactly what we need. We need a way to tell them like, if you let go, it's not going to do it. Like, but basically, they need to know that they're in parkour mode. That's what it is, right? That's what I'm saying. So this that circular screen thing, right? And that thing on the screen as a visual representation of saying like, we're waiting. You know what I mean? We're testing stuff out. Like, you know what I mean? Like we're looking, we're assessing you right now. That of like, it's hey, we're listening. Like, you know when you sort of say like, oh, Alexa, and the blue ring pops up, you know what I mean? You say Alexa, and then you wait until the blue ring pops up before you speak, because it's feedback to say I'm listening.
Actually, you just don't know my Alexa.
I did. Alexa, shut down. It's the same thing, right? It's like when I see that blue ring pop up, then I'm like, okay, they're listening. I flick up, and if we have while we're flicking up, we actually, they say, we show you what the game is thinking. We're saying cat pass, and then if you release then the stick, it'll be like cat pass. Yeah, cat pass. Yeah, we got that. And then even if it doesn't happen instantaneously, right? It takes 1 or 2 steps. You at least know that the game picked up a cat pass, and then that's the key. That's the key. And for me, the best thing about that method is that if we want to convey controls to the player beyond any like press this button, press this button, hold this, do this, we just say hold the right trigger. When you see this thing, flick up, right? So if they don't see this thing, they're like, I'm not doing it. When they see this thing, they're gonna flick up. If this thing disappears, it's like it didn't pick up my move. Oh, I let go. Hold the thing, flick, and then they'll wait until the response of that thing shows them cat pass. And then only after a while will they need to stop looking at the thing, because they'll just know what the, you know what I mean? But that's like expected.
Yeah. So and I think, right, the first step in the tutorial should be, okay, to do any vote and blah blah, you need to go into, I don't know how we want to call it, but let's call it parkour mode, right? And then we say, try to hold right trigger to enter parkour mode. And like, actually, hold it for 5 seconds to, no, actually, that would be confusing. But anyway, like, the first thing is like, hold it, right? And then like, you need to hold it for at least a couple of seconds to go the visual representation on the screen. And they go, okay, now, hold it, and then do the cat pass, and then release it. But yeah, I think like the sequence needs to be super strict.
Well, I think the sequence as well, exactly that. But I think we can even be more verbose and be like, so we introduce them to everything. We don't even tell them about the stick, right? We don't know about the stick. The first person time you play, you don't know that you need to hold and flick. You're not going to do that, right? He doesn't realize. You're going to press tappy stuff, right? So it's not going to do anything. So you're playing, you say, this is how you move, if you care about that. This is how you climb. Right trigger is to jump. If you want to do more advanced type of jumping, like vaults, we say vaulting, right? Vaults are an advanced type of jumping, right? We actually present vaults as an extension of jumping. Be like, hey, there's this thing called vaulting, which is taking jumps to the next level, right? It's an advanced type where you can incorporate hands and you move your body in unique ways, yada, yada. But we say it's vaulting stems from jumping. Like you actually present the term. So then the first thing in the head is like, oh, vaulting is a thing from jumping. So am I going to have to jump first? Maybe I do thing. And he said, to do a vault, you need to be in vault mode or jump modifier or jump mode, right? So you say hold right trigger to enter jump mode, and you should see the input tracker in the center of your screen. And they'll be like, oh yeah, when I hold, it's there. When I let go, it goes away. Cool. Then it's like, while in jump mode, flick up and you should see the thing like follow this ink to do a cat pass, and they'll be like, okay, jump mode, flick up, it registers. I can see that it stays on there, goes back to center, and then it does the jump. Like that, if you can show, like, we can actually show the input on the stick, but they'll make the connection that, well, first of all, I need to see this thing, so I need to see the input circle, so I have to be holding. Second of all, my input now needs to follow this this flick thing. Like, I need to do it in a similar direction, similar speed, right? Then we can be like, to do a quicker cat pass, flick it quicker, and then it's a faster flick, and they'll be like, okay, practice, and slower, do it slower, and then it's a visual representation of all the stuff. Because like, if we said like flick slowly, it's like, what the fuck is slowly? You know what I mean? They have no clue if they can't see how slowly is, right? So it would never have worked without doing it this way anyway. It'd just be like, okay, flick quickly. They'll think they're flicking fast, but it just does the same volt.
Yeah. I think let's try to get that first the first like part of the tutorial. Like, it needs to be unmissable. That the holding stage, it needs to be totally unmissable.
But like, I think we need to go back to present. Sorry, Brenda.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, I think I actually very much so like the idea of kind of basing everything on jumping and climbing. Like, those are, if essentially holding the left trigger is also holding your climbing modifier and jumping modifier, and again, figuring out names or whatever. But I think that starting kind of from that is an easy way, because you can go like, right trigger's jump. When you hold it, you're in your jumping modifier. Vaults, flips, whatever, all stem from jump modifier, and it just depends how you. And I don't know if flips are. I'm just saying. But then it just depends how you move the stick after. Is kind of, I think, a good way to teach people that.
I agree. Like, it just makes, because that distinguish between the two, because then it's also like, for people that don't know how to play, if you had to, like, I feel like if I was to tell you, Brandon, right? Oh, if you want to jump and grab onto that wall, what would your two inputs be? You don't know. You just know that right trigger's to jump, left trigger's to climb and grab and hold stuff. What do you think your
Yeah, I would jump and then trigger to grab.
yeah, you just right trigger, left trigger.
Or I would assume that it would automatically grab, one of the two.
Yeah, so stuff like that, those are like accessibility modifiers I can get behind, right? Like, those kind of stuff of like auto grab, stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, fair enough, right? That is like control options. I could be like, okay, because maybe some people struggle with that kind of thing. Fair enough, but like, moving the thing away from our right trigger is like, well, no, that's the fundamental principle of the two being everyone. On the triggers. Hello.
I've joined the chat. I'm home now. Can talk. I've been listening for a little while though, but on the train, not being able to talk at all, it was hard. I think first off, it can never be called parkour mode. It is vault mode.
Yeah.
You're holding a button to do vaults. It's not, because parkour moves transcend vaults. It's not just vaults. So
so they're climbing as well, isn't it? And then it's like, well, how can I climb but I'm not in parkour mode, right? So.
Yeah, but it's vault mode. You're holding a key to do vaults. And I think, okay, so the reason you want to use the stick is for speed and velocity, and for an assumption that it would feel more realistic than other inputs, right? So you want what the core philosophy of using the stick is so that you can get velocity out of it, right?
Well, and direction,
like that's the reason.
Velocity, direction, power, all those.
But so power is just velocity. So it's like, but most people are going to do 0 to 1 pretty quickly for the most part. They're trying to flick. Brandon even said that he's trying to flick 3 times to hit the right timing. So he's going up and down 3 times before the wall. And it doesn't feel like he can even hit the right timing yet with those 3 times, So like your point of like, so the velocity in his inputs it's not gonna feel like anything. It's not gonna feel fast or slow because he's just hitting the same speed every single time, and he's doing it 3 times in a row. So like, you can still get this type of speed and like the timing of everything within the timing of the vault pressed before the wall. So if it's just one input, if it is a face button and you're running at the wall and you're close and you just tap it once, you're going to go over it quickly. If you're far away and you tap it, it's going to take a while for you to dive out and get to the wall and then pass through. And you could even like tap it and hold. If you held it, you would dive and then your hands would connect and then you'd actually go to the top of it instead of going over it. So it like solves all of the problems within one input. And you actually have a lot more of like, if you were tapping and holding, and once you connect, you released and then you passed through, then you've created the ability to have that velocity and the timing that you're holding down and releasing. And then you're still opening up the camera. So you have the camera back, you have all your vault buttons again, and you're able to do more instead of sacrificing an entire trigger just for the sake of using vaults on the stick. It's like in this testing that I've done, it doesn't work. I'm just telling you, everyone's struggling already to play it. Like I did it. I did exactly what you did with all of the inputs, and it was so hard to play. And as soon as I changed it back to the buttons, it felt like the game came alive again.
So with the camera one there, the act of moving your hand from the thumbstick to the face button is worse ergonomically than releasing a trigger.
But it's not that it's minuscule time. It's not enough. It's more necessary to be able to turn the camera than it is to have like a deeper connected vault system. Because if you can't even move the way you want in the direction you want, looking in the way you want, then what is the vault like? Then the vault direction doesn't even matter. Like you can still vault in any direction contextually based on how you approach the wall. Like that's what's also really important about this is the way you approach the wall in parkour is everything. It can change how the vault operates. It's going to change where you place your hands. It's going to change how you get your weight over the wall and what goes over first. And those are the little things that are going to allow for more fluidity than using a stick that is so ingrained in people's brains to be the camera, and then also sacrificing an entire index finger input for the sake of doing that. It's just not balanced enough, and it's not easy enough to play like that.
So question is, so how can you move the stick? How can you move the camera with the right stick whilst also inputting vaults on the face buttons?
You can't, but it separates it so you can hit a vault and then immediately jump back to your right stick. You're not holding an input to do it. So you're just tapping, you're getting your vault out of the way, and then you're able to manipulate again as the vault plays out.
So what is the difference between me moving my thumb to the face to input a button and then moving back to the thumbstick to then begin an input again, and me just releasing the right trigger? So say I want to for example, I want to do a cat pass and then look up, for example, right? I would need to, if we had vault mode, right? I would need to hold the trigger. I would be moving forward, my right thumb on the camera stick, right? I would need to hold the trigger, move to press triangle, move then, and then begin pushing up. As opposed to I could flick up, let go of the stick, and just keep pushing.
Okay, so in your system right now, you're holding the left stick forward to move forward. You're holding the right trigger down to activate vault mode, and then you're flicking in a direction on the right stick. So that's 3 inputs there. And then you're having to then let go of the trigger and then look up afterwards. So that's like 4 to 5 now. You've taken away, like you've released the trigger that's still like an input. So, and then you're still holding up, or have you already flicked up, let go of up, and now you've let go of trigger and now you're pushing up again? Versus you're just running forward the left stick, you tap a button, and then you look up on the stick. Like,
I think you're not. But the act of moving, but you need to remember the act of moving to another button. The one input is an input. Like because
I know, but I'm saying there's still less inputs than what you're saying.
But so the issue is like the reason with that was, again, we discuss that again. Like I'm just sort of devil's advocate, just trying to see what. I'm actually quite curious as to how the connection works. So like the act of moving to the face button is more cumbersome than release, right? Because
no, it's not. No, it's not at all. It's so
but
easy. Everyone does it in every single game.
No, but so it's like this. It's like, you know, in Call of Duty, right? When you're shooting and aiming at something, right?
And you
The
press
jump
reload. It's so quick. You just
No,
click
no, but
square and you're reloaded.
But you don't reload and move the camera at the same time, right? Like you press it, move back, and then turn the camera, right? But it's like let's look at the jump.
But no, you press it, and the animation plays out, and you're still moving. It's a moment where you have to release your camera control and do that.
No, but what I'm saying is like your camera isn't moving while you're pressing reload, right?
No, you press it once, and then the reload animation starts, and you go back to moving your camera.
That's what I'm saying, but you have to create a separation that those are two events. The act of I have to stop moving my camera.
Second.
No, but this is what I'm saying.
You're
Like,
saying you want to hold the button, and then it takes away your camera instead of just like a moment where you can just let go for a second. Like it's you. I think overall, conceptually, there is more to parkour than you understand right now, where we're going to run into problems where you're going to be in the air trying to vault down, and now you have to hold the same button that you just jumped with to then vault down with the right stick. Like, I'm looking at the whole bigger picture of what all the elements are going to come together and how they're going to flow, and we're still like stuck in the vaults and only just like the initiation of the vaults.
But I think you got to remember, like, this game isn't like parkour as it is in real life is not interesting enough to be a video game in its core.
What
because
do you
it
mean,
does,
dude? Why are you even on the project if you just said that?
You have to understand what I'm saying.
What?
In some, listen. So people will not play the game if it's just about doing 180s off walls, sticking and jumping. They need a reason to play the. No, but listen. Right. They need a reason to play the game, right? They need an objective, a narrative, something to follow, right? They will not play a game that is just because. They won't play the game if we're just saying the whole thing you need to jump through 360 jump. Like, they're gonna play this game because they want to climb around, jump between buildings, jump over this thing. That's why most people are gonna play the game. Like, Jasmina did a questionnaire on the STORROR store. It's like, do any of you actually do parkour? And I think like 60 to 70% of them said no. So like for the player base, it's even going to be a lot more. I would guess it's about 85% of people don't do parkour, right? So their perception of what parkour is purely jumping between buildings, climbing up big walls, jumping down things, vaulting things. That's what their perception of what parkour is, right? So what we're saying in terms of like inputs and how it feels, the first thing we need to understand is that we need to make a game that just plays easily, right? You can jump, you can climb, you can do all these other things. That is the primary. That's why we're focusing on it now, right? That is the base of the game has to be, how can we do all these things just in as a conceptual base, right? Like, it's not that we don't look at parkour as like all these amazing 180 like those are 100% parts of parkour, but there cannot be parts of parkour that make up the base fundamental of the game, because they will omit 80% of people that don't give, like Jasmina was saying, like, she doesn't do parkour, and I've asked my girlfriend, my family, all the people, they don't actually care about the idea of like, oh, you know, when you see this line, he's like, oh, look how creative he is. He's like, they don't give a fuck. And it's like, why? I'm also like, why don't you care? It's like, well, what does it mean to me, right? Like to them, it's like, what about that do I like? If you don't understand the creative element, like to most people, like they don't understand that. So to them, it's like, where's the fun? So for them, it's like, well, the fun comes, you could climb this really cool building, do a thing over it, climb down, do all these things. How can we make that base experience really immersive and fun to play? Do you see where I'm coming from in that sense? It's not that
totally
I obviously don't think parkour is boring to fuck. Otherwise,
all right. So, but I don't like what I don't understand is like how you like perceive the stick to be more realistic without actually doing parkour. Like, if you personally don't do parkour, how can you say that the stick is more realistic than a button input? Like, without knowing
because
I do parkour and I think it makes more sense.
So does Drew, and so does everyone in STORROR. It's not just this perception of the stick isn't just come from me, right? We've discussed this every almost for 2 years now. Drew is so involved in this, and there's something that all STORROR share, that all of them want it on a stick, and it has to be a reason, right? And I did a thesis on this, right? And I actually interviewed like 50 people about this exact thing, and I used testing
already, dude.
No, but
tested it too.
No, but let me say what I say. So when I interview people, they didn't know what parkour was, right? So I asked questions. One of the questions was like, I created 2 different input schemes. One was to do a vault with a button press, which is a the binary input of, and the other one was to flick it. And then the questions I asked after was like, I asked the questions about the kinetic and like the movement, momentum, direction of all this stuff that you don't get from binary inputs. So when I asked them like, if you were to say how is the movement done in real life, they had no clue if they'd used the binary scheme, as opposed to when they used the stick scheme, they thought, oh, do you jump forward? When I said the dash vault, they said, do you lean back, or like, do you jump back? Well, some said, do you jump backwards? And I'm like, this is technically wrong, but they're still gaining some kind of perception about momentum and, like you said, velocity.
Did you have everything else parkour up more than just vaults, though? Did you have more than just vaults in this experience?
No, it was jumping and vaults.
Okay, so then your thesis wasn't thorough enough to determine that the stick is the ideal scenario, the solution to a parkour game problem.
No, but what I'm saying is, for the base fundamental thing that 80% of players are going to use, right? The stick, for these people who don't know what parkour is, that frankly, they don't care what parkour is, right? We all care, otherwise, nobody will be honest.
So
They don't care what
why can't it
parkour is.
just be the buttons?
But you have to understand, we're not making it for, if we make a game for there's the difference between 100,000 people playing and 10 million people playing, right?
I know,
Like,
and my solution is the easiest one, and it solves the camera problem. Like, it's
But
the easiest solution for allowing more people to play the game because it's an easier control scheme to understand. Maybe conceptually it breaks it a bit, but like it makes it more fun. And isn't it about giving as many people the opportunity to have fun within the game? Like, isn't that what it's more about than like the simulation? You're like back and forth with the simulation, but it also should be like accessible. And this is the in between. You're rejecting it so hard because you think conceptually the stick makes more sense because Skate did it, so we should do it.
it really has nothing to do with that. There's positives about the skate format that we take like knowledge from, right? And ignoring it is it'd be useless against, right? Like, it's again like, what kind of game are you trying to make, right? Like, there's a level of realism that comes with the visuals of the game that also that has to be represented in how you play, right? The biggest critique we see on every like thing is that games that look amazing, but then if my input is too simplified, there's a disconnect there. That it's like,
where is anyone saying that?
This is why everyone says make a game like parkour. Assassin's Creed, the parkour looks
No,
amazing,
but that's the
but
problem. Hold on. That's the thing. That's not parkour. You can't compare that because that's one.
But we have
is
to
just the
understand
jumping.
that.
It's all automatic. That's where it's simplified because it's just the jumping. We're trying to give the player all of the parts of parkour so that they can do it manually. This is a manual parkour video game. So like,
100%,
those
yeah.
are different comparisons. So like the doing Assassin's Creed parkour is not what we're even going for here. I'm giving the
100%.
player the choice on every single button to do exactly what they want and not just let it be automatic. It's not automatic. It's making it simple but more fun. Is a fighting game? Do you have to use the right stick to swing a punch in a fighting game? You just input your buttons. Have you ever played Sifu? That game is so fucking fun and brutally hard, but it's all button combinations and the way you want to do it. And it's even an evolution of Absolver, which was their previous game, which used the stick. And they literally turned away from it because it was complicated and it changed. It's a different type of game. Like, we want to make an inclusive experience that you can sit down, you can vault, anyone can vault. That's it. Everyone can do parkour. That's the whole thing. All these people that are playing and watching and the people that don't do parkour, they want to do parkour. So you have to make it as easy as possible for them to play. And it just
100%, yeah.
simplifies and then it still opens it up. It doesn't make it this simulation where there has to be this because right now it's just like kind of like messy inputs. Even though there's no visual element, it's not affecting any velocity. It's not happening in real time. You're not pulling your arms back as you pull down and pushing up. That doesn't actually, you're not seeing those inputs one to one right now. So right
if
now
I
it just feels
ask,
like you're doing a weird input and then it's like this delayed into a preset animation anyway. So if it's already going to be a preset animation, it might as well just be a button.
so I'm because one thing as well is like, we're not developing for now. We're developing for the long term, right? So we can never think.
I'm at too.
But what I'm saying now is like, do you think that, say to cat pass, right? You press triangle Y, right? is
Sure.
in one game, right? So we say present 2 games to people, right? And we say this one game is you press triangle to cat pass. It's like cool. This other game, or you flick with the stick and you can vary your flick speed to do different kinds of speed cat passes, right? Now,
Okay, but you can also practice and vary your timing speeds of the button. You can press and hold for a different effect than if you pressed it fast. So
so
we have the
but
same exact thing.
but like presenting those 2 options to people, for yourself, which do you think sounds actually more interesting and more like a bit of a higher quality in terms of less arcade but more like, oh, this sounds really cool, the uniqueness, the feeling, the ergonomics, the haptics of everything. Do you think, which one would you say could actually push that further in a sense? That's I generally, like, out of
I'm thinking that like just just the vaulting alone is not enough to give you that experience of control.
no,
This
like,
is where you
100%.
your but so how are you gonna if you jump in the air and dive to your hands, how are you gonna do that in the air? So when you're gonna jump and then you're gonna hold the trigger in the air and then use the right stick forward so that you do a dive cat pass? Like
If I'm gonna,
you're having to add inputs that you're now doing in the air instead of just like X jump X again and you're diving again. Like it's in
to
I
do,
made the prototype, dude. I literally tested all of these ideas and it works in my version, and right now it doesn't work in your version. Like just like everyone's struggling, and we're literally arguing about how you can get the camera back, but we need the camera to begin with. Like you're sacrificing the whole camera and the button for the sake of sticking to this vault stick input. When it's like it's more than just vaults. That's what the problem is. It's not just vaulting that is parkour. We have to have the wall jumping. We have to have cat leaps. We have to have like power and velocity. And right now, it there's just
but
like
so
trying to
you say
figure
right
out
now,
how to
but
use
can
the
you
right
not
stick and
see?
not the camera.
Can you not see? But this is the depth process, right? Like now, no, but so it's sounds as if you cannot see this working at all. Like it may not
It's
now.
not. I tested it. I tested it, dude. I
Hold
tested
it.
it so many different ways, and it didn't feel good. It felt janky.
So you don't think there is a way that when later we can have grabs and jumps with triggers?
I think that I've mapped out the controller a bunch of different times, and like I still have extra inputs without having sacrifice for the camera. Like I can still do everything that I want in my game right now and then some, and I still have the camera.
But you can't see how, like, with this system we could do all the things you're saying, because if there's anything in particular that, so like what is it that you can't see happening? Because if I'm curious to,
I'm
like, to
saying
ask if
that
you
like
present like a
as soon as as soon as you take away the ability to turn the camera, it makes the game feel weird. It
but
takes away players' control immediately. Now you're saying no, it's no, you don't get to move the camera anymore. Now you're gonna vault. Like it's like this strict thing. When you're vaulting, you might have to turn. There's so many situations where it's too fast paced to take away the ability to look. Like it's just
I'm
like people literally like every single speed run of all time has so many different ways to move the camera so that it like is the most
hmm,
efficient way. Like
mhm.
moving the camera is so ingrained in video games. As soon as you take that away, this is not skate. This is not a snowboard game. You don't have to worry about turning. We are in parkour. We have to be able to go in every single direction and have maximum control. And just taking away the head practically, the ability to turn. If you have a fucking tight neck, it's so hard to do parkour because you can't look. Like it's just like you can't do it. And this is that little subtlety that like is a part of parkour that we need within this. You have to give the player the full control without taking away their control at some point. Because like you're now using one of your whole index inputs that could be so valuably used in other ways during this vault sequence that you it just gets too messy. Like it is simplified on the vault on the face buttons. It may not feel so realistic, but it makes it fun and easy to play for anyone. And they're gonna forget that the stick was even part of this because there are more parts of the controller that can be used that better represent parkour, like the triggers as the jumping, than the stick as the vaulting. Like
So
I'm just saying that I tested this thoroughly, and it's harder. Every single person that played it found that it was easier to press the buttons and more enjoyable and more playable as anyone could pick it up and play it.
yeah, I th- I think there's again, I think there's a slight fundamental difference in the games and what they're actually trying to achieve. Like, again, this is the first game in hopefully a very long and prosperous franchise, right? And a lot of people's true introduction into the sport of parkour is the way to introduce them in the deep end, right? Like,
Well, that's what the stick feels like. It feels like this hard thing to kind of grasp versus
because
just like a.
I think
Like,
the one of the
I'm just
biggest
saying,
issue. Sorry, I was saying one of the biggest issues I think is that the
Sorry,
we
go.
s- in terms of I think in terms of control, like I the you're saying that moving between the face and the right stick keeps the camera in control, but I think you're that act of moving to the face button, you lose control. Like how do I put it? It's like in Call of Duty, for example, when
But
you
you're not adding more input. You're using an entire input instead of just swapping. Like, it's the difference between a swap and just pressing a different button down at the same time. Those are harder things to
So
grasp in the brain.
so hold on.
I think
So that
let me. Can I? I've been listening for a bit. I think either way, e- regardless of which option you pick, at some point you're losing control of the camera, and that's okay. Like
But it's
we realize that
expected.
you can't lose it all the time.
You're
That's what I'm
expecting
saying. I
to
agree.
use it,
I
to not
agree.
use it, versus like holding a
I,
button down to then lose it.
and I think if that's part of the game, you understand it. Like if that's how you've played, but I think that might isn't necessarily the real topic of discussion is the loss of the camera movement because either way it's probably only a split second or a second. Like either way, if you're vaulting, you're probably not running from 50 feet away holding the vault button. You're gonna wait till you're a little closer. So I think more the topic of discussion is what do we prefer these moves to be used on, and if only vaults are being used on the uh stick and we can also do those on the buttons, it might just be a thing that is worth testing. And if you
but
said
they're
that
not
you
though. That's the thing. And then I think this is why it's not necessarily a vault modifier mode, right? Because I think again it's that this using the thumbstick actually gives you greater possibility than using binary inputs, because no matter how you do it, the number of mappings you can get from using a thumbstick is infinitely greater than using as binary inputs.
There's
So
only so many vaults that you can do.
but I'm not talking
There's-
about just vault stuff. I'm talking about anything you want to do in parkour, right? You have more opportunity to map.
We can only give them so many things to do.
No,
within the
but
vault.
one of
The
your
vault
the points was that we want to go ahead and do. There's so many things that we haven't thought about, but like using binary inputs immediately, you have two options to either layer them, so you increase complexity by adding more inputs, right? So
Sure,
I now
more
press two
buttons
buttons and then three buttons, right? So
Yeah.
increasing complexity that way will always like it actually does the inverse thing. It makes it more complicated because there's more inputs.
It's so easy to just tap a button 3 times
Hold on.
and know that you've.
So
it's guaranteed.
tapping a button 3 times as compared to flicking it in a different tempo is the difference between a AAA and an arcade game. Do you
But that's
see
so
like?
hard to. Like the players.
But if
gonna have more
if
trouble
we're not
learning
if what we're doing isn't hard, what's the fucking point? The jury like we have to be trying. The conceptually
You're
it's
trying to make a
difficult to
game,
do.
though. It's supposed to be fun
No,
to
but
play.
it will and it is because like why do AAA games sell 100 million, right? It's because there's something that breaches everyone that they want to feel alive. We're using the best like animations, graphics. This looks amazing, right? And then it plays like any arcade game we've ever played before.
But it won't, because there's more layers than just vaulting. That's what I'm saying.
This,
It's not just
but this
the
is
vaulting that's
so
gonna
then
bring this game
100%. There's more layers to vaulting. However, and we can accept that a thumbstick has access to more layers than binary inputs.
I'm saying
It does
that
though because
there's more layers than just vaulting. I'm saying that the
I
jumping and
agree,
the wall running
100%.
and the rest of the game.
there's so many
is
layers,
gonna-
so
it's
many
gonna be
layers.
conflicted when
No,
this input is gonna challenge everything that we do in the future with the way that the input works.
No, I think it will challenge everything that was done in the past, right? It was challenge all the ways arcade games, all the ways other games did parkour, all the ways it was done beforehand.
But they didn't
That's
do
what
parkour. It wasn't done beforehand.
But you have to understand the people, like, this is what I'm saying. The idea that there's so much more to do actually is a positive for using the thumbstick, because the thumbstick allows you to take all these complex moves and now introduce like the thumbstick allows room for them to be integrated in this, rather than just adding more buttons to press. So as my moves become more complex, say I want to add power, double up moves, do whatever. Say I want to do a move where it's a powerful initial vault, and then I do a small another one, and then I do another input. I now have to hold, release, tap, hold, release, tap, rather than a flick up, flick. Like the actual time, the number of inputs, the changes in what I'm doing in my inputs. Like a reverse vault could be 3 buttons where you move your hand 4 different times, right? So say you want to do a reverse vault, and we say the input for the
tap on the circle. It'd be literally 2 circles.
so a reverse vault or double tap on a circle, right? As opposed to flick left and rotate round, right? There's two levels to that, first of all, right? In terms of, like, you put one in either hands, and 2 players that get how to do both, I genuinely believe that, compared to, ask yourself this, which one would actually feel more like parkour? Question to you. Do you think double tapping circle feels like a reverse vault in real life, as opposed to you flick around in the direction in which you want to? So say I want to reverse vault to my right, I flick around right. I want to reverse vault to my left, I flick around left. You're telling me that a double tap of a singular input will feel more realistic, more immersive, and more fun than that flick, and it's less complex. My hands don't have to move. My hand is in this position 90% of the time. My hands don't ever move. My thumb doesn't move. Whatever, and I can still have access to a immersive and realistic input, as opposed to moving my hand, pressing an input multiple times, and then returning back to them gaining control of the camera. As opposed to, my hand doesn't move once, right? I'm using the same 4 inputs, right? I hold, push around, release, and my hand doesn't even move. Physically and ergonomic wise, there is no comparison, right? Like, the ergonomics of that input alone, just that one move, that one beats the other, right? Then you look at the realism. Well, one, you can represent direction, you can represent speed, you can represent all these, like I said, represent velocity.
How are you going to represent direction if you have to do a specific input on the right stick? So if it's the right around, like, how are you gonna? There's no way to do that slow. No one's gonna do it slow. They're gonna do it at the same speed that they're doing it the whole time.
But see, but this is what I'm saying in terms of
their big animations anyway right now.
100%. Do you not want to? No, that's not what's happening. So with Skate 4,
there is, but like
this is what I'm saying. 3, but this game is coming out in 3 years. It's a year, 2 years, right? What stops someone else just making this, recording the animations, right? Tomorrow recording the animations, putting them on face buttons and releasing the game? What stops anyone doing that?
Because that's what I'm saying, dude. It's not just that. It's not just the vaults. That's not
no,
what parkour
this
is
is
about.
But this is what I'm saying. Like, if at the conceptual base level we cannot be better than what everyone else is just doing, right? How can we then we look? Okay,
that's why I'm here, because conceptually I understand more than just the vaults, because that's not what just parkour is.
No, but I agree that 100%. 100%. So if we can see that from for base, right, vaults, we can find a different way that is more like we said, all those benefits, right? Do you not think that same thing will apply? Those same principles that we can identify now while using the stick is better, right? In terms of complexity, velocity, like input responsiveness, be able to like Skate Now. One of the coolest things you see people, I've seen videos and people lost their mind about this, is the flick speed, right? Being able to adjust your the direction in which you rotate. Like, you move. Why do you think the moving of a player went from the D-pad to the left stick? Because of the exact thing. That exact thing you're saying now is the reason why we don't no longer move players with the D-pad, and we now move player, like, movement is done on the thumbstick. You can change direction, you could turn, you could rotate. That velocity is what's preserved, that a thumbstick gives, that face and binary inputs simply cannot. That's why VR is so good. That's why thumbstick inputs are all good. That's why people play flying games on joysticks, because everything, that feeling, that gradual change in direction and that velocity that you cannot get from a binary input in the same way. That's the benefit. So if we can identify that for volts, that's better, right? Then we say, I agree agree with you. Parkour is so much more than just vaults. There's an infinite thing to it, and beyond that. We're looking at it, rather than the acrobatic flips, or even just the creativity, the flow, the style, how you do a vault is parkour, right? Someone can vault one way compared to another. I like to do my speed step quick. I do my speed steps a little slow. My reverse vaults, I go extra. I reverse and then do an extra spin at the end, right? All these other things. That's what we can achieve from sticks. Then we look at grabs and hangs and doing 180s off the wall and all these other inputs and that, right? These all become
The
accessible.
question I would have with it is, are there, and you answered it, but there, you know that there's enough. Like, I don't know if having a 6-button combo or something is necessarily easier than doing
No,
a certain directional
only come up
flick,
to
you know?
3 at the most. It wouldn't need to go higher than 3 buttons pressed.
So
Like
so
1, 2, 3.
that 3-button input, right, caps you instantaneously. So 3-button inputs, right, 3 binary inputs.
Do you know how many
right?
vaults there are though? Like
No, but hold on. Think of it as a singular input, right? A flick of the stick in any given direction is a singular input, right? So if I rotate the stick round, that's one input, right? That's one input. An input that represents velocity, an input that can represent like you can use it to scale magnitude, everything like that. Just using one singular input can all be represented. It's why the
you just
trigger.
wanna do 1 vault.
No, but there's so much more to it. Like, this is what I'm saying. It's like you're saying there's so much more to
There isn't.
parkour than vaults, but there
I
is so
think
much
the
more to
thing
vaults.
is, I think like what's happening is there's almost like like David, what you're saying is there's infinite possibilities with using a stick, or I'm sure there's still a limited amount, but it's much more. Um, and I'm sorry, I don't know your name. All I see
My
is
name's
blue,
Henry.
like the color.
Yeah, sorry.
Henry. All right. And what Henry's saying is like, well, we actually do have a limited number of moves. Like that is, like we have a limited number, therefore we can use buttons and we won't hit that.
But then the issue is we're
And
also
that's
presenting
kinda
the idea
argument there.
but then I'm hearing a lot that parkour is so much more than these 4 jumps, 6 jumps, right? Like there's grabs and vaults and you want to do things in air and turn and change, and there's so many things. And we're like, okay, then let's use the thing that we can get techie with. Like if we want to get really techie with it, right? We want to really get techie with the vaults, right? Or we want to get techie with the jumps. We want to get techie with the climbing. We want to get techie in air, do different spins. When you're in air, right? So I jump off something. Mid-air, I want to transition into a speed step left, not a speed step right? Then in there, I could be like, hold left. Do you mean like to actually
But
to
then you have
reach
to
the
hold,
like?
but you have to hold right trigger and hold left. It's 2 inputs.
But this is the thing I'm saying though. Like, even if it's like hold right trigger, hold left, we can look at ways using the thumbstick, using the triggers to find, okay, maybe if I'm in air now, I'm in the air, maybe my right stick now, I can opt in, I have a control mode to be able to like right stick in air, I can do different moves. So I can vault, and then just with my right stick in air, while I'm in air, I can rotate the left stick now turns the camera, or like, you know what I mean? Or the left stick now, I can position my body in different ways to then go into the next input, right? So I now use the left thumbstick to lean left, and then I can, if I input a right trigger or something, I can go into a vault, go into a specific type of vault. And then we can also use the face buttons too, because the benefit of this is that face buttons can then become an endless things for modifiers and combinations, and it's like you get full control if you use the thumbstick and then have face buttons as secondary and tertiary inputs, right? As opposed to your face button be your primary and your thumbs. Like in this day and age now, the thumbstick just being the camera, it seems like we're losing one of the most powerful axes that we given to us. There's 4 things on the controller that really make a difference when you play, and that's your triggers and your thumbsticks, right? Your movement is for this game, movement is everything, right? Parkour, right? How you move,
And
how it
looking is
moves.
everywhere. Looking is everything. You have to know where to look in parkour.
100%. But I think you don't realize that the act of moving your thumb takes away control from moving the camera. You don't trigger a vault whilst also turning the camera. Like as quick.
You do one and the other. Yeah, that's what I'm saying too. You're gonna press a button and then you're gonna come back and you're gonna have control again.
But that is the exact. There is no literally. Aside from just speed of input, right? So just take away the speed in terms of actually the difference there. The sole difference is you're saying I move my thumb, press a button, and move back. All I'm saying now is your thumb doesn't even move. Your right trigger is holding, or you
now
release.
I have to think about holding a button while I do something different with my stick that doesn't feel like that goes against like what I'm used to as a gamer.
But that's
who
the
needs to
point.
look
That's
around.
it's like it's what you're used to doing it, but like we will never ever make it like what you're used to, because what you're used to isn't parkour. This is what we're saying. Like, you're not used to parkour. You've never done parkour, so what you're used to will not apply here, right? So we can work in towards.
So then
There's
what are
certain
you
conventions.
saying, dude? You're saying that about like yourself practically. How can you know what it is? Like, I do
Because
parkour. I know how it should feel. Like, I know what it
I,
should be like,
I,
and I've
but like,
added it all
I,
together.
but this is the thing. Like, I've sat here for the last 3 years and watched over hundreds of hours of animations, the exact bones of how things move, right? Like, this is
Yeah.
my basement thesis. And we sit here, we talk with Drew, we talk with guys who've
Drew
trained in
doesn't
parkour.
know how games should play. Like,
But Drew's a parkour
he's a
athlete.
parkour. I know, but he doesn't. He's not a gamer. He's not the blend of
He
the
does.
two.
He
That's
plays.
the
He plays
issue here,
video
too.
games. But this is so
Does
like
he though?
we're
Like-
making, because I think as well, like, you also have to, this being Storror's game is like, we look at how do Storror do parkour, right? This is like, so
I know.
how
but
do Storror?
no,
What is
no,
Storror's kind
no.
of?
It's parkour is parkour. The way Store does parkour is the baseline of the concept of like the bigger picture of the personality and style of content within the gameplay. But parkour is parkour. You're gonna have to do it the way that
100 no,
parkour is done
no,
by everyone.
but
So
100%.
that's like not.
But
not the
what I'm saying is,
argument here.
the reason why Storror in this game will work, and the reason why Storror can make a game, and not just any group in the world, right? The reason why people want Storror to make a game is because their style of parkour, how they do parkour, can be a game. Like, has the game elements needed to make people want to play this game, to make
Every
anyone want to pick
parkour-
up.
ev- No, that's just parkour. That's just parkour. Parkour
No,
is
because
very
then,
gamifiable.
As like gameplay elements, but there is so much more to a game than gameplay. This is what I'm saying. There has to
I'm
be
not
a
saying
narrative.
that's not true.
But
I'm not
but this is
saying
what I'm
that,
saying.
but
Like,
that's
when
not
we
what
do
I'm
it, when we
arguing.
but what I'm saying is that when we present this game, it's like, in terms of because complexity of control, right? The thumbstick and trigger way will always allow you to go more complex and do more, right? Then we look at, okay, what are we going to be working on first? What are the primary things that we're going to be looking at, right? The ability to do a 180 in stick, right, is second in our mind right now, because the first thing we need to do is, why do you want to do a 180 in stick? Before you do a 180 in stick, why, when people play this game, why are they going to want to do that beyond me telling you that's cool to do? Because people, this is what I mean. It's just, it's not just a game has to have the objective, the story, the narrative behind what you do it. There's millions of, like, this was Noma in the chat saying, there's hundreds of parkour games. I look online and I see some great parkour systems of people doing vaults, people doing all this thing. The reason why none of these sell, the reason why people don't buy it, is because there's no objective to it. They look at it and they're like, that looks cool. Why am I doing it? Do you see? So
Okay.
when we're making this game, we
Yet
literally talked
again,
about this
no,
yesterday.
listen, real quick. Everything you've seen online, I've seen it all too. All I do is scour the internet for parkour games. I know all of the UE projects that people have been making, and I know all that. First off, none of those are all like assets that people are selling. There is no games that you can purchase right now that are full blown games. People aren't making parkour games, and they aren't linking any of these animations together in a way that is meaningful as a player to play. They are just all these like separate inputs, and they're probably all just controlled by the keyboard. And they're not thinking about the theories of parkour in a game in the way that they should be to actually sell and to make something accomplished, where it gives you that fluidity and the control. Like, they're thinking they just have the animations that they downloaded from fucking Mixamo, or they made somehow, and they're connecting it through motion warping. And the reason it doesn't sell is because, yeah, there is no store behind it, but they also, like, they're not selling it as a game. No one's selling it as a game. And even if they were, like, I don't know how they would play, and I'm sure they'd probably feel pretty janky because you can't do everything you want to do. But that's because, like, they aren't the theories behind parkour gaming is not there. It's just what they think parkour gaming is based on, what they can already see with Assassin's Creed and Mirror's Edge. They're taking these direct inspirations and they're mimicking it, but they're not innovating. And I'm not saying that like none of them have innovated in that. But we have a chance to innovate and there's more to parkour than just vaulting over a wall, because you
I
have to
I
have
so
the
agree.
choice of, you have to have the
But this is
choice
what I
of
mean.
how of your power and your control and the way it all works, but it also should just make sense and play well so that anyone can pick it up. Like, and like as soon as like that the like it actually, what you do need is just these simple motion warping vaults, and then you have advanced movement on walls and jumping from wall to wall. And like once those all now come together, you have a parkour system. But if you just have your vaulting and you're just so like, it's just, you're blinded by the vaulting as what parkour is, then
But
you can't intertangle them yet, because it's
we're,
just
we're,
like you
we're
don't even know
really
what
not.
else you're missing.
But I think that we're not blinded by the vaulting, but you have to, like, we cannot make the whole game at once, right? We need funding to create art, all these things. So we have to create a minimal viable product, right? Which people will
Okay,
want
but,
to play
that's
to support
the
the
art's
project.
there. That's not this is the programming side. This is, we need to be able to jump off a wall. We need to be able to
The,
land in Cali
one
and have that be a choice.
100%, right? But at that, this is what, but you have to. We've been making this game for 2 years and we haven't got the funding that we need, right? Now, to get the funding that we need to create a base product that people want to play and is fun, right? If we,
Right.
it will take to get to, because the primary, you've said it a million times, is that parkour is so much more than vaults, and I couldn't agree with this more. That is the key principle. Parkour, and you say the key, the thing about our game that they haven't done is how we're moving into the vaults, how we're connecting these vaults, how we're doing all of this, right? How we do it is the key thing. We cannot make the character do it in a great way, but what I'm telling it to do is is the exact same. They do it in the game, is the way it looks, right? Can be like how we connect these moves, how you do all this stuff is one thing, but the input to that is the core, because the input is what stems all of these connections. So you cannot have things connect when your input is too simplified. This is what I'm trying to say. It's that when we're creating this game, is that we cannot, like, if I made this problem when I made this game, I went ahead and I made a climbing system. I was just playing around, did it in a week, messing around. Oh, you can climb, you can jump up things, do whatever. Why the hell are you climbing on walls before you can turn around and move properly? Do you see what I mean? There's a step-by-step basis that we have to address one by one, because we had this massive problem where we lost scope, right? Scope of how you're developing is so key that if we start focusing on the ability to do a 180 and grab and jump all this and do all this, it's like the game will be done in 2 years' time. All of us will be bankrupt, mortgage, without a house. I've been broke for 2 and a bit years, right? I think the first month we managed to pay a mortgage, right? No one is, we all understand that where we need to go, but it's the fact that we have to do it incrementally. And the first thing that we have to create is, what is people's base perception of parkour, right? This is the first thing that we create. Before we create this game, what is the first thing that they see a game? What do they want to see? We look at Instagram comments. We look at TikTok comments. I'm on this 24/7 every single day, looking at thousands of people messaging me, hate messages, all these things you want to say. This sucks. Your game is shit. All this stuff. I read through everything, and the same thing I see. I want to see vaults. I want to see bails. I want to see ragdolls. I want to see the jumping. We've messed up. One of the biggest mistakes we made is, before you can jump between things properly, you could vault. That, to this day, I'm like, we should have done jumping before even vaulting, just jumping across, down, up things. That should have been the first thing. Then we
I
look
literally
at vaulting.
told you that a year ago. You guys don't listen to me. This is the issue too. I've been here from the very beginning, explaining ideas and like telling you the faster way to get to where you want to go, but everyone just rejects my ideas the entire time. Even though I made the prototype, I am the only example of a true parkour game, and you guys just don't even play it. No one's even tried it. You guys
But
all just reject everything I've done.
Because it's like you telling me to create a wall grab hop system is the complexity involved with that, right? In terms of making it work in the same
in dreams, dude.
But this is what I'm saying. Trying to get it so that the visual fidelity, it works with metahumans. We could use motion capture, animate. There's levels to it where it's not just we need this next. It's like, well actually, you know, we're at a stage right now where we need to work with the motion matching system. And like I even said, like, doing the climbing demo was one of the worst things we did, because it was waste of time. And now we identified, okay, you know what, we have have these base fundamentals, and they all work from each other. Now let's focus on the jumps, clean them up, get them right, and let's manage the vaults. Like get the climbing system. That's working actually very well now. People are enjoying the climbing. Let's clean that up. Oh, now we have a base game that we can actually say, hey guys, look, we're making this thing. Now we can actually present it to people, present it to like publishers and all that, to give us the money and support to actually go ahead and make this full product, to be able to add all these amazing features that you're saying, to be able to add the ability to do all these crazy stuff, and for it to look and feel in the fidelity and the quality that we all, none of us want to settle for less than. But with this, when we're saying we only care about vaults, it's not that we do. We know parkour is so much more than vaults. But when we look at STORROR and STORROR's audience and what they see and what they know from parkour, what are the key things that we need to have in order to sell an early access to them, right? What do they want to see in a parkour game? What do the people want? Before we bring new things and new features, what is it that people want in a game, right? They want to be able to jump around. They want to be able to climb up and climb down things, right? They want to be able to do roof gaps, and they want to be able to vault over stuff. And then they want to have objectives and reasons why they do all this stuff. That is, you could make that game, release it, and 1 million people will buy it because that's what they want, right? But we will never do that, right? Otherwise, we would have made that game 2 years ago, released it and sold it, right? And so now we're like, okay, we're actually creating a base system. Like we spent 6 months just working on how to get fucking motion capture animations, like converted, retargeted, mix them, adding all the curves so that we can create these smooth transitions that we're talking about, right? That took almost 6 months, right? Like it's this up and down process that's crazy. So we identify exactly these are what the people want to see, right? Okay, let's create this minimal viable product to show people and tell people that we put the YouTube channel. Fuck, you guys are still making this game? People forgot because it's taking so long to do these things. So we need to remind people and show people like this is the base game. This is at its foundation, because for people's perception, this is what the base of parkour is, right? We do what we do best. We do like what Assassin's Creed are, the vaulting, the climbing, all that. We do that, but we do it our own way and we do it better. And they're like, oh shit, this the people tell us still it looks like Watch Dogs, like, oh, but it's better. And it's all this stuff. And then once we have that and people see the vision, because we talk about it now, like the beauty of this is that you can say the passion is always there, and that's the beauty about it. It's that 100% parkour is so much more than vaults, and it's so much more than just doing like vaults themselves. There's so much like nuance to it. Like how Josh vaults is how different to Benj vaults. How Benj does Toby's double cap bosses look significantly different to Drew's. Right, I mocap these animations. I've been through hundreds of hours of Toby's animations, and I can watch an animation and be like, "That's Toby. That's Drew." I know the exact way his bones move. It's a bit creepy when you deep it, but like that idea is that there's no one ever denying it. What we're saying is that we identify that this is the base that we have to establish. We have to create the foundation from this. From the foundation, we can then bring in grabs and jumps and 180s and tic-tacs and strides and plyos, and all these things can then come in to create a more rounded game. But we cannot even consider that if we don't have the base to be able to get people to support us on the journey. Do you see what I mean? Because otherwise, we'll spend 6 years, right? Because somehow we have to pay for electricity, right? Like this PC, like when we run out of space, it's like, do you know what I mean? I had to get a second job on the weekends to afford to this mocapalizer. Me and Dad are having to do external work, right? In our spare time. That's why we don't go to bed till 6 a.m. just so we can afford to capture more animations, to be able to get smooth stuff, right? So it's the process that we have to build it up from the base. And this is what I always ask, like, let's talk about the accessibility stuff, because 100% in Enemies, there's a stubbornness we come because we get in that cycle of devs, and 100%, like, we're not denying that. And, apologies if you feel like we're not listening or anything like that. But then there is this element of that, like, when we talk to Drew, we talk to the STORROR, there's something that we gain from them, because they have done something so beautiful to be able to market themselves and market parkour to over 8 million, to over 20 million people across all social media, right? What is it that they've done to parkour that people want to play, right? The worst thing that I feel like could happen to this game is release it and it sells 10,000 copies and people are like, oh, it's cool. And that's that. When we talk about what we want this game to be, is 10 years from now, people look back and be like, oh, you need to make a game like STORROR Parkour Pro. You know how we talk about Tony Hawk, right? Exact same way. And so we have to reinvent the wheel and do something in the control that's not necessarily done simply. It can never just be what's the easiest way, what's the exact next step. It's like, okay, how can we always be working towards creating this legacy, creating a game that pushes the boundary in some way or another, right? Whether it's the motion matching system, the hours we plugged in just to make the character look weird, and the character still moves shit, in my opinion. He's still janky. Sometimes you can't turn 360. But the reason why we haven't scrapped the motion matching, right? Because if you look at freaking Hogwarts Legacy, people say, oh, the character moves better. It's like, yeah, you know, but with state-driven approach, we understand that. 100% we see the reason. But we know that with motion magic, we can achieve a level of fidelity, the fluidity, and you can actually tailor the movement. So, oh, this is Josh running, this is Toby running, you know what I'm saying? But it's about creating that base foundation for people to see that and want to and understand it and support us on that way so we can achieve it. Like, to get caught behind the trap of not being able to afford hardware, not being able to motion capture things is always going to do the game disservice. So when it comes to us being prioritizing the vaults, or you're thinking that vaults is not parkour, it's not that we think vaults are parkour, it's the exact opposite. That's why I want to have a slightly more complex scheme that we create. That's why I'm thinking, how can we make it as simple as possible with this way? Because I know this way can be complex, right? Because the opportunities for it are quite like infinite, right? But how can we simplify? And that's why it's such a back and forth, because it's that we know that there's so much to come, right? There's so much to come, and we want so much precision and control and the ability to change direction and the ability to adjust the speed, the ability to choose which leg goes over the wall first, the ability to change which way you look over your shoulder, the ability to, when you're climbing or you're hanging, to be able to move, to be able to specify where to reach out to move down to the next ledge, to be able to specify the direction in which you want to launch your character. There's so many things that we want to take this game, that if we get caught up in the big picture too early, which we did. I was like, let's add climbing, let's add jumping, let's add vaults, let's add plyos, let's add strides. I was adding all this stuff in, and I was like, they're all shit. Like, they all suck, because they're just like everything that everyone else is fucking making. There's nothing special about it. There's nothing new. It's because it's beyond the scope right now. So what's the scope we can manage right now? It's like, okay, let's get the vaults in, let's get the movement in, let's get the jumping, refine that, right? Let's get climbing. Let's allow a person to explore an environment and at least do some inputs, right? Let's figure out a way for this control system that we know we can extend upon and make it crazy and super unique, so that when people buy into parkour, they can do all this super hyper control. Let's figure out a way to do all of that whilst also providing them an objective, a narrative, a reason to play. So that's why we added time trials and looking at scoring, and we spend time doing that. Like, perceptively, from looking outside, for someone that plays parkour, it's like, who gives a shit about time trial? We don't do that in parkour. Or scoring, what is scoring in parkour? No one gives a shit about that. If you look at it, it doesn't have anything to do with parkour, really. Who scores? When you do parkour, you don't have scoring system. Why is a reverse foot worth 500 points? It don't mean shit. But to 80% of players that were wanting to play the game, wanting to introduce them, that's going to matter to them more than what animation am I able to do, because they're going to pick up the game and they're going to be like, I want to climb to the top of that roof and jump off, right? And that is people that we're trying to get into sport. And once they play that, they're like, oh, this is so much fun. Mom, come play this. Dad, come play. Brother, come play this. And then you're like, oh, did you know you can like jump on this thing in 180 and grab? It's like, yo, you can do that? It's like, yeah, try it, do this thing with the same input. Don't move your hands, just try flicking it a different way. It's like, yo, okay, it took me a little bit of time to get, but I get that works quite well. And it's like, okay, yeah, now we'll introduce that to you guys. And then you say, oh, mate, you know, I started off, I had no fucking clue about parkour. I couldn't give a shit. I was just playing it so I can run around my friend and bail. I just wanted, people now play the game, they're like, oh my God, I want to see ragdolls. I want to see ragdolls. I want to see ragdolls. No one gives they're not saying that, oh, I want to see you to do a 180 to stick, to plyo. I look at the TikTok, the best videos, the ones that do the best are the ones that look stupid. Instagram, the one that looks the best, the one that people love, most likes, more everything, is the shit gameplay, but it's doing the stuff that people want to see, right? So how do we bring 10 million people into the sport? How do we get 100 million people to care about parkour? We don't start about telling them the most complex thing about art. Like, do you know what I mean? If I'm trying to get you to love video game development, I don't go about talking to you about like singletons and creating template classes. I'm telling you, the first thing I'll do is show like, make a Hello World thing and let's make a cool project that shows a picture. And you're like, wow, that's sick. The complexity will come once you build that foundation. So once we add a time trial, once we add a tutorial, once we get a security chase and people want to play and they want to do this thing, it's like, okay, now that the security is chasing me, I'm in a new map. All of a sudden it's harder. I can't escape. But I love the fact that security is chasing me. I love that concept. Let me figure out a way in parkour now, because I'm in the game, to do this in a more advanced way. That's when my 180s come into play. Maybe I'll jump on the wall. I think he's going to jump with me and then I'll do a 180 and land. That's how I bring those people into the game. Like, I think parkour there's so much more to parkour than just vaults, but there's so much more beyond that. And this is why I love STORROR. And this is why all my mates love STORROR. Because when I look at parkour from STORROR, I didn't just see the moves, because I can't do that. I can never do that. For that doesn't interest me, because I can never ever do that. I won't be able to do front flips. I won't be able to do back flips. I won't be able to do speed steps, a cat pass. I'm a 110 keg rugby player. That's never happening to me, man. But the reason I love looking at it is because I see them overcoming fears, obstacles, friends, community. Those are the things that I look at when I see STORROR, and I'm like, that's what I wanted to be able to do. I want to be able to be with my friends and just run around, right? And so that is the base foundation of the game, right? And then for the parkour heads who love the sport, it's like, hey, we want 1 million people to play this game, right, to join our sport and do what we're doing, right? And I want to be able to go on this game and do that. And we're like, parkour guys, you're gonna do that. For you, we're gonna give you the ability to do that. 100%. There's no doubt about it. This game is also for you, but this game is also to take parkour to the next level. This game is so that the little kid looks at parkour and is like, I want to do that, right? And they're not gonna do that if, like we said, we throw them in and the first thing they see is like, parkour is you have to jump 180, stick that, you got to move your body in air, and all that. That's such a hyper specific style of parkour that is majority limited to gyms, right? Indoor parkour, like outdoor parkour, the outdoor parkour, the videos I see, the STORROR videos, the way they do it, the movies they see, Roof Culture Asia, it's just fundamentals. Jumping, vaulting, plyos, sliding, the fundamentals of parkour. They managed to create this creative like masterpiece that was like, oh yeah, this is cool as shit. Like this takes parkour to this is a whole new level. I didn't realize parkour. Look, the bit where Callum jumps across a building, he's just jumping between a building. Why was it so cool? Right? There's a moment where you feel fear, your anxiety, and he's overcoming an obstacle and doing something that you never thought you'd be able to do, right? It's not the case of like, oh, look how techie that move is. You know what I mean? That's not what the average person is looking at and viewing, right? Is they're looking at that, like where he's doing it, why he's doing it, who he's doing it with, and what him doing that means in the oh crap, they're being chased, run, get away. That's what parkour is for so many in the world, for so many people. And you know, for parkour athletes, it's not that we're trying to do them a disservice, because it is for the community, right? And the community is going to have a game that's able to do that. That's why I'm wanting a more complex control scheme, right? If I did just want to make it just for the players and for people to not to have any progression and pick up the game, I would just put a button inputs. I have no fundamental issue with the button inputs, but I don't feel like it changes the mold enough, or will give enough creativity and like actual like control later down the line when we add all these things that people want to do, where people can get better and better. Like how you do a cat pass can be different, and that's how we bring people to that next level of parkour. It's not that make it easy, everyone can play. It's make it easy, make it that they can do it, but there is still something that they're like, it takes a minute. I got to work at this, right? I can't just pick it up and think this is fun, this is great. It's like I got to work at it. Like that is going to appease the parkour people, keep people coming back, but then we mold it all to the game with the narrative, the objectives, with what we present when we present it. That kind of like scope. That's the vision. It's never that we don't see parkour as more. It's actually the exact opposite. There's beyond the 180s, beyond the hand grabs, beyond the vaults, beyond the jumping. Parkour is, and I don't ever see it as just getting from A to B. Right? There's the mental side of parkour. That's why we're looking at like haptics and breathing, and there's like the who you're doing it, where you're doing it, the brutalism, the architecture, the art, the history, all these different things that we need to look at as well. That these are the things that people are probably going to be brought into parkour first, before the fact that they can turn their body in midair. Right? Like that is the difference between I
don't disagree with whatever you're saying. I agree with all of that. I'm just saying that we are creating a thorough system where 180s are going to one day be involved, and it's going to be challenging if we don't have the ability to use the camera the way most games do.
Why would a 180 be challenging? So I can see a 180, right, being you push it towards the wall, jump to the wall, pull back. The right stick isn't doing anything.
But if you're running straight at a wall and you have to run up the wall and then turn and jump 180, you're gonna have to turn the camera to look in the direction you want to go.
So
you're gonna have to split the difference between the wall you're on and the wall you're going to.
Okay, but the right stick isn't using anything. I can jump. The jump is the tap. I'm not.
But when is the camera gonna turn once you've connected with the wall? Like, is it just automatic? Like the whole camera is gonna be super automatic, and we're just gonna assume where the player wants to go?
No, not at all. So if I push towards the wall and jump, I can begin turning my camera. straight away and jump. But this is the benefit of having that build up time. That's what makes the animations feel immersive. I push towards the wall, I press right trigger, I've jumped towards the wall, I'm turning my camera. I want to say I'm at the wall now, jump again. Press right trigger again. Oh, it jumps off to the side. There we go. Okay, we
But
keep
so-
going like that.
When you hold the trigger, the jump button, we then lose the ability to look. So while you're jumping, you can't turn the controller now. You can't.
But that is the exact same thing as when you move your hand to a button input. This is what I'm saying. It's that if I used to say the
No,
180,
because
right?
when I'm jumping right now in my input, I can still use the right stick as a camera, so I can jump around with the right trigger and then use the right stick in any direction I want to look in.
So let's say like this, right? So let's say you don't hold like jumping is on A, right? So the right trigger doesn't do any jumping is on A right now, right?
It can't be, dude. It can't be. It can't be.
But-
This is a parkour game. It can't be A.
I'm-
It can't be standard.
I'm not saying it's on. We're using hypotheticals, right, to show that why the face button and moving the stick between the two is just as
No, but
in
what's
terms of a
cool
different.
about it is what's cool about the trigger jumping is that you can move your camera. Every game you can. That's what's crazy about it. Like every single game, you press X, and some people even prefer the bumper jumper technique, where it is like an index finger, and you're able to turn, look, and shoot at the same time and jump. But like in this situation, if you're binding your jump and your vault to the same button, you're now not able to jump and look at the same time, no matter if you're vaulting or not.
This is what so hit me out here. So let's say if we use the jump or the vaults, for example, on a button input, right? The jump and the vault are button inputs. Is that what we're saying? Or binary inputs, right?
No, the
Or even
right trigger is the jump, and all the face buttons are vaults.
so the right trigger is the jump and all the face buttons are vaults, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So when I jump to a wall, I press the right trigger,
Yep.
right, and I let go, right?
Yep. And you jump
And
to
then-
the top of the wall or like the face of the wall.
So I jump at the face of the wall, right? And I now want to look away whilst jumping, right? So I'm turning the camera, right? I'm turning the camera left, right? I'm pushing it left, right? And then I tap the left trigger again, right? The right trigger again whilst I'm still turning left, right?
Yeah.
That will do a 180 with our current scheme. What like if
You're
if
saying
I
that the right trigger is if you hold it, you vault, right? As soon as you hold the right trigger, the right stick now becomes the vault and not the camera.
the way it is this is what I'm saying. So if for the 180, for example, if I'm saying I push towards the wall, right, and then I pull back, right, and then I press again to do the 180, right? But in this scenario, the camera doesn't move. I push towards the goal, press, it jumps towards the face. I then pull backwards on the left stick, press again, and jumps back and does a 180, right? That's just the
person's
base
gonna
180
come towards the camera now.
towards the
So
camera. The camera doesn't.
hasn't moved. Right.
The camera has not moved at all, right? Lovely. Now I do the same thing, but I want to now turn the camera, right? I want to turn the camera. So I'm doing it, and as I jump towards the wall, I let go of the right stick anyway, right trigger, because it's a jump, it's a press and release, well, not a press and hold, right? So I press and release, and I've jumped towards the wall. I now stop pushing on the left stick with the camera because I want to turn around, right? And I want to turn around and move the camera to however I want to move it, right? If you want more precision, you can up the camera sensitivity so it spins around really quickly so you get more control, right? That's an accessibility option that you can 100% change, right? So if you wanted to be able to move it really quick, it spins, and then do whatever else you want to do, you can do that. But same thing before. I'm turning the camera now with the right stick, right? Then I say I want to now jump off of the wall that I'm doing, right? And I tap the right trigger. My stick is still being held to the left. I've not returned my right stick to the center in order for it to pulse an input, like to poll an input, to be able to get one. So my camera is saying and then I tap the trigger. For like 0.25 that I've holding this trigger, we take away camera control. The beauty of that is camera is on a lag. So if I'm moving the camera, right, that 0.25 seconds, it's not necessarily going to stop instantaneously. It doesn't work like that, because otherwise everything will just be do. So the camera is still going to have momentum carrying it around. If I tap it and then if I keep holding the right trigger, the right stick, sorry, to the left, right, to turn the camera to my left, and I tap, that break in terms of I've gone into, say, jump and come out, that will change absolutely nothing. You will see the player will jump and the camera will keep on turning. I can even code up now and show you. You will not see a single pause or break in momentum of the camera. I mean, let me actually.
I actually have to go pretty soon. But I think
So here,
that
so
like
if you see as I'm turning here and I tap, you see that brief stop here. That's we can achieve with lag. But then also the beauty of that stop, actually, ironically enough, is that it gives that input moment and that response of jumping up the wall. It gives it weight, so that you realize that when it does this, something's happened, right? You get that sense of like bounce. You know, when you hit off a wall and it's bang. You get that weight and you get that feeling. So in the case of that, in that exact scenario of the 180, there's no reason why that can't work. And the beauty of that is, again, you have not moved your hand at all, so it's easier to do.
um all right. I think that like it's still to be discussed, and I think we should just have two different control schemes. Like I think it needs to be tested, and like
I
if more
agree. I agree. I agree.
yeah
I agree.
there's a
I do agree.
there's a lot more like down the line that it's going to be challenging to do
Yeah.
everything with the right stick.
In
I
one.
just think that like we should just like make multiple ways and see what the public says, because
No,
I think
I agree. I agree. I agree to you said that, because I think we're talking about we do need to do more A/B testing, and you know that there was
Yeah.
probably a stubbornness on my end because I see problems with it and I see negatives
Yeah.
of it, so I'm letting them cloud. So
And I see the same thing.
mm,
That's the issue. We both have our viewpoints of where we see its shortcomings. And I think that that's like where the like that is the core of the debate. We both see each other's shortcomings and think that our systems are more in depth. And I think that's just going to come down to
let me make
testing and
both.
playing.
Let me make both. I'll
All
make
right,
both.
I
I'll do it this
that would be
next week.
cool. I would just I just want to try it. I want to know like
Okay.
I'm so like down to be wrong. I embrace failure
No,
every
no, I know.
single
Yeah,
time I
yeah.
do parkour. So like that's what I'm saying. I'm just like I just don't
Let's not write it off
someone
before we tried, right? Yeah. Let's. I
I
agree.
think
I
at
agree.
the end of it, like someone has to if it's only your way, then there's no
No, no, because this is also
there's no like friction. Like we need to
yeah.
have these
No, hundred
conversations.
percent,
We have, and I don't want there
100%.
to be no one that debates whether this should be the way it should be. So I'm just like
No, that's what I
I've
mean.
tested
Like,
it. I
exactly,
got
yeah.
my
That's why
ideas,
I'm never.
and
Yeah, no,
yeah.
100%.
So
Because it's also like I don't want ever to think like it's just me. Like a lot of the perceptions come in from speaking with the STORROR guys, right? So it's
yeah.
also I'm also trying to advocate for them. So a lot of the reason why I've done it is because a lot of created discussions with them and how the kind of game they're perceiving. So that's a lot of
I totally
my
get it.
advocacy for
I
that
think
sense. So.
at the end of the day, though, the store guys haven't actually made the game themselves, and their perception of what it should be is only kind of in their dream and not in the reality of these ideas. So it's like I know that they know they want it a certain way, they want it to give you that control, but like they don't know the best way to achieve it yet, and
No,
no
but
one
but I
does.
also think they know their audience better than me and you do,
I know,
and I think
but
that's the
I'm
key thing that we
I'm
need
not
to.
saying like what it's the same perception of if we use the right stick like skate, it'll be successful. That's like the kind of the core of this idea is like let's give them the most control with the right stick, because skate did it and it really works. Like
It's
that's what's happening.
it's really not.
Like
it's not because Skate did it. It's coincidental that Skate used the format, and the reason why Skate did it is for all the reasons why I'm saying we need to do it. They didn't just
I
up
know,
and do it because
I get
they
it,
had
I get
so
it,
many
I get
like
it.
fundamental. I mean, yeah. So
I know, but it's we're not skateboarding, and that's just what I'm saying. So like
100%. Yeah. No, I agree.
there's more nuance to parkour than skateboarding when it comes to directionality. That it's going to be challenging to solve for both at the same time. Um, but I need to go right now. My brother just pulled up, and I got to go work
Oh, no
soon.
worries, man.
This
But
is
yeah, let's do
yeah. I
this
mean,
whenever, man. Honestly, all the time.
yeah.
I'm always.
I'll be
It's really
back,
good.
dude. I've been listening. I'm down to battle. I'm gonna die on this this hill until there's two control schemes. So that's all I gotta say. If you could
No,
make a second control scheme just so we can test it, I would love that. That would be so
I'll do it.
ideal.
I'll do it.
Like
We'll do it next week.
I'll
I'll do it next
stop
week.
bitching as soon as like I just like can try both ways. Yeah.
I'll do it next week. I'll do it this weekend. Okay. Let's
Hell
do
yeah.
it.
All right. I appreciate you
All
so
right.
much. And that's I totally like you guys have done tremendous work, and I appreciate everything you're doing, and the level of professionalism and fidelity that has already been created is astounding and something that I aspire to be able to to create on my own one day, but like I'm not even close to there. I can only come at this conceptually from a deep experimentation of parkour video game creation and control scheme, like where I had the bare bones. I had nothing. I didn't even know how to make a game to begin with, and I just tested and tested and tested all these very core ideas more than like the fidelity of it. Like I don't understand motion matching. Like that shit's there's a lot going on there, but I do understand what you need to make even just a rudimentary fluid parkour system that gives you a lot more control at the I mean it doesn't like in my system like I view gameplay as king over animations. If like the animations work, like that's great, but if the gameplay allows the animations to really flourish, then like that's everything. It should feel good to play, and I'm always on the controls conceptual feel good side of all of this, and like and there, at a sacrifice for realism for the sake of enjoyment as a player. And like when I've been making my game for like the last 4 years, and all I've done is test different ideas of how it should work, and like I do feel like I've figured out like the best way to give you the most control while not sacrificing anything. And I just think that we need to test all of these ideas, and we will find it out down the line still, because there's a lot. There's going to be a lot more, and I understand like I don't think like 180s should be in the game, but once we get the other pieces, it's going to start to be clear how complicated like everything connecting is going to really get. Like it's going to be a challenge, and I'm trying to catch up so that I can help that challenge more so than I am
Yeah,
right
for
now.
sure. It's appreciated, and like you said, like I'm not saying that, be like, I'm not a stubborn individual. And again, in the past, definitely, probably like we said, now I agree with Dada when he mentioned, but we need to do more A/B testing and compare things. So I think let's definitely, now going forward, let's definitely adopt that more. Let's definitely have these more. Let's definitely debate. Let's definitely argue, because at the end of the day, it's because we're both passionate. And if it wasn't like this,
yeah.
we're not. We know at the end of the day, we're gonna make the best possible game. So that's what matters more than anything. So.
For
100%,
sure.
man. And it's all done with love
like,
anyway, so.
yeah, I've never been more inspired by an idea in my life. This is my dream, truly. Like my dream job is to do what I'm doing right now, work on the fucking parkour game of the future. Like that is I'm living it, and I just want to see it through. I want to see it happen and really work. And that's why I'm just so passionate about like the way that I've like just what I've seen and what I've experienced, and that's why I just want to bring it to here, and make this shit happen. Yeah. But I
that's
got to
right.
run. But this was great. I'm down to argue any day of the week, so I'll be back.
Let's do
sure.
it, man. All right. Let's
Cheers.
do it. Awesome. Sweet. I'll see you in a bit.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you hear me now? Let me see if you could hear me though. Testing, testing. Yeah, you can hear me. No, I was just saying, like, there's there was a so I got into I learned to skate from Skate 3, and I was always like, Skate 2 actually, but then Skate 3 really pushed it. And I was always remembered like, what is it about them that made me want to do it? It really wasn't. It was just like there was something just felt like doing it and skating in that game felt nice to do, and there was just something about it that it was like I could just close my eyes and not think. Like I could just skate around and never have to think. Like I could do everything I wanted to do, not move my hands and just like lay back and just be like, oh, just be like, you know what I mean? I could do everything. That's all I ever needed to do. I stopped after a while. I never even pushed. I just turned the board a bit and got into an ollie flick to give you a bit of speed and just kept moving. It was just it was just so relaxing as experience that I worried like different presses. This hold together. It's it's why like when I played Riders Republic and I was playing it with the spin. You could hold a button, right? And then I played it where you could turn in a direction with a stick. And there was something about that that was just so like I feel like in this day and age, people are becoming, especially young people, they're becoming so intuitive and advanced that we need feeling. We want to feel more. Like the level of immersion in life in general. Like we look at what it looks like and how it feels. Like all these stuff. That's why haptic feedback is one of the is a crucial element of a game. It's like how does it feel? That the feeling beyond everything rather than intuition, so to speak, and that motion of you mean you let that flick, you're just like you almost want to go with it, you know what I mean? You know when you it's the same like when you play a racing game and you go and you like you accelerate and you go and you squeeze the trigger, you know that squeeze tenses you in your seat, or you brake and you brake hard, you hold the left trigger like you know what I mean? There's something about that if you just pressed like triangle, it's just like. But then I can understand in terms of accessibility for everyone. But I'm like, can we strike a middle ground? Can we strike a middle ground between like anyone and everyone can do it, and but we don't lose the thing that I think because I can see this game getting like changing parkour. Like I can see it. People, it makes me want to. I wake up every day and I want to do it. If I wasn't so heavy, you know, do you know what I mean? And I wish I could. That's the thing. Like, obviously, I built like a freaking powerlifter. But yeah, like it's just like honestly, because I remember that feeling of feeling like I was doing the move. I went out into the real life on a skateboard, and I didn't even look at a video of how to kickflip. I was like, what do they do in skate? I was like, bend, and I was just like, do you know what I mean? And I can just imagine like you're out there like flick up, do you know what I mean? Like flick down, like to side, round. You know what I mean? There's that connection that it's just like when you talk about it, when you just yesterday we were in Drew's house, and we were like reenacting what different inputs could be, and you're just like all of us. I was watching Dado and Drew, and they're like pretending they have the control in their hand, and as they flicked, their body moved. Like it was like and left right. It's that like you know what I mean. How do you feel like you're in the world? You know what I mean when you're not in the world. Like it's yeah. It's like you know when you play UFC, no one's playing going. But when you watch boxing, you see people like my dad does it. I also see like look, you see my dad. He's just there like he's watching the guy throw a punch. He's like jab jab. You know what I mean? He's throwing it in. I'm like, how can you create that? Because that would be what get people. If there could be a game where you're like flick flick, bang bang, and create that movement, that's what I think. That's the diff. That's what is a game that people will talk about in 20 years. There's just something about that I'm like, I can't see it without it. I can't. So yeah, we'll see, man. I'll make both, see how they feel. I could be completely wrong, honestly. I could be wrong. It's just like, oh yeah, cool. But yeah, because the thing is, I've done it before. I've done both. I've done both. Like I said, my thesis, I literally made a thesis on that, and it was like, you can vote, you could do that, and it was looking at obviously it's the fundamentals, the very basic elements of parkour, because like you said, parkour is too advanced to be able to do it. But it was just looking at like, how is velocity, direction, like momentum preserved, power, all this stuff, like how are these things like preserved and captured on controller devices? And the simple truth is, none of them compared to VR. And VR was the single thing that everyone was like, the studies, like the amount of studies I read, my god, it was so boring too. It's like VR, spatial presence, spatial immersion, and it's like, okay, VR's better, but we can't do it in VR, so what's the best thing to do? I'm just like, it's not copy and skate, but there's a reason why they did it. I think there's a reason why. And there's similarities in terms of like the way the body moves and rotation and direction that is just there. Your board is your body, in so to speak, and like move your body how you'd want to do the same. But yeah. All right, people. That was almost a 6-hour stream. Actually, it was a 6 hour because I streamed for like an hour and a half before this. It just cut off. So about 6-7 hour stream. I'm gonna stream again tonight when I get back from gym. So I'll jump back on. I've literally done no animations. I spent most of the day just conceptualizing this shit. It happens so often. I mean, the descent's actually pretty good. I was hoping to get them done today. I mean, they work pretty well actually. So with this now, you hold left trigger and pull down, and it's like, it's just so, it's nice. Like, you know what I mean? I can imagine like, and then if I want to drop down and hold there, I hold left trigger, flick down, and then hold it, and it's like hang, right? Yeah. Or if I want to just like, yeah, like jump, run, jump, yeah. Jump, grab, swing, jump. Jump, grab, swing, jump. And I also love with the face, the slow-mo stuff, like slow-mo. Like having slow motion in real time and being able to bail whenever you want, and like going into first person and all these other things that you can use on the face that you're like, where do I put them now, you know? That is, it frees up and allows like level of stuff that I'm like, yeah, like where do we put all this stuff then? Like this is I just love doing this, and I love doing it while I play. Obviously, you can't really do this in real like in multiplayer, but in single player, being able to do that, and like there's something about doing it, like because we're talking about like the replay editor, and you should be able to do that afterwards. But I'm like, being able to sculpt a parkour video just while you're playing. There's something cool about that, right? Like, I don't know. I shouldn't have to go into a replay editor just to make my line look cinematic as hell. Like, it should be just even this, bang. It's just fun. We'll just jump in and, I mean, bang. It's just, yeah. So yeah, we'll see. I'll do both. It will test. I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm happy to be wrong. All right, guys. We'll jump off, go gym, and I shall see you in a bit. Thank you all for tuning in.